All right, we are live, guys. What's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Sorry for the delay, guys. I had to get some things going on in the background, make sure I wouldn't lag. But welcome, man. Andrew, Nick, you guys got me?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're here.
What's up, guys? Welcome, man. Sorry for the delay, guys. I guess I'll, people have been asking for this for a very long time, literally years. And I know that we got something else cooking up for the guys, in about a month or whatever. But I'm pretty sure everybody knows who you guys are. But if you guys want to kind of kick off and introduce yourself, and they're saying, hold on, I'll fix my mic. You guys go ahead.
Hopefully you can hear us. We're late, and I don't want to say whose fault it is, but it wasn't me, and he's brown, so work it out. No, he's done a fantastic job with all the tech and stuff. I think this is going to be an interesting conversation. We're going to agree on a lot of things, but hopefully we can find some points of contention, because you know what? I think Nick has done a pretty good job of debating pretty much everyone, as have I. So it's been a while since we've had a sparring match where we might actually get hit with something that makes us think. So it's going to be very interesting. Very interesting. So we'll have to find those points of contention, and perhaps we're going to end up agreeing with mainly everything. But I feel like there's a few small points we can knuckle down on.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'll turn it over.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've been a fan, Andrew, for a long time. We've talked before. We talked on the election stream, and we've done some other things. So I do think there's a lot of agreement. And, I saw your tweet the other day, and, I think the Groypers took it a certain way. I took it a certain way. But the fundamental point, I think we're in agreement. So I think that probably by the end of it, we're going to be on the same side on this. So, but yeah, we'll throw some stuff in there just to make it fun. We got to make it fun. So maybe we'll find something to disagree about.
Yeah, I mean, my basic philosophy on it all, and I guess we can talk about it. And I feel, I try and stay very much in my lane. People think of me as unhinged, and I like to argue that I'm actually the absolute opposite. And the Groyper movement's not my movement. It's yours. You're on a generational run. You're doing fantastic work. The internet is yours. Twitter is yours. That can't be debated. And you should be very proud of yourself for that. When I said what I said, and if I read it here verbatim, I said the Groypers speak like a conquered people. The point I was making is that I feel, and this isn't even necessarily your fault, because in all movements, there's going to be varying degrees of extremity and extremism inside of it. But what often happens is, especially with me, I will say something often about women or white people reproducing, something along those lines. And the Groypers will jump in to call me a nigger and say that I work for the Jews, as opposed to understand the point I'm trying to make. When I say that, it doesn't matter what laws we pass, it doesn't matter what legislation goes through the Congress, if white people don't have babies, you're soon to be replaced. The answer I get is, but the Jews made the white women not listen to us. And my answer to it is, well, now you sound like a conquered class. You sound like a conquered people. If the Jews are really trying so hard to subvert you from having children, then the correct answer is to have as many children as possible. The correct answer to my tweet is, they tried to stop me from having a bunch of white kids, but I did have a bunch of white kids. Look what I've achieved, irregardless of their attempts to subvert me, because I cannot be controlled. And there's a big difference between noticing a problem and using a problem as a cure-all excuse for your own personal circumstances. And I spoke in absolutes because I often do. And I said, no Jew stops you going to the gym, which is a massive oversimplification. But the point I was making was, there's a lot. Have I gone?
No, you're here. You're here. Just turn your camera on. Hit the thing to
camera
turn
is
your...
on.
Hold on, let me... Because it was lagging. That's why I was... God. Okay, there you go.
Got some lag issues, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but yeah. Okay, you're back on.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So, and Nick, I don't know if you could turn your camera off, then turn it back on. I think that might fix the lag. But go ahead, Andrew.
Okay.
They can still hear you guys though. Fine. I think that fixed it. It's less laggy.
Okay.
Well, yeah, the point I was making is that, we have to make a very important distinction here. And if we're going to notice there's a problem with influence of the American government, which I've never disagreed with, which in fact I have spoken up for and agreed with you on basically everything and promoted all of your clips saying exactly that. There is a large distinction between noticing a problem and highlighting it and combating against it and using it as an excuse to fail in life. And I feel like some of the Groypers, not all, some sound a bit like the blacks talking about the system. And I know plenty of those. And that's the point I was trying to make, that nobody can stop you winning if you want to win. That's the point I was making. I don't have a large problem with the movement en masse.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I don't think it's the Groypers, though. I think there does need to be a distinction made between what we would call colloquially on the right wing, we call them the Wignats. I don't know if you've ever heard that term before, but we call them Wignats. It stands for Wigger nationalist. Wigger meaning, and the reason we call them Wiggers as opposed to Groypers or something else is because you're right. I would say that what is typified by black people is this sort of victim mentality that says, oh, is it because I'm black? Oh, you only have a problem with me because I'm black. Oh, keeping the black man down, all this kind of stuff. The reason we call them Wigger nationalists is because they have kind of adopted the worst aspects of black identity politics, which is to say, oh, you have a problem because I'm white? Oh, they're keeping the white man down. Oh, well, they'll just call us racist. Well, they'll just call us Nazis. And my attitude towards the problem is always, they can't stop us. If you go like I did and tell the truth directly and articulately, and you don't let them suppress you, at the end of the day, they really can't stop you. I think I'm living proof of that. And I encourage all my followers, don't make excuses. Don't go around and say, oh, it's because I'm white. Oh, well, they'll never let you say that. They'll never let you do that. They'll say you're racist. I say, try and stop us. What do you mean let? They're not going to let us. We're going to do whatever we want. And so I tell my followers, get as intelligent as you can, read books, learn languages, learn a musical instrument, go to the gym, get physically fit. I tell people, get into the best college you can. And if you're not interested in going that route and networking, then be an entrepreneur, make as much money as possible, infiltrate politics. But I guess where I would diverge slightly, if we're to get into, because I think we're in total agreement on that, and I'm with you 100%. I just would say I'm sure there's some Groypers that are saying something like that. I would call that Wignat, this like chest beating. Oh, it's because I'm white. They're keeping the white man down. They are keeping the white man down, but we have to be worthy of our ancestors as white men and say, we don't need permission. We don't need to ask for permission. We're not going to let them get in our way. They're going to do bullshit to us, but we have to find a way to overcome. I guess where I would diverge slightly, because I hear this all the time, and directionally, I suppose I agree. But, when you talk about the birth rates, you're 100% right that the birth rates are a problem. The white people are not having kids. And if the white people don't have kids, it's over. We're going to be replaced. Yep. And I hear people say this to me all the time. They say, you need to have kids. And I plan on doing that. I plan on getting married and having kids at some point. I guess where I would depart, even from my fellow white people who say this, is that there is something structural happening where I don't believe the answer is that we're going to tell ourselves we all need to start having kids. Because how many people are even political? How many people are aware of the white genocide? How many people are going to have kids as a response to this problem? It's a very, very tiny number. And it's not to say that we shouldn't contribute to the solution, but it is to say that we fundamentally must engage in politics. It's sort of like chess. All the pawns could simultaneously wake up one day and say, we need to have more white babies. We need to have kids. I think that's highly unlikely. We need to strike at the king. We need a regime. We need to engage in politics. And I don't just mean like voting. I mean, we need to become resourceful, influential, rich, run media, be entrepreneurs, pay politicians to run for office. And we need to use politics to change society. Because when you look at the strategy of like the Jews as an example, they're 2% of the population, but they have this extraordinary influence. That's because they go for the locus of power. They're in LA, they're in New York City, they're in DC. These are the most powerful cities in the world. They're in San Francisco, they're in El Segundo. They're striking at the locus of power. And from the locus of power proceeds the cultural standards, proceeds these dominant narratives in the education system from academia. And so I'm really a believer, not in as much saying, oh, white people in general need to have more kids. Certainly that's a good thing. But it's more like I want the most brilliant, elite human capital, the smartest, richest, best white people to become as powerful as possible, take over the institutions, and from the institutions promulgate a message of fertility, racial solidarity, national solidarity, and national consciousness. That's kind of where I'm at. And I don't think you'd even disagree, but it's just kind of like going a little step further on that.
No, I agree with you actually completely. And culture is the driving force behind all things. You know, I often comment on white people, black people. I'm in a unique position because I am a race mixed individual, which pisses off a large percentage of the internet. But this is how I was born and that's how it goes. And there's not much I can do about it. But I would argue, besides yourself, there's probably no one else with a platform as large as mine who speaks up for white people ever. And one of the problems with extreme right-wing white people is we have this infinitely divisible, constantly searching for more and more based to the point where no matter how much you do for them or try to help them, you're going to eventually not be based enough for them. And this is seen amongst white people in general. If we removed all the black people from Western civilization today, within 30 years, the Germans would be fighting the Italians again. I mean, that's what happened. Only 30 or 40 years ago, the Irish and English were blowing each other up. And now Ireland and England's both full of asylum seekers from the boats. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. So this infinitely divisible, this constant search for the more and more based version, I actually think in some ways subverts the whole movement. The movement you've launched is so fantastic. The cultural effect you've had is also fantastic. But the biggest threat to the movement is not going to be external. It's going to be internal. And there's a percentage of people, no matter what I say, in defense of you, in defense of white people, in defense of Western civilization, come along and say, because my dad is black, who was a chess genius, by the way, is the only reason I'm even smart, that I'm a piece of shit and I need to be kicked out or I need to die or whatever. And I don't care because truthfully, I think it's hilarious. But when you have these cartoon anon accounts constantly going to a deeper and deeper level of everyone's a Jew, everything is this, everything is that, and they can't even get along with somebody who is clearly on their side in the larger fight, this is how you're going to end up losing the fight in the long run. And I think that's where some of the problem comes from, which again is not even your fault, but that's the problem with that movement on as a whole. And I'm going to say one thing from a personal perspective. I do feel like there is a degree of ungratefulness. Once again, this is not your fault, but there's an ungratefulness amongst people and an ungratefulness amongst the internet. I remind the internet on October 8th, against all legal advice, I told Piers Morgan it was a genocide. I stuck up and was anti-Israel on Piers Morgan on October 8th, before it was cool on the internet, very much like you. Now everybody does it. You did it before it was cool. I did it before I was cool. Anti-Semitism is a crime in Europe. They put me back on house arrest. I was locked in my house for 11 months because of what I said on a podcast. And now they turn up and tweet underneath that I'm a Jew. And I just think if that's how we're going to operate as a movement, we're only ever going to be a laughingstock to our enemies. And I agree with you about the locus of power. You're completely correct. And I think it's a multifaceted attack. But we have to be very careful here, because if I owned a farm and all the sheep worked out that I had a slaughterhouse, and all they did all day was say, that's a slaughterhouse, he's got a slaughterhouse, but they still walked into it, I wouldn't really care. There has to be a point where you don't obey what I want you to do. If they're trying to stop you from reproducing, then you must reproduce. If they're trying to beat you down so you don't make money because of usury, you need to make money. If they don't want you to be brave, you need to be brave. You need to look at their exact playbook, and instead of tweeting it at people, instead of accusing every single person who doesn't have an anon cartoon account of being a Jew, you need to do the absolute opposite of what they want you to do. And I believe that's how we win. That's how your movement and you become president of the United States. I think that's better for you and the movement as a whole. So when I made that tweet, that Groypers speak like a defeated people, that's because I'll say something, and I speak in absolutes. I absolutely do, and I think trolling is hilarious. And I make it clear that, you know, a white man, I say white man can't get a kid out of a woman unless he buys her 2 houses and 3 cars and a nanny. Ha, ha, ha. The Somalian can get 11 kids out of Fatima without a job. And I make a joke of it. All the replies is, well, now you're a Jew, you're a race-mixing Jew, you work for the Jews. And I just think that that is counterproductive to the good fight and counterproductive to your movement. That's my actual view.
At the same time, though, you got to recognize that if you're going to rage bait, you can't really be mad when people get mad. You know what I mean?
Mad. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
I think it's funny. I mean, I literally, I'm real nigger Tate. I call myself a nigger all day long. I think it's funnier than it. I love trolling. I'm all for it. I'm just saying that if we're going to try and have a serious political movement here, then calling every single person a Jew because of some tedious or tenuous link, I think is disingenuous. I think that, and again, this is just my personal view, and I don't know enough. Since I got released from house arrest after 3 years in my house in February, I haven't been online that much. And I noticed you said I didn't weigh in on the Candace Tucker thing. I'm not versed enough to truly weigh in. I haven't seen every video. I haven't seen all of it. I haven't seen the back and forth. I've been with my children living my life. However, I would argue that Tucker has red-pilled a lot of people who would never watch your show about very important things that are happening in the American government that you'd agree with. I would say the same for Candace. I think of them on the good side of the fight. And perhaps this is going to get me in trouble. I think of them as good people trying to do the best thing they can, which is tell their version of the truth. And they're by and large on our side. And I think this infinite, divisible, constant infighting, constant looking for who's the most base, constantly saying, well, he's done 99 things right, but this one thing makes him a Jew. I just think it's holding us back by and large. That's my personal view, but it's not my movement. So I'm just saying what I see it as from the outside.
Well, and, you know, maybe that's where the disagreement lies, because I talked with Alex Jones about this yesterday. We didn't even plan on talking about it, but he brought it up. Obviously, I'm in this big feud with both Candace and Tucker Carlson right now, and I see it being characterized on Twitter by some people as infighting. And yeah. I would agree with you. I would tend to agree with you that if I were an outside observer, I would look at Candace and Tucker and myself, and I would think we're all on the same side. We're all pushing in the same direction. Certainly, we're all criticizing Israel. We're all against the war in Iran and the rest of it. And that's what I would tend to think. And yet, when I went out and did Candace's show, instead of talking about what we had in common, she wanted to talk about all the things that we had apart. And she in particular wanted to press me on if I really hated Jews and if I was really a racist. So that confounded me, because if I'm an outside objective observer, maybe without all the information, I would say, wait, aren't Candace, Tucker, and Nick on the same side? But being me, I went to do her show with my suit on, ready to talk about the Iran war, the neocons, all this kind of stuff. And she's pressing me, why do you hate Dave Smith? Is it because he's Jewish? Do you hate Jews for being Jewish? Are you a racist? Is that why you're against race mixing? And so I finished the interview, and not to relitigate the whole thing, but this is just a summary of it. I finished the thing and I get on my show and I say, it's weird she's putting it behind a paywall. I said, and also I'm unhappy with what we talked about. I thought this was an olive branch. Clearly it was some kind of like a lecture. I thought she was having me out to maybe extend an olive branch and connect. And instead I got a wagging finger from a woman in my face, which I don't really care for. And then, as if to make matters better, she goes with Tucker Carlson. And Tucker, who, you know, me and him have a bit of a history, he calls me a basement-dwelling, weird gay kid. He says I'm a CIA agent. He unloads this personal attack on me. And so, yeah, I would not characterize that as infighting. I would say, to me, that looks like a coordinated attack on me, and it's not purity spiraling. it is coming from them in the other direction, saying that I'm too extreme. In fact, that's literally what Tucker said. Tucker said that I am a crazy anti-Semite who is trying to make them look bad by being too ideologically pure. So, you know, maybe you've been away for a long time, you don't know what's going on, but it wasn't me coming at them for being soft. No, they were coming at me for being too extreme. And that's where I have to defend myself and say, wait a second, you're calling me a CIA agent? Your fucking dad was in the CIA. I said this to Tucker on this big show. A week later, Elon Musk is echoing what Tucker Carlson said, calling me a Fed. And it's in the context of this Matrix attack. I don't know what else you call that. That then you came on Twitter and said the thing about the Groypers. I think that's why they took it a certain way, because what it looked like was coordination. I don't know if you're in on that or not. I don't believe you were, but certainly something weird is going on. And it all coincided with what you said, which is I'm on this generational run. I have broken containment. I'm going mainstream. Now, I would like to do a show with Tucker and talk about our similarities and differences. I would have liked to do that with Candace Owens, but it seems like they're trying to keep me out. They're trying to push me aside. As far as the movement's concerned, I'd like to be on the same page with them, but, you know, they don't feel that way about me. So, you know, I don't know. What's your thoughts on that whole situation?
Well, I mean, it's interesting. And like I said, I'm not fully versed on all of it. I guess there's two ways I can answer that question. At a certain point, and of course, you're a full-grown man, you make your own decisions. I'll be very clear that I like Candace. She's always been very respectful to me. I think she's fantastic at her job. I actually think she's amazing at what she does. I have nothing bad to say about her. I think that when people were saying the Bridget series was irrelevant, I think that's disingenuous. I think it's actually very relevant to find out if the most prominent country in the European Union is being run by a pedophile and his dad. I also think it's hilarious that she trolled Macron into having a meltdown. I think that trolling's funny, and I think it's funny. I don't know how anyone doesn't find that funny, that legal letters are flying around the world. I mean, you're saying they attacked you. I respect it. There's two ways to answer that question. The first thing you can do, and you can make your own decision as a full-grown man, is it about you and your own personal feelings, which it's allowed to be, by the way, or is it about the movement by and large as a whole? Because I've sat down with people who have come out for me guns blazing, but I believe they were 65% on the same side as me, and I defended myself, and I thought, you know what? They're doing more harm than good, and instead of arguing about the color of the wallpaper inside the castle, let's defeat the orcs at the gate first, and then we can start arguing about how we're going to decorate this room. But that's a decision that you can make personally. I'm not saying what they did is right, and I'm not saying what you did is wrong. That's a decision that you can make. I understand that my timing now with that context would be suspect. I understand that absolutely. But I have nothing against Candace and Tucker. And the whole CIA agent dad thing, I'd actually like to address that as well. One of the reasons why that holds no weight with me is my father was in the intelligence services. And now there's a whole bunch of people spamming my account saying that I'm a Jewish asset because my father was CIA. But I've been very honest and open about the fact that he was a translator and he spoke 3 languages. And I was also open about the fact that he was discharged without a pension for not following orders, ended up living in his car, being a traveling chess player. And I had to grow up in a homeless hostel in Luton, England, fighting Kosovans at the age of 11. So if there's some big intel agency op going on, I never got any money from it. And our family grew up destitute. And I grew up in the worst area in England. And now they're throwing me in jail at random. So for anyone to believe that I'm some kind of intelligence op or a Fed is disingenuous. And another thing, and I want to make this clear, when I talk with you about issues, I'm very honest and open about the fact that you have swaths of knowledge I don't have. I don't want to get pulled into muddy waters where I'm in a situation and we're discussing something I know nothing about. You can start talking about the financing of a particular senator, and I don't know. So I kind of operate on feels, you know? Do I think you're a Fed? Truthfully, in my heart, no. Do I think Candace and Tucker are Feds? In my heart, no. When someone says, Tucker's a Fed, his dad was in the CIA, I say, my dad was in the CIA, and we were fucking broke. And he got discharged, and he died destitute with $15 in his pocket. So I don't buy any of that. What I do think is perhaps there's some ego involved. Perhaps we're at a pivotal moment in culture. Perhaps maybe there is a degree of them trying to assert dominance over you or trying to show that, you know, they're not scared of your influence. That's all possible and all very real. I can only answer what I would have done in your situation, which was what I said earlier. I would have sat down with Candace, I would have defended myself and say, you know what, by and large, I think she does fantastic work. By and large, I agree with her. So I don't see the point in going to war with her. However, that's your decision to make. And I do also understand that going to war with people is entertaining, and we are in the entertainment business. That's another thing to consider. It's pretty funny to go to war with people and start swinging. But we have to sit down and be professionals here. And as professionals, we have to sit and say, okay, are we really trying to win? Because if there's things you've said I could get upset about, but I don't actually give a shit. You could sit here right now and call me a nigger and say I'm a Jew, and I'd be like, you know what? I like you anyway. I'm going to like you whether you like it or not. I'm going to say, I like what Nick says. I think what he's doing is important. I don't give a fuck what he says about me. I like what he does. And I think that that's actually a degree of maturity that the left have that we don't have, because they hate us so much. They're so unified and binded by their hate for us that they'll never infight over small issues. They're too busy trying to kill us. And I think unless we can manage to get our heads around doing something similar, we're always going to end up, every time we get any power, just infighting and falling to pieces.
Well, I would say that as far as you three are concerned, I do believe you're all different. I think that you are different than Tucker, and I think that Tucker is different from Candace. And the reason I knew that is because when Candace went on with Tucker, Tucker said, oh, you know, this kid, he's saying my dad is in the CIA. And Candace said, yeah, and he said that I'm Russian intelligence. And Tucker said, yeah, but that's more likely than my dad being in the CIA or me being in the CIA. So in that moment, I was like, okay, so wait a second. These two are not on the same page. And I don't think you're on the same page with them even necessarily on this whole thing. And I guess what I would say about their attack is, in particular, Tucker's attack was to discredit me. And, you know, I don't want to drag you into a conversation that you don't know all the information about, because I don't think that's fair. But suffice to say, the particular thrust of his attack was to say that I'm a federal operative, was to say that I'm a federal agent. And you say that the question is, how do I handle that? Do I punch back really hard? Do I sort of take my lumps, so to speak? I would say that's a very pernicious and specific charge to make, which is supposed to say, and it was almost artful the way that he did it. He said, Nick says a lot of the right things, but you shouldn't listen to him because he's not who he says he is. And that sort of says to me that they are trying to block me from having influence. They're trying to destroy my reputation so that people don't listen. And in my show against Tucker, I sort of contrasted our two positions. If it's about the movement, for me, my movement says we're about American sovereignty. We want to break free from Israel. We want to break free from Jewish oligarchs. It's identitarian. America has a white character. It has a European character. It's racial. That has a lot to do with it. We need to shut down immigration. We need to get rid of this oligarchic syndicate that's running our country. And I would question, does Tucker conform to that? Because repeatedly he insists, I have never talked about racial replacement migration. He insists, I'm not an enemy of Israel. I love Israel. I love going to Israel. Now, you know, what movement is he a part of? He's part of the movement where you work for Fox News for 20 years. And then when the whole world gets red-pilled, now you're going to talk about Israel a little bit. Is the movement where your dad's in the CIA? Is the movement where you call up Trump and tell him to do a COVID lockdown? Is the movement where you say you hate Trump and you're ready to see him go away because you can't stand him? I don't know who Tucker is. I know who I am. And I would say that when push comes to shove, I have a much better case to make that I'm a credible voice than he does. I would make the case that my movement, to the extent that it's different, is much more consistent with what's right and where the people are at. If he wants to make it me versus him, be my guest. I don't think he's going to like where that goes on a long enough timeline. So that's why I said to Alex Jones yesterday, I said, I would love to privately or publicly talk to Tucker. If he thinks I'm a Fed, if he cares about the movement, then, you know, look, I'm not going away anytime soon. He needs to listen and take me seriously, obviously, because his attack on me backfired. I think he needs to put up or shut up. Have me on the show and debate the differences, make the case I'm a Fed, or get with the fucking program. But that's kind of where I'm at with him. So I'm with you. I do have a consciousness of the movement, and I think that maybe Tucker plays a role in this movement, and maybe Candace plays a role, but I think they need to have a team player mentality. I can't be expected to have all the magnanimity in the world and all the patience and tolerate the kind of nonsense they're throwing my way. That's kind of my position, because I like you a lot, And I think, when you and I had our disagreement on Twitter, you said, fuck it, let's get on a stream. I love that. I think that's honest. I think, like you said, we don't agree on everything. And I've taken issue with things you've said and vice versa. But we can kind of talk about where we align. And first of all, we can talk. Yeah. I think we should expect the same thing from them as well. And in particular, Tucker. So that's sort of where I'm at, because I sort of see what you're saying, but I got to stick up for myself a little bit in this case.
Totally get it. And that's my point about the tweet I made. And I totally understand how the timing was suspect. But even recently, even today, one more thing I want to say when it comes to your movement as a whole. And once again, I need to stay in my lane because it's not my movement. It's yours and you've built it. And most importantly, you've suffered for it. It wasn't handed to you. You suffered to build what you've built, which is why it's so strong and so powerful. Same as my movement, which, I would say it's moved over now. I did my job, and I would argue that we moved into a new era where we have new concerns. When I was saying the things I was saying at the time, it was groundbreaking, and now everybody says them. And there's always going to be a part of you, which is a bit like, okay, so when it was dangerous to say these things, I did it, and now it's not dangerous, everyone says it, and it pisses you off a little bit. So I also understand perhaps when you just mentioned, you said there that Tucker's now saying it when everyone else is saying it. There's going to be a bit of personal, like, hey, I got debanked. I couldn't fly. I suffered for this. Like, I went to jail for what I said, and now everyone tweets it all day long and calls me a fed. Part of you is going to be like, well, that's ungrateful of the masses, isn't it? Because I was the one who was suffering to even say this stuff in the first place, which is a real important point. So I understand exactly where you're coming from. I totally get it. And one more thing with the whole Groyper movement as a whole, and I just want to say these things, and I'm saying them from an outside perspective. I am a friend of your movement. I consider myself a friend of yours. I believe in what you guys are doing. You're fucking hilarious. I'm not an enemy in any regard. But I do think that it's very difficult. We have to draw a line somewhere, and we have to have some degree of, well, what are the parameters then? Okay, Tucker did attack Nick, perhaps, or Candace attacked Nick, perhaps, fine. But if they are exposing X, Y, Z, is that worthwhile? And also, we have to come along and say, sometimes these tedious links can be exaggerated upon. Only a few hours ago, I retweeted Milo, and you wrote a tweet underneath it saying that this is very suspicious. This was a few hours ago. And I retweeted Milo because Milo defended me, saying that all these court cases against me, nobody can seem to put me in jail. Nobody has any proof. I didn't think, Milo and Nick, I don't know the story of you two, to be honest. I now know you don't like each other. I don't know why. And with all due respect, I don't care. He defended me, so I retweeted it. I also retweeted a 3-person account who defended me with 3 followers. He could be a pedo. I don't fucking know. I just retweeted it. So sometimes there's too much noticing, and there's too many strings drawn, and there's too much, people are looking for insult where it doesn't really exist. And I think that's one of the other things, separate to Candace and Tucker, because that was very deliberate against you, as you've just explained. One of the other things that I catch flack for from your movement is I breathe in the wrong direction, and perhaps a Jew was pointing that way when he breathed in 1941. And before you know it, I've got these spurgs spamming all over Twitter. And the reason that that's a bad thing is not because I give a shit. It's because it genuinely delegitimizes what you're trying to do.
Well, and I think you're legit. I think that, as far as the Milo thing is concerned, the only reason I even mentioned it is because Candace did her show with me. She did her show with Tucker, and then she does a show with Milo. Elon Musk replies to Milo calling me a fed. Then you come in and kind of, you didn't really pick a side, but you sort of said the Bridget McCrone thing's legit, and you said the Groypers talk too much about the Jews, or that they blame the Jews or something. And then you retweeted Milo. It looked like it was coordinated. I hope you understand that. And totally. I think that people need to scrutinize these things because, as you know, and you're brilliant on politics. I consider you a friend too, and I consider what you have built to be one of the most positive things that's happened in the 2020s. And I even come down on your side when you're arguing with Catholics like Matt Walsh, because honestly, a lot of the Catholic, white right, they're pussies when it comes to women. And a lot of the trad stuff is 100% steered by women. So, I mean, your thing on patriarchy, in my opinion, is indispensable. It's literally indispensable. And it's like, it's actually a good thing that we're in the Tate generation of young kids that are saying, you know, what color is your Bugatti and all. I think it's actually a really good thing. But with that being said, as far as these connections are concerned, I think transparency is the solution. Yeah. You know, you coming on this and saying, hey, I just retweeted him just because. Okay, valid, legitimate. I hear you. But in a lot of these cases, typically where there's smoke, there's fire. And I like to draw these connections because this is how politics operates. You do get these networks that come together. They're networks of patronage. They're networks of money. I'm not going to lie to you. A lot of people came to me privately and said, I'm on your side. I agree with you, but I can't speak out against Tucker because he's done things for me, because he's a friend of mine. And I've heard that from a lot of people. I'm not going to name names. Some of them said it publicly. Glenn Greenwald, Ian Carroll. They said a lot of nice things about me. Dave Smith too. But they also said, you know, I don't even really want to weigh in because I like Tucker. Now, you know, in our political battle, we actually have to be willing to criticize people. We have to be willing to scrutinize those kinds of things. And someone like Tucker, you know, he's got some explaining to do. He said he didn't know his dad was in the CIA. He lied. He did know that. Now, if we're coming for the Matrix, and insofar as the Matrix is the deep state, we're going to need an answer on that. I would like an answer on that, as well as some of these other things. And so that's where it's like, I agree with you. There is 100%, there can be a schizo tendency. And unfortunately, when you introduce concepts like Palantir, a limited hangout, when you introduce that to low IQ people, they'll start seeing it everywhere. You know, and unfortunately, it is true. I've seen it. People like trip on their shoelace and say this was a Palantir limited hangout. You know, it does happen. But in many cases, we actually do need transparency on some of these connections, because it's not lost on me that, you know, like Tucker Carlson, one of his critiques of me, he said that I am delegitimizing someone like JD Vance. And I said, well, wait a second. You know, Tucker had JD Vance on his show 46 times. Tucker made a personal appeal to Trump to choose Vance as his nominee. Now, Candace does not seem to be gung-ho about Vance. So there might be some, like I said, I think Candace is different than Tucker, and they're both different than you. But when Tucker came at me with that, I said, wait a second. He's calling me CIA. His dad is CIA. His friend Joe Kent is CIA. His buddy JD Vance works for Peter Thiel, who's a CIA contractor. That's a lot of CIA. That's a ton of CIA going on. And he lied about what he knew about the CIA. That's where I say, okay, sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire. So, you know, I 100% agree. There can be a tendency to get a little schizo, or maybe there's like a low IQ version of what we talk about. But I don't think I'm wrong about a lot of these connections. And, you know, when you reposted Milo, and, you know, maybe you'll admit it could have come across as a bad look. And that's why it's helpful when you said, that's how I know you're legit. A lot of people behind the scenes tell me, you got to press Tate. Tate's the enemy. Remind him his dad was in the CIA. What I respect about you is you talk to me. I have your number. I talk to you. I've been on streams with you. You're transparent. You've said your dad is in the CIA. We didn't have to dig that out of anywhere. And to me, that's the difference. Is there that transparency? If you're transparent, you know, we can ask the question, it gets answered, and we could say, okay, that's good enough. But if people hide or lie or they're not forthcoming, that's where there's a little scrutiny. So that's where I'm at on that. I do think it's important to look at some of those things.
No, it makes perfect sense. And just once again, from the very outside perspective, and I have to make it clear that I'm not as versed on all of these topics as a lot of the people who are watching this, but I've barely been online. I pop up online. I see there's this feud going on. The first thing I felt was a degree of sadness, to be honest. I mean, that's what I felt. And it was the same with Elon and Trump. I disagreed with Elon about H1B1. I think everybody did with a brain. Nobody wants that shit. It's a joke. But I think by and large, he's done fantastic things. I think that Twitter, if he never bought it, by now would be so fully locked down. I think he did help with the culture. I think he made some massive positive pushes in the correct direction. And maybe a lot of this is going to be personality driven. Perhaps this is just me from a personality perspective. But if somebody does something good, I try very hard to not forget what they've done. The internet is a very fast moving place. There's a lot of ungratefulness on the internet because you can do something amazing on a Monday and everyone hates you on a Tuesday. because it's fun to hate people and it's interesting and trolling is fun. And that's kind of how it works. But when Trump and Elon started arguing and there was the big division, I felt a degree of sadness. When I saw that Tucker, Candace, and you didn't get along, I really, perhaps I'm a sentimental old man, I felt like we'd all be better if we were to a degree on the same team. And we're never all going to agree on everything. I like what you said about the transparency point. That's fantastic. Me, from a personality perspective, if there's orcs at my gate, I'm prepared to work with somebody who I disagree with on 99% of the problems besides let's kill the orcs. So I noticed as well, a lot of the Groypers are constantly retweeting and constantly hammering Tristan for supporting JD Vance. Well, JD Vance is the only American politician who talks about the fact that we don't have any freedom of speech in Europe. JD Vance was the only politician who talked about the fact that Romania, the country we're in, the country that locked us up, overthrew their own election. He's the only one who called it out. So perhaps at a deeper level, you know things I do not know, or there's some things about him I would not like, perhaps. But initially, the initial battle in Europe, we can't even talk. He's the only one sticking up for us. And it's kind of like this infinitely divisible problem, which is a problem we're going to have with the entire movement, especially if we're successful. The more successful we are, the more fragmented it's going to become. As I said, if we had a white-only nation, the Italians would fight the Spanish, who would fight the Germans. And before you know it, the North and the South would hate each other. And you'd be a Texan and you'd be from Chicago and everyone would hate each other again, even though we're all the same skin color. That's how it was before. That's why Europe was at constant war. So this infinite divisible problem is a real one. And we kind of have to find a way, especially, and this is me speaking out of turn because it's your movement, it's not my movement. But for you, I would say you have to kind of try to find a way to give some hard parameters and allow people who are not as intelligent as you, not as smart as you, not as well-versed as you, and most of your fans are not going to be, that's why you're the star, to sit and say, okay, where does someone fall? Are they on the good side or the bad side? Because perhaps they did this and this and this, but by and large, they've done X, Y, Z. I always thought, in my infinite ignorance, that Ian Carroll was a good guy. He exposed things, and I watched his videos, and I thought, that's interesting, that's interesting, that's interesting. And then I saw his feed, and everyone was calling him a Jewish plant. And I'm like, what the fuck? Maybe I just don't know enough. Maybe I'm ignorant and dumb. But I was like, how the fuck is he a Jew? He's literally said the opposite the whole way through. So I do think this is some kind of issue which is going to be nearly impossible to solve because the internet's the internet, and this is how it works. And also, I will state this, even my movement, there are people in my movement who are retards, and they'll go to the gym and they'll hit their chest and they'll tell every woman to fuck off. And, you know, they'll walk around with a gun saying they're a G, and they're fucking retards, and they're part of my movement. And that's going to be part of every single movement. That's part of it. I just think we need to try our very best if we want to make a serious political and genuine change. You're right. We have to draw connections. We have to notice patterns. That's what you've done fantastically. That's what you've built your brand on. And perhaps my transparency allows me to sit down and explain that my father was discharged dishonorably for not following orders and that we never even got a military pension and grew up destitute. You can all look that up online. Perhaps my transparency helps me, yes. But sometimes I see so much stuff being thrown around. I always like to think of things from the enemy's perspective. If I was them and I saw you fighting with Candace, fighting with Tucker, and then I retweet someone, and then you say I'm part of them, and they're sitting there knowing none of us are part of them, they're laughing their fucking ass off. And I just think we have to be very conscious of that. That's the only point I'm making.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I just, you know, then it's got to be all in the family because they instigated with me. I would have been glad to join up with Tucker. And honestly, here's what I'll say on the stream. I still am. Because it's true that Tucker is getting torched by a lot of his erstwhile Jewish or pro-Israel allies. Yep. There's no question about that. And same with Candace Owens. Yep. Candace and Tucker, and to your point, you know, just to demonstrate, because I think I'm objective and I think I'm magnanimous, I think that Candace and Tucker, you're 1000% correct. They have brought a lot of people closer to the truth. There is just no question. Candace with the women, Tucker with the normies. And, you know, Candace with the normie women, I suppose, and you as well. I mean, you know, but we're talking about them in this case, and you without a doubt as well. So I do believe there's room for cooperation. It's just, it's like we said before, though, if that's sort of my perspective, I'm sort of coming to Candace to join up but she's telling me you're a racist anti-Semite, and I'd like to cooperate with Tucker, but he's calling me a Fed and I'm this loser and all this. It's like, so I would extend the olive branch to someone like Tucker. And me, I have such a consciousness for the team. Me and Candace have a very vicious rivalry right now. For me, it is, and I say this, my right hand to God, it is not personality driven. It is not ego driven. I could forgive her tomorrow. I've called her a bitch like 100 times. And I know you probably don't love that, but I've called her a bitch a bunch of times. I could apologize for that tomorrow. And I could sit down and have dinner and be best friends tomorrow. The question is there that willingness on the other side to get on the same page? Is there that willingness to kind of open up the space for someone who is a little bit further to the right? I do believe that.
I get it. So I've got a question for the sake of our debate. So I would argue, and of course, once again, this is full of presuppositions. I'm just guessing here. I would argue that there's a degree of disingenuity when it comes to people saying that her Bridget series is not important or it's trash. And I think you made a clip on it. I didn't watch the whole clip, but you said something about how Macron is an enemy of Israel or something along these lines. And why is she going for Macron? I truthfully, and I'm saying this from the heart, and I've only watched 2 episodes of her series. I haven't even watched the whole thing. And I didn't even watch your whole clip. But I don't see how anyone can not think that's good journalism and not think it's hilarious. I really don't think it's genuine for people to sit and say that series was a setup somehow and she's working for the Russians somehow and that she's somehow working for the Jews because she did that. And I think that it's people disliking her, so instantly tarnishing her work. And I think that it's very important for us as professionals to be able to sit down and say, even if my worst enemy, I can sit and say, I don't like that person, but that work was good. Like, I think Matt Walsh, by and large, is not even a bad person. I think he just has no impact on the culture at all. I don't think anybody cares what he says. But when I saw some of his clips when he was making fun of the trannies, it was funny. Like, okay, cool. That's good work. Like, I don't care who makes the work if the work is good. And I noticed after your argument with her, everyone was saying that her Brigitte series was bullshit. I don't think it's unimportant, and I don't think it was bullshit. I think it was actually very informative, and I think it was quite an interesting story. And I think that if Macron is fucking his dad, we should know. And I also think that it's fucking hilarious how triggered he is. And I would argue that normally you, if you didn't have a beef with Candace, would also be saying the same thing, that this is funny and Macron's pissed and this is all hilarious. Or do you genuinely, your emotions, your feelings for Candace aside, really think that piece of work is somehow bad work to do?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's actually the opposite. I liked Candace last year, and I hated the Bridget McCrone thing. I just didn't say anything because I didn't want to mess with her thing. I'll give you a counterexample. She did an interview with Phil Turney, who's a survivor of the USS Liberty. I thought that was excellent. I thought that was brilliant. Got huge coverage, totally drove the conversation forward. I'm objective. I'm honest. I tell it like it is. I do have a major problem with Candace right now, but that was awesome. And unquestionably so. I'll tell you my issue with the Bridget McCrone thing. It's a couple of things. One, I think it's weird. I think it's weird that Candace is so hung up on the French president, because in America, we just don't really talk about Europe. We don't really care about Europe that much. It's just not something we're engaged in. So for her to have this laser-like focus on that, to me, it kind of gives me a weird feeling from the beginning. Then you delve into kind of the history there. And for a long time, there's been an effort to go after Macron from this crew. Like, I don't know if you know, but back in 2017, there was this huge effort to say that Macron was gay, and that was being pushed by Russian media. It was being pushed by Sputnik and Russia Today. They were quoting Julian Assange. They leaked all Macron's email 2 days before the election in 2017. So there's been, for like 8 years, this concerted campaign to attack Macron personally, call him gay, say he's married to his dad. So that's another thing, is like it comes back over and over again. Then you get into the person pushing this, the guy, Xavier Poussard. He wrote the book, Becoming Brigitte. This guy's crazy. Like, the guy that originated the theory, it's very fringe in France. He believes in the QAnon stuff. He thinks he's working for Trump. He thinks he's working for Putin. The guy's nuts. And when you get down into the actual information, at the end of the day, their proof is that there's a photograph of the person they say Brigitte is as a child, and using this Chinese facial recognition, it says there's an 80% match to Bridget McCrone today. And I don't think that's super good journalism. I think the evidence is flimsy. And I would say maybe there's something going on there. Maybe Bridget McCrone is weird or something. But to me, the evidence is very flimsy. So that's my problem with it. And the reason that I even call it out, why not let it alone? The reason I call it out is because, one, if it's an angle from Russia or some other thing, then that needs to be called out by itself. But two, I think it's so kooky, it just makes us look bad. I think it's one of those things where maybe people watch the USS Liberty show, but then if you're talking about aliens and secret transgenders and the Frankists and, space isn't real, it's like, then we just look like we're crazy. So that's the other thing. But it's actually in reverse of what you said. If I liked Candace, I would not talk about my problems with it at all if we had a working relationship. But, since we're at odds, I'm more willing to criticize her. So it's totally the opposite.
Well, perhaps this is just a personal preference thing, but I think it's extremely important if we find out that the leader of a European nation, especially the nation which just overthrew the election here, by the way, one of the most important economies on the planet, and Europe is by and large America's ally and will have to be against China for the coming decades. If there is an elite pedophile ring which is in charge of his country, especially if you want to tie this to Epstein and everything else, and the fact that Keir Starmer is gay and all these things, the fact that we have all these homosexuals in power, I think would largely affect the culture. And we just talked about how the culture is so important. I would argue that it doesn't make us look kooky for investigating that. Very much like you said, we need to, if there's smoke, there's fire. And, if there's the timing is weird, or there's a string here, or there's a link there. I think that she did a fantastic job on the series, and I think it's pretty important. And I'm just surprised from a personal level, you don't find it hilarious that Macron's having a breakdown. I just thought that you would find it funny like I did. When I saw the legal letters, me and Tristan were laughing our ass off. It's funny. The same as Keir Starmer talking about me all day. I think it's funny these people get triggered. Maybe it's just me liking the underdog. Maybe it's just me liking that we have some degree of power to actually influence the emotions of these people who are suppressing us, especially in Europe, so heavily. So I was just surprised by your take on that. And my conclusion in my mind was, he's pretending that's not good work when it's clearly hilarious because he doesn't like Candace. And you've given your answer, which I respect. I was just highlighting why I thought that was weird, because I actually thought that was a fantastic series. And I think if it turns out she is right, I think that's very important. I would argue that's extremely important. And I mean, right now we have the problem with Keir Starmer in the UK. He got caught fucking Ukrainian rent boys. That we're not allowed to say that. I'm about to catch another charge for saying that right now. I'm trapped in Europe. And perhaps maybe you're saying America first, and as Americans, we don't care. I'm in Europe. They're the ones throwing me in jail. They're the ones fucking with my life. They're the ones who are constantly watching everything I say. They're the ones watching this stream right now, trying to raise charges on me. And the Western world, by and large, is the same thing. I think that you even said earlier at the beginning of this that America was founded on European white heritage. So we don't want to lose the ancient countries. We don't want to lose the original lands of the people we're trying to restore to glory. So I think she's doing fantastic work. And that's my personal view on it. I think she's doing fantastic work with it. And I was just surprised you disagreed on that point. That's all. Yeah,
well, and that's legitimate. I guess for me, your point about it's funny, like that does resonate with me, because I thought that way for a long time. I would look at something like that and say, we're doing it for the lulz. We're doing it, because we're trolling Macron, we're trolling everybody. But what I have come to learn over the years is that a lot of the things that seem random or seem like they're based on hype, they're all coordinated. And that doesn't mean that everything...
That is true. That is absolutely true. And there are systems and there are groups and there are piles of money being thrown around. You're absolutely right about that. I want to make it clear. You're completely correct.
Yeah. So that's where and I'm not saying, and I said it on Bradley Martin, as far as Candace is concerned, I said, everything I say about the Bridget McCrone thing is speculative. Is it a Russian operation? I said, that is a theory. That's like a working postulate that I haven't really even researched, but just that's sort of where my gut says. And we just do need to be mindful. As I grow older, I see these kinds of memes, trends, and it's easy when you're 18 and you have no orientation of politics. You kind of like, you know, when you're a kid, you don't know how this stuff works. And for me, I was a young edgelord. I was a young shit poster troll. And you'd see the bigger accounts in the group chats pushing a meme, a certain narrative, something. And you say, oh, I like this poster. I like Gavin McInnes. I like this guy, that guy, whatever. What they're pushing is funny. And I'm just using him as an example of a big poster. Yeah. And you go, yeah, we're going to join in on this. And as I get older, I realize a lot of that stuff is backed by money. It's coordinated. It is like, it's a domain of warfare. It's information warfare. And that's why I scrutinize it a lot more and I'm very careful. I fully believe that Candace believes what she's saying. I actually don't doubt her sincerity. I just think that whole narrative, maybe someone gave it to her. It might be a possibility. And even to the extent that it exists in Russia, it's either kookery or it is being picked up by an intelligence agency for some reason, because it's very strange and conspicuous, the whole thing. So especially this, like, you know, this idea that the West is like satanic pedophile elite. I don't doubt that there's something like that going on when you look at like spirit cooking and the Podestas and Pizzagate. I also think that sometimes foreign intelligence leans into narratives like that to sow discontent or dissonance inside of our society. And it's our job to discern those things. It doesn't mean that every narrative like that is fake. It doesn't mean, and you know, not every narrative like that is true. It's up to us to discern. And so as far as the Brigitte thing is concerned, I think Candace is sincere. I don't find it very compelling. And I think at the minimum, it is being picked up by Russia on some level because Russia is adversaries with France. And as you know, the more you get into politics, the more you realize everything proceeds from intelligence and defense. Everything proceeds from the national security state.
Yep.
The energy needs, the technology, the media, information domain. These are all domains of warfare. We're in the age of complexity. And so if I could impress nothing else on my followers, it's that. It's all warfare. It's all ongoing, open, everyone against everyone warfare, even in the information space.
No, you made some very important points. And I'll make a quick personal story. Even when I was accused of human trafficking and locked up and all this bullshit, the American right never really disliked me in any regard. They all defended me. Even Ben Shapiro said that Andrew is correct about the things he says, but he has some of the wrong solutions, but he's by and large correct about the problems with society. The whole American right supported me. When I first got out of jail, there was nobody on the American right who disliked me until October 8th, when I told Piers Morgan that Israel was conducting a genocide. And then the entire American right turned on me instantly, saying that I'm a degenerate because I have sex with more than one girl and that I'm a terrible person and I'm a pimp and all these things. These were accounts that were defending me the day before. And that was organized inside of Telegram groups that I've had access to. And they were paid money to all instantly slander me and turn on me. So you're completely correct. You're also completely correct in saying this is being picked up by Russian intelligence. Yeah, it was. I was fighting in China when the George Floyd riots were going on. And before my fight, I was watching the Chinese news, and the Chinese news was saying that once again, America is in turmoil as all of its unhappy citizens riot against their oppressors. The black people hate the white people and everybody hates the government equally and everybody's dying. Did China instigate the George Floyd riots? I don't know. Or perhaps they just saw some division and jumped on it because that's what foreign intel agencies do. I don't think Russia told Candace to do it. And I know you lightly alluded to a theory that somehow her and I were getting paid by Russia or something. I can tell you from personal experience, that's absolutely not the case. So yeah, they jumped on it, but I don't think that takes away any of the validity of what she's doing. You're right in saying that absolutely everything is run by the intel agencies. That is correct. We're in a permanent and endless state of never-ending war. And America and Europe as a whole, their only chance of competing against China is to ally, especially China and Russia now that they're so close. So I do believe that there has to be some degree in the European continent, some degree of interest. And I just think that perhaps, once again, I'm talking about feels and my instant thoughts when I saw your takedown of the Brigitte series. I just thought, is that really genuine from Nick, or is that an attack? And once again, this is a personal decision. This is me speaking from my personality. I wasn't the one who was attacked by them like you were, but I have been attacked by a lot of people who I still currently talk to, work with, or promote because I think it's better for the larger fight. So I agree with everything you're saying. I understand exactly where you're coming from. I think we're better as a team if we can all manage to work together. I also think there's a degree of, Hollywood and arguments and fighting. All these things are very interesting to the anon who never has to put his face anywhere. You're never based enough for the anon account who has nothing to risk and nothing to lose. And these people are trying to instigate the endless wars, and they like that we all argue because for them it's entertaining. And it's also great for them to come and write on my posts or Ian Carroll's posts or anyone's posts and say, you mentioned the Jews 99 times, but you didn't mention them 100 times, so you're a Jew. It's like, okay, well, you have nothing to lose, and you also, nobody listens to you, and nothing you say actually matters. And if you're going to be up here like you are, you understand very well the importance of nuance. You understand very well the importance of picking your battles. You understand very well the importance of being funny. The only reason you're not in jail is because you're funny. And the only reason I'm not in jail is because I'm funny. And a lot of these people who want to say the same things we say can't be funny. And humor is a shield. And a lot of people don't understand that. They're not smart enough to discern that we get away with doing what we do because we're funny with it. And there's a whole lot of things happening. And my point by and large for the Groypers is I believe in the movement. I think it's fantastic. I think it's fantastic if we all work together. I just highlighted that I didn't think it was genuine when you attacked the Brigitte thing, but you defended yourself and I accept it.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's been a minute. No, so I was fixing a lot of the stuff behind the scenes. The lag is gone. Apologize for that. And I know you guys wanted to talk this stuff out, so I just wanted to make sure, let y'all get, the Groyper stuff, Candace, Tucker. I know that's like pressing stuff. But do you guys want to hit anything else before I go into the questions or whatever? Or
No, I think we sort of resolved the main stuff so far. So yeah, let's dive in.
Yeah. So basically I got a couple questions here, and I think it'll be interesting because, we can sit here and talk about certain topics and stuff like that. But I think these questions will give people a better insight as to, your guys' mindset on some things. So what I'll do is I got these questions. I'll answer it first to give you guys time to, come up with your own things because some of them are pretty thought-provoking. So I'll kind of keep it simple. So the first one I was going to ask was, looking back, what book, person, or event red-pilled you, right? And how did that change the trajectory of your content or public persona? So for me, the thing that red-pilled me, and I kind of broke it down into categories, what red-pilled me on women was reading The Mystery Method and a book called Conquer Your Campus when I was like graduating from high school, getting ready to go to college. Like that's what red-pilled me on women, figuring out this, this whole thing about how important social status is to them and how they're looking for a small percentage of men. That's like when I found out about like the 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle, right? What red-pilled me on the Jews was 9/11 and JFK, right? No matter how you slice and dice it, there was absolutely Israeli fingerprints all over 9/11, all over the JFK assassination, especially when you look at the nuclear weapon component, which is almost never mentioned in mainstream American media. Hell, even the movie JFK by Oliver Stone did everything in their power to omit the nuclear weapons angle. And then you find out that the movie was funded by a guy named Arnon Milchan, who was literally Israeli intelligence from the unacknowledged nuclear program. So like they had an incentive to keep that information from Americans. And this stuff has been like suppressed for a while. So that definitely red-pilled me when it came to that. And then when it comes to money, real estate, usury, and basically central banking is what red-pilled me on money. So I'll turn it to you guys. I mean, if you want to break it down in categories, you can. But those are the things that I would say red-pilled me on those three topics.
Andrew, you want to go in and
yeah, I can ask the question again.
First, isn't that how it works?
Yeah, so the question is basically,
I'm at the back of the bus.
Looking back, what book, person, or event red-pilled you, right? And changed the way that you would make content or change the trajectory of how you would make content for the rest of your life? What was the red pill on women, just so to speak, or the red pill on finance or whatever it may be? But either one of you guys could take it.
I'll run it then. I'll go. Should I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, a lot of my views come from personal experience. I wouldn't say they were a book as such. I wouldn't say it was a movie I watched that red-pilled me. I would say that, Nick is definitely the figurehead of the movement against Jewish influence. And I think that I am and was the figurehead of the movement against feminism. And a lot of people have now come along and said that women are the foot soldiers of the Jewish influence. And perhaps that's true. But every single problem I saw with society led back to one place. And that doesn't mean they're bad people. It doesn't mean women are inherently evil. It means that societies have always been productive and functioned a certain way with a patriarchy. And it allowed us to fend off foreign invaders and reproduce and have children and be in love. And it allowed men to feel like they had a stake in society worth fighting for. Men used to paint a beautiful girl on the side of a Spitfire and go die. Like, we did all of this for women, not because we hated women. We didn't oppress women. We did it for them, in service to them. And it turns out they've been massively ungrateful for that. And nearly any problem you can name, I can tie back to one thing. And it comes down to girls chasing Instagram likes instead of children and not listening to men. So I kind of came to this conclusion myself. And by and large, I had this mentality for a very long time. And I didn't really blow up on the internet until COVID, when I decided to really fight back against the systems in the matrix, because COVID was complete insanity. And I was living in Sweden at the time in absolute freedom, by the way, with no mask, no vaccine, completely normal society, while the rest of the world were locked in their houses. And I thought, this is crazy. So that's when I started to blow up online and get big. And I never began the crusade intending on becoming the most Googled man in the world. A lot of people don't actually know that in 2022, before I was arrested, I was saying to Tristan, this is the story of Icarus. We're way too big. They're going to come and they're going to get us. Turns out the UK Foreign Office wrote to the Romanians, and I have that on paper. I have proof of them doing that, saying, shut this guy up. He's a national security issue, because they knew that my momentum had to be stopped. And if I were to continue to red pill and continue to mobilize the young men of the world, that they would lose their grip on society. And that's why, to this day, the UK government has an active warrant for my arrest, because they know if I go to England, the Bruv party will win the next election. They know that. So the second I land, I get thrown into jail for basically ever. And that's what they're doing to try and keep their grip on power. So a lot of it was just my own conclusions. And then I saw how upset everybody got by me saying these things. And I realized that if people are getting so mad by it, there has to be an element of truth to it. If I sit here and say the sky is green, everyone will ignore me. They don't care when you lie. They care when you say things that are close to the truth. And I kind of ran with it. And I wouldn't say there was any particular thing I read. A lot of it was just personal experience and tying it back to all the same problem, because I believe patriarchal societies, if our society became patriarchal tomorrow, we could instantly fix 95% of the issues we currently face. And if you look at the societies which are actually succeeding now, if you look at the Middle East and the societies that are successful from a birth rate perspective, from a safety perspective, from an economic perspective, they're all patriarchal societies. And my major point I was making is that the West has now become a matriarchy. America is a matriarchal society currently as it stands right now today. Even under Trump, it's matriarchal. If a man wants to have power, if he wants to be in Senate or be a politician, he has to parade his wife around for some reason. Putin doesn't have to parade his wife around. I've never seen the king of Saudi parade his wife around. What does their wife even know about politics? Why are they there? I don't know. But we live in this insane matriarchy where women have so much power over men, and they're using it to suppress and destroy the most masculine of men, which are the ones who are going to be tasked with defending the society. So I always had this gripe with that and that alone. And it turns out that big women are as powerful as big pharma and big education and big Jew, because they fucking came for me. They did not like what I said. And they came for me hard. And of course, they accuse you of crimes against women because it makes perfect sense for them to attack you with it. And here I am, 11 court cases deep. I've been federally investigated by the American government, the British government, the Polish government, the Hungarian government, the Romanian government. No one has enough evidence to put me in jail, showing that I'm actually completely more innocent than the man you walk past in the mall. If anyone else went through this level of shit, they'd be in fucking jail. So also tying back to our earlier conversation, there is part of me that thinks I've been through all this shit and then I get called a Jew and a Fed. Like, because I was the one who was red pilling the generation. I was the one who took all this risk to help everybody. And now you go on Twitter and call me these things. It does, even though you don't care, it does make you think, well, what's the point in trying then? And this is why the elites win, by the way, especially in my position. I have $700 million liquid. I can just fucking fuck off on a yacht and say, fuck those peasants and just go be one of them. And I don't do that. I sit here and I try and tell the truth and I try and be honest about things. And you get so little gratitude for it that I do believe when I'm talking about how our movements are subverted by the extremity on the inside of the movement, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. And as Nick continues on his run, as he becomes more and more powerful, as he does more and more fantastic things and becomes a larger and larger political force, when X amount of his own movement turn on him and start calling him a Jew for something he once said, even he's going to sit there and go, this is fucking, what the fuck am I even trying for? Why did I get debanked for these fuckers? And that's what happened. So all in all, mine was just personal experience with women, bro. I mean, I didn't have to watch Fresh and Fit. I knew what was going on for a very long time.
Yeah, and I just added to what you were saying, because you were saying like, obviously patriarchy just went in general. And I would argue COVID was also like a big red pill, because since women tend to defer to the masses, the fact that we locked down, the fact that we had all these scares, that I think is very indicative of how much we value the communitarian nature of women.
Well, the reason they're so scared of me and the reason they're trying to get rid of me is because when you have women in charge of a society, you can use emotional arguments. It's not complicated. Yeah. You put women in charge and then you use an emotional argument to manipulate the women, and the women yell at their husbands and Matt Walsh says, okay. And then they sit at home all day. And that's what happens. So COVID was one big emotional argument, but grandma was the fucking argument for locking us all in our house for years. That's a female mentality. A man would sit and say, well, grandma's going to die anyway. Grandma's 94 and I need to go to work. So men can be more ruthless and more logical. So yeah, COVID was one big psyop run from the matriarchal frame, all of it. And every single man who was scared of his wife got the vaccine because of grandma. And every single man who was in charge of his women said, none of us are getting the vaccine. This is bullshit. Shut up and turn it off and live their life as normal. So yeah, absolutely. And the primary objective of the Matrix, and I'm fighting a different fight than Nick and a different fight from you, but I truly believe the reason they are so hard on trying to make sure in every movie, in the culture, in the law, and all of these mechanisms that women are above men is because they can simply scare the women or use an emotional argument on the women. And if they're in charge of society, then they have absolute control over the society and they don't need to convince us of anything. Men must be convinced. You have to convince me. You don't have to convince a woman. You have to scare her. And that's much easier to do when you put up some Chinese dude falling over. I never saw anyone fall over on the street, but in China, supposedly they're falling over left and fucking right. And chicks had a mental breakdown. So I went to war against that because I saw it was all just a matriarchal mindset. And maybe at a level deeper, yeah, certainly there are groups and people who are doing this on purpose and weaponizing women against men. They've certainly weaponized women against me. I mean, I'm the fucking, from personal experience, they call 1,000 women who know me and they find one idiot and I get dragged to jail. I mean, they certainly weaponize women against me. So perhaps women are not the tip of the spear. Perhaps they're the foot soldier. Perhaps they're the pawn and not the king and the queen. That's another argument. But that's where all of my mindset came from. And that's why I was on the crusade I was on. And a lot of people misinterpreted, and a lot of stupid people in my own movement misunderstood me and thought that means that you can beat the shit out of women, or shoot them, or run around, and all these crazy things, which once again gets applied to me, and I go to jail. And that's not what I was saying. I was saying that the world's a happier place with men in charge. That's what I was trying to do.
What about you, Nick? I'll repeat it because I know we basically.
No, I remember.
Okay,
it's
What red pilled you?
Yeah, I got red pilled back in 2016, and it was a process like it is for everybody. I was a basic bitch conservative when I was in high school because I read all the libertarian stuff and I read all the conservative and neoconservative stuff. And I was a Ben Shapiro fan, enough said. Yeah, that's just what there was. Back in those days, if you were a mainstream person, you had PragerU, Breitbart, you had, the usual suspects. And what red pilled me, Trump was a big part of it. Sam Hyde was a big part of it. But I had a buddy of mine. He was like autistic. He is a straight up Asperger's genius. And he was on 4chan all the time. And he was a good friend of mine. We were in Model UN and other stuff together. And I'll never forget, I must have been a junior or a senior in high school. And he called me into this room when we were setting up for our Model UN conference. And somebody goes, "Oh, Nick, there's a sophomore that's saying the Holocaust never happened." And I was like, "Really?" So I go in, I hear him out. I said, "Yeah, that's sort of interesting." And then we went and we campaigned for Paul Nealon that summer, a couple of years later. And I was hitting him with all the Israel arguments. This is in 2016. I'm saying, but they fought 4 wars of extermination against Israel. Like Israel is this island of civilization in a sea of barbarians, all the usual shit. And he fought back and made the case for the Palestinians and for the Arabs and all this. And I said, wow, that's really interesting. And what really did it for me is I got to the point in college. There were a number of other things that happened to me over time. But I got to the point in college where I said, is it all a Jewish conspiracy? And I thought to myself, there's got to be an argument that it isn't. Like there must, like, are they really suppressing this truth? There's got to be like a book out there that debunks all this stuff. And then what really did it for me is that on 9/11 in 2016, during the election, if you remember, Hillary Clinton was like not well. She was sick. And on 9/11, she did a thing with Donald Trump, actually. They were both in New York for the anniversary of 9/11 on the same day, and she fainted. And they literally picked her up like a rag doll and threw her into a van. I don't know if you remember that video, but she was literally like rag doll, and they fucking tossed her in a van. And then 5 hours later, they had all these explanations. They said, oh, it was too hot. Oh, she actually had pneumonia. And she comes out of Chelsea Clinton's apartment and hugs like a little girl. And it's like, wait a second. So first you said it was too hot. Then you said she has pneumonia. But if she has pneumonia, why is she hugging this kid? And everyone in the media lied about it. And in that moment, I knew if they could lie about this, they could lie about anything because they're willing and they're able to lie. And if people are not willing to investigate it or dig deeper because of censorship, because of, it's a regulated press, I said, then they could lie about all this stuff. And that, for me, that's when I realized this like benefit of the doubt could not be afforded to any narrative, because that's really what it is. No one has investigated, the vast majority of people at that point had not investigated the 9/11 truth movement or the Holocaust or Israel or any of these things. All they had was the benefit of the doubt. That stuff is conspiracy territory. We believe the government. We believe the mainstream narrative. And I said, if they could lie about something that I saw with my own eyes, then we can't afford the official narrative, the benefit of the doubt on any of these things. And so that was the big break for me. It wasn't a book. It was just kind of this gradual noticing and kind of taking this tenuous frame, for how to perceive things and just seeing it confirmed over and over. And then when I saw that, I said, it's totally plausible that they're covering it up. And that was it for me.
Shit. So that perfectly dovetails into my next question. So my next question is, what was your first comment, tweet, video, or anything else that forever put you in the controversial category? And I'll go first on this one, then turn it to you guys. The thing that got me automatically put in the box of, misogynist or whatever, which is kind of like how all this started, was back in 2020. I made a comment saying, if a woman flakes on a date, you need to punish that bad behavior, and she's got to go ahead and pay for the first round of drinks when you guys meet up on the reschedule. Right? And like The View and a bunch of, left-wing shows looked at it like, what, are we dogs? This guy's over here saying you gotta punish bad behavior. But what I was really doing was I was telling guys, like, you can't accept poor behavior from women and reward it. So you gotta, if she makes a mistake, you gotta make her pay for that. And they obviously likened it to training a dog, which, hey, maybe that's what I meant. But the point is that after I made that comment, because it went viral on TikTok, it got millions of views. And this is right after I had left the government. Right, I wasn't even on the internet like that, and this is back when TikTok still had an organic, sharing ability with the algorithm. So I would say that was the first thing that kind of got me in there, and then obviously a bunch of other things I said about women and top H and all this other shit. But I would say that's the one thing that started it. So what about you guys? I know you guys probably have a couple of things that put you on the map, but what would you guys say is the most controversial thing you said that put you in this box forever?
Nick?
Most controversial thing that got me in there? There was a lot of things over the years, you know, one thing after the next. I would say it was the cookie joke is really what did it, because, and it's so stupid. It's always the dumbest shit, isn't it? It's never like your actual good jokes, your favorite jokes. It's always the stupid shit that they use. And, at that point, so, I got canceled in 2017 for just a lot of nonsense. And I was young and I wasn't very big. I was a very minor streamer. And then in 2019, I started to get a little traction because I was going really hard against Charlie Kirk and against Ben Shapiro. And it was going really well. And everybody was on my side. And what they used to kind of shoot me out of the sky was this joke where some super chatter sent in. They said, well, if the Cookie Monster has 6 million cookies, how long does it take to, whatever? And they used that to frame me as a Holocaust denier. So up until that point, they could have said I was alt-right. Well, that doesn't mean anything. They could have said I was a white supremacist. Oh, okay, they call everyone that. But then they took that joke and said, oh, he's a Holocaust denier. And they literally, at that point, that joke was a year old. I didn't even come up with it. Someone else sent it. Not that I don't own the sentiment, but it was such a stupid fucking thing. And then I get the Washington Post calling me and saying, do you deny the Holocaust? Do you believe it was 6 million? And I'm like, really? So that was kind of what really took me out for a minute. And, but they call me fucking everything. So there's a million reasons I'm canceled. But that was maybe the big one.
Yeah. I still use that reference to this day with the whole Cookie Monster thing. I think it's like a funny way to kind of bring it up. But what about you, Andrew? What would you say is the comment or tweet or statement that put you in the controversial box forever?
Yeah, I was around for a while and I was telling the truth for a while. And then on a podcast in Croatia, we were discussing the age of women. And I said that men prefer women who are younger. You prefer a woman who's 21 as opposed to 30. And the people asked why. And I said, because she's been fucked less. And I made the point that the more men who have fucked her, the less likely she is to truly fall in love with you. So I made this point that it's not pedophilia to like younger women. You're just trying to find a woman with less life experience because by and large, they've been fucked less than older women. Anyway, I made that point. The podcast came out. The next day, 400 different Instagram accounts had the same post and the same caption saying I was dangerous and misogynistic and homophobic and racist all at once. I didn't even say anything homophobic or racist. They just threw that in there. And this is where I always knew the Matrix was real, but it was kind of flabbergasting. The next day I woke up and 400 accounts had the exact same post about me. Also, the ADL said I was anti-Semitic on this day. I was like, I didn't even mention the Jews ever at this point. I never even mentioned them. And now I'm on that list. So that was really weird. And then 24 hours after that, I got the mass ban. Every single app on my phone logged out. My Gmail, my Skype, my Airbnb. I got banned on Instagram, banned on Discord. WhatsApp was banned. Every single application, they banned me overnight. And they started putting me on the BBC saying that I'm dangerous and I was banned for being a terrorist.
Was this worse than depression isn't real? Because I remember when you said depression
wasn't real, got traction, and a lot of people, were unhappy by it. But that was the one comment that really sent the world into overdrive. And I sat there and I thought, why are they so threatened by that? And the extension is very simple. If you tell men to have standards for themselves, you're now an enemy of the system because they don't want men to have any degree of standard. And that's where the right-wing Christians and the Catholics hate me, because they're basically saying, don't have standards. They're saying, meet a woman and marry her and do the right thing. Well, she's probably a fucking whore, bro. I'm not doing that. And they say I'm a bad person. Well, I make a whole bunch of white babies. I'm white enough. When I find a white woman, my kids look white as snow. So I'm out here having white babies. And throughout all of the bullshit I've been through, have any of my women betrayed me? We saw what happened with Crowder's wife and all these people. Have anyone come out and betrayed me? Some whores have come out and accused me of bullshit. Have any of the women with my kids or the women I'm close with betrayed me, let me down, or have they all stuck by me the entire way through? Like, I have good women around me with good loyalty inside of them. So I must be doing something right. But as soon as I told men to have any degree of standard for themselves and not instantly accept women and all their bad decisions, the entire system had a meltdown. And I think that's what really red-pilled me and made me realize that, yeah, big women's a thing.
What year was that, Andrew? What year
2021?
Was that? 2021.
I think it's a couple layers below, perhaps, the true power structures at the top. But women are certainly the pawns. They're the foot soldiers, convincing. And this is the thing that's so sad about it. And this is the thing when I make these tweets, which are deliberately prerogative and people attack me for them. They're deliberately using women to attack white men. Only white men listen to women. Black men don't listen to women. We don't listen to what they say. We don't care. White men are the only ones who says, well, the wife said one kid's enough. Well, if you're going to listen to her and she's a tool being used to get rid of your race, well, then you're going to go extinct. So I realized I really hit a nerve with that because of the massive backlash. And then my legal problems began. And then the UK Foreign Office wrote to the Romanians, and we all know the rest of the story. So that's when I really knew I was close to something. And big women is a serious fight. And I think a lot of people underestimate how much trouble you can get in for just saying as a man that you're allowed to have standards and you're allowed to expect loyalty and integrity from females. And you, for the same reason you don't want disloyal men around you, you don't want disloyal women around you. And their pasts do matter, because if someone was a thief their whole life, they're going to continue to steal. And if they were a whore their whole life, they'll continue to be a whore. And all of these things are very valid, but for some reason you cannot say them. And at the time, the internet was a lot more controlled. Nick, with all due respect, you barely saw him. They had his ass locked out. And I was around a little bit, but Kamala was in charge and all these things, and they did their very best to get rid of me. So that's when I really realized that they are very threatened by the basic idea of masculine integrity, sovereignty, and honor and strength. They're threatened by men who are not afraid of them. That's all it is. They're threatened by men who do not bend to peer pressure.
I got a question for you, Nick, because when it comes to women, me and Tate have a very similar ideology. Get sexual experience, increase your net worth, become the highest status you can be, and then kind of have your pick of the litter and get to a position where female sexual leverage can no longer control you, right? Someone like yourself, right? You're religious, you're devout Catholic. Obviously, you're young. You have a huge young audience that follows you. Obviously, on one end, you have the Catholic mindset where, monogamy, one wife, etc. But on the other hand, we know the realities of modern women now in 2025 versus 1955. And a lot of people that are your kind of counterparts, like a Matt Walsh, etc., advocate for the monogamy style, despite the fact that we're dealing with modern women. So as a guy that's like religious, right? That's religious, but still based to what modern women are. What's your take on this situation? How should men navigate the current sexual marketplace, in your opinion?
Well, I did a whole show about this on the Walsh versus Tate debate, and obviously I'm Catholic, so I do believe in one wife, one wife, monogamous, no adultery, no cheating, and you have kids. But I do think that the trad cats, the traditionalists, they're just not being honest about the deal. They want to LARP like it's the 50s, but it's not the 50s. And that matters. They're telling everybody, get married young, have more kids than you can afford. And that was the law, 100 years ago. Maybe that was the rule. That's what everybody was doing. But the whole situation was different. There was a social and cultural taboo against women even being like bossy, mouthy, sarcastic. They didn't want to be a shrew. They didn't want to be a bitch. They couldn't just divorce you with no reason by themselves and then take your stuff and your kids. They didn't have group chats. They didn't have TikTok. They didn't have Instagram. It was a different world. And so, a lot of people it really is a reckless message. And they like to say out of this LARP, pandering to the crowd, they say, oh, yeah, get married young, have more kids than you can afford. You know what the elite would hate? Have more kids, all this kind of stuff. And my message to the young men is you really got to get solid before you consider marriage. And when you get married, it's got to be an extremely judicious decision. If you're going to have a wife, and I believe you should have one wife, you got to pick the right one. And when you pick the right one, you got to lay the ground rules early. A lot of these young Catholic men, they're so taken by the women because they have no experience with them that they become simps, and the women run their shit. And I see it. I know many people that are like this. I know many young men who are married and the wife runs their shit. She wears the pants. And these good little Catholic boys, it's almost like they buy into it more than the woman does. Because a good little Catholic guy says, oh, she's an angel. God gave me an angel and all this kind of stuff. And the woman is thinking, this pussy, I'm going to run this guy's life. I'm the one who's in charge of the house. And I hate seeing it. And for this, they call me gay. For this, they say I'm anti-family. For this, they say I'm a fake Catholic. They say, why don't you encourage your followers to get married? I think they should do it, but I think they should do it responsibly. And they got to put the women in their place. Here's the thing. I find women incredibly annoying. I'm a super high IQ person. I find most people annoying in general. I think women are dumber than men. I find them extraordinarily annoying. And I don't know how most men don't. And if I'm ever going to get married, the arrangement is not going to be that I'm getting nagged, that I'm getting told what to do, that I'm checking in with my wife. It's like, you're going to do your fucking obligations. You're going to leave me alone. and you're going to be my wife. You're not going to be my buddy. You're not going to be my best friend. You're going to be my damn ass wife. And a lot of people say, oh, well, that means you don't really like women that much. It's like, yeah, I kind of don't. I mean, not as friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I think about,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're
like
annoying, dude. I talk to them every day. It's literally, I don't know anyone that enjoys the company of women. That fucking sucks, but continue. Keep going. I'm just hilarious.
I mean, look, you know, you want to fuck them and everything, but like, when I think about, I want to go out and have the best time of my life. I think I want to go with my best male friend. I want to go with my best male friend who's intellectual and intelligent and risk-taking and that. I don't think like, oh, we're going to go on a trip. You know what would make this really awesome? If my wife were here, if my fucking wife were alive, you know, and here's the litmus test. If there is no possibility of sex at all, are you still going to have a great time with a woman? Absolutely not.
Yeah,
it's only fun if there's a possibility of sex, because the game is fun. The game of, am I gonna get laid? Am I, you know, when men talk about that, that's the part that's fun. The part that's fun is not her witty banter. It's not her stupid fucking inane commentary. It's the fact that you're playing a game. It's like gambling. And anyway, so I try to explain that. It doesn't come across all the time, but that's kind of my, you know, maybe my fence sitting position. I'm spiritually with Tate, but by law, I'm with Matt Walsh, I guess.
And that's kind of why I wanted to ask you that so much, because, and Andrew, me and you have had private conversations on this stuff for years, how much women annoy us and stuff like that. And I find it interesting that, and I'm going to turn it to you, Andrew, that they call us gay. They call us weird because we don't enjoy the company of women. We'd rather be around like-minded guys that are higher IQ so that we can make each other sharper. But then normies will sit there and be like, you don't want to be around women? You're gay. Like, it's retarded. But go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I think white people especially have a very precarious scenario because they're on the risk of basically simping themselves into extinction. Like, whenever I see these OnlyFans girls say, I made $1 million in a day, I know there's not a single nigger who sent her $1, bro. Like, that's all white people. That's white people. That's white boys. A lot of them are the same ones talking about getting married. And I can even talk about my webcam company I had, which I've been very honest and open about. All those were white men. They were all married. They all were, I love my wife, and then going to the toilet with a laptop, jerking off when their wife went to sleep. These people aren't even loyal. That's the worst thing about it. They pretend to be loyal, but perhaps they can't do any better, or they're scared of getting a divorce raped. They're not even actually genuinely loyal. So white people are in a really precarious scenario because they're the only ones who listen to women at all, and they're on the verge of basically simping themselves into extinction. The OnlyFans girl who just extorted Shannon Sharp and sued him for sexual assault and took all his money, took $10 million and quit her OnlyFans. All her stories now on Instagram are the Bible and Catholic Church because she just got a fucking payout. And now she's walking around there. And I guess what? It's going to be some little white boy Catholic who meets her, holds her hand and says, I can't believe that big black man did those evil things to you. You definitely didn't want him to fuck you like that, you poor thing. Let me marry you, love you, darling, and maybe get one kid out of it before he gets divorce raped and end up fucking sending money to some other OnlyFans girls. This is a big white problem. This simping shit is a white issue. It's a big one.
Especially married guys.
It's difficult. It is difficult. And I understand what Nick's saying about, you know, he's a Catholic and he has certain rules and certain things he wants to live by. I get it. The life system I came up with was basically me just looking at the chessboard and going, okay, there's the game they want me to play. What's the best move on the board? How do I get children? How do I not end up being nagged? How do I not get divorce raped? How do I keep my sovereignty? And I made that decision to do those things so I can have 25 children because I believe that's the most important thing to do. But doing that has alienated a huge swath of people who then say I'm a bad person because I'm not married and I don't have one wife and I'm not Catholic and that I am a terrible Jew for some reason, not understanding that their mindset is the reason they are being replaced in their countries and they are simping themselves to extinction. They write to me that I'm a bad person with one hand and click Pornhub.com with the other fucking hand and jerk off to girls who are actually human trafficked. So the whole thing is so hypocritical and stupid. But by and large, yeah, there was a pretty simple societal contract which has now been broken. I'll take care of you. I'll protect and provide for you, and you'll do as I say. And that's now been broken, and women don't want to listen. And men are still expected, from the tradcons at least, to do all the work with none of the rewards. And I think, as Nick quite correctly pointed out, it's very dangerous to tell young men to go and sign up for that deal, especially when the full force of the law will come down anytime she wants and destroy the guy. So before, you know, we're right. We have a lot of things to do when it comes to noticing, a lot of things to do when it comes to getting hold of the reins of power. That's all true. But we also have a lot of things to do when it comes down to the simple fact that we need people to have families that they're proud of, that they can reproduce within without being completely fucking decimated emotionally, financially, and most importantly, spiritually. No man is going to go to war for his country if he doesn't feel like the king of his own house. If he comes home and his wife doesn't listen to him and he's getting fucking henpecked, he ain't going to go and defend that street or defend that town. You're breaking the man's spirit. You're breaking his soul over a fucking toilet seat. And you're wondering why they get away with what they get away with. That's why big women's such a threat. That's why they push it so heavily. That's why they have the full force of the law behind them, who, by the way, are men with guns. Men. So it's a really precarious scenario, and I have a lot of young people who come to me and ask the same question, and I don't even have an answer because I'm in a very unique situation. I'm one of the most famous men on the planet with hundreds of millions of dollars. Of course, I can get women to have my kids. Of course, I can see them all. I fly my kids around on private jets all day and get them in and out the house a day. No one else can do that. If you're a normal man, what do you do? How do you set yourself up to win? It's extremely difficult, but it is a conundrum that must be solved.
Shit. So my next question, and this is a little bit more in depth, but obviously we talked about with you, Andrew, your comments on women in roughly 2021 that kind of put you on the radar. You, Nick, the Cookie Monster comment, getting ostracized by conservative media. At what moment did you say, okay, now I'm 10 toes down on this, right? Like, what made you say, okay, this experience right here, I'm 10 toes down. I could kind of go through me and then turn it over to you guys. For me, as you know, Nick, me and you had been talking about this for well over 2 years now, right? And I credit a lot of my knowledge on this topic of, us being, subverted to discussions I had with you, discussions I had with Ryan Dawson and many others. And at the end of 2023, when I got demonetized, banned off a bunch of different platforms, et cetera, for talking about this, because we were talking about this before October 7th. I want to make it very clear, just to add more credence to what you've been going through, Nick. If you talked about Israel, Zionism, any of this stuff prior to 10/7, you were pretty much guaranteed to be cooked off any mainstream social media platform, right? So we talked about it before then, and then what ended up happening is I got all this shit happening, right? So the thing that made me say, you know what, fuck it, was when I started seeing limbs of kids getting blown off. When I started seeing that we were paying for literally what's going on right now is a genocide. I think it's irrefutable now that what's going on is a genocide. Every single scholar that's a genocide scholar, hell, even Holocaust researchers are coming out and saying this is a genocide.
I said it on October 8th and got 11 months back in jail for it.
Yep. And that was still when things were hazy through the fog of war. But now I would say almost 2 years later, right, it's pretty apparent what's going on. So for me, after I saw what happened and how Israel responded and used our tax dollars to literally wage not just a war in Gaza, but to conduct a war throughout the entire Middle East, right? Like they've been doing with, a lot of these, like the clean break memo, whatever. That's when I said, you know what? I'm going to keep talking about this shit and they're not going to stop me. These motherfuckers robbed me of my money. They robbed me of my platform. I'm not going to let them get away with this shit. So that's kind of where I said, I don't give a fuck anymore. We're going to keep going. What was that moment for you guys?
Well, for me, I got canceled very young. I got canceled when I was 18, and there was really just no other option for me, because I basically got canceled within 4 months of starting my career, 3 months. I started my show on February 17. I was canceled by like March or April or May of the same year. And for me, it was the only way out was through. I knew that if I just took my lumps, I was just never going to work in politics. I had already been blacklisted. So the idea that I would get a job at Campus Reform or Daily Wire, PragerU, I was out. And I was out because of my views. I knew at that time, not even just my views about the Jews, but about race, about any of it, it was just not kosher. I could not get access or opportunities anywhere. It was so gay back then. People don't even realize, people forget that. And that's why I think I don't get enough credit, because back in 17, it was like you had to be on board with like limitless immigration and like gay marriage and feminism to be in the right wing, to have a job. Like I remember there were people at like Daily Caller that thought they were based because they would sneak in like the most entry-level red pill or something in an article or whatever. So I basically made the decision I was going to have to kind of build my own thing. I was going to have to do my own thing and change the culture, either make my scene on the outside so big, or by existing on the outside, change the inside. And that is what happened, either with some of my influence or probably just due to the course of events on some level. But it was very early on. I just made the decision that, look, I'm in politics. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to figure it out one day at a time. So I was on the outside almost from the very beginning, and there was never going to be any other way for me. I guess the big thing was I tried to get a job in the conservative movement at the Leadership Institute, and I went there for a 2-week job training. And the first day they said, everybody in the class, go up and down and answer the question why you're a conservative. And I gave this like speech. I was like, you know, France is no longer France. America's no longer America. I'm like, if we don't close the damn borders to these immigrants, our civilization's gone. It's about the people. And which, like, nowadays it's like, okay, that's like 101. But the lady who oversaw the class, she was an immigrant herself. She tanked my application the first day. And so I said, wow, I can't even get an entry-level job at like this bumfuck like nonprofit or whatever, creating Leadership Institute chapters on college campuses. I was like, if I can't get a job here, this is really cooked. I got fired from RSBN like a week later. So that's kind of what did it for me. It's like, clearly I'm not going to be able to climb this ladder at all. So I had to go and just do it myself.
And let me, because I really want to have the audience understand this, right? So as you guys know, I cover dating, self-improvement, all this other stuff, right? I've been recently getting pretty involved in political commentary, right? Mm-hmm. And, you know, me coming in as an outsider, right? And then coming in and seeing how the conservative media apparatus works. It's controlled by Jews, bro. It's fucking crazy. And I don't think people understand how much of a career destruction it is to be a political commentator in conservative media and not be supportive of Israel. It is literally a death sentence. So I just wanted to add a little bit more credence to what you're saying here, because until you go into that field and you see what's going on, you'll never understand how bad they will blackball you if you don't have the right opinion about Israel. And this is me coming in as an outsider observing this. So, bro, kudos to you, man. And I don't think you get enough credit for talking about this shit for so long, and literally losing everything for it, dude. Because conservative media is absolutely fucking run by them. But Andrew, what about you? What would you say was the turning point where you said, I'm 10 toes in now, fuck these assholes?
No, you're absolutely right, because it's an indefensible position by this point to still be defending Israel. And a lot of the mainstream conservative influencers are still trying to do it. In fact, it's tanked conservatism as a whole. I would argue that this whole Israel-Palestine debate has destroyed the whole idea of conservatism as a whole, because I have nothing against Charlie Kirk, for example. I don't know him. I've never spoken to him in my life. I've seen him on the campuses destroying people about the basic things, about, you know, transgenders or whatever. I have nothing against him. But the second he defends Israel, it's indefensible. It's indefensible. There's no way to defend blowing children to fucking pieces. You can't do that. And the fact that they still try to do it, even though it's a completely indefensible position, shows how afraid they are of the blackballing and of the backlash. My mentality was, I guess, perhaps I came to this conclusion, which isn't completely correct, but I like to believe that our enemies, although they're evil, they're not particularly special individuals. They're not particularly unique. They're not actually great people. They're evil people, but they're not great people. And this was my conclusion from going from a Luton Council estate, a single mother household, mixed race guy, all the way up to like the Bugatti Owners Club and hundreds of millions of dollars. And my entire way up the chain, I was like, so where's the good people at? Where's the amazing individuals? And you get up to the top and realize that everyone's a fucking dipshit. Even the people who are running the country's a dipshit. Even all these people with all this power is a dipshit. Keir Starmer's a dipshit. They're all fucking dumb. And I came to this conclusion that somehow all of the people who have agency amongst themselves, who are unafraid of the cancellation and peer pressure, who are charismatic, who are mentally strong, these people always seem to be on the right side. And all the people who are on the wrong side, although they may have power on paper, are very extraordinary individuals. They're really not impressive people. And I guess from there, I just kind of started to push my audience. My message is very base level. It's very mental strength, physical strength, Don't be afraid. Get rich so they can't cancel you at your job. Stick up for yourself. Escape the matrix. Be sovereign. And then I added all this in with trying to encourage men to be charismatic, to say what they need to say in a way that people are going to agree with them. Like me and you have done it on Fresh and Fit. We'll sit down, talk to a bunch of whores, and by the end of it, have them saying, yeah, I'm a whore. I shouldn't have done that. Like that's the job, right? So by trying to just encourage masculine strength and charisma by and large, I was trying to bring people over to our side of the fight because I think our enemies are actually the most unimpressive people on the planet. So once I felt like that was the way out, I just doubled down on it. It wasn't only just about me. I know Andrew Tate fans train mentally and physically. I know Andrew Tate fans are hard to intimidate. I know Andrew Tate fans will say what they believe in. I know Andrew Tate fans are trying to get rich. I know Andrew Tate fans. I know what they're doing. And by and large, anyone who does those things falls on the right side of history. So that was my decision.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, here's a good one that I want to so what do you guys think is the most misunderstood position that you hold? Right? That people always mischaracterize. If you do an interview, it's almost guaranteed to fucking come up, right? And knowing what you know now, how would you reframe it? I can go ahead and go first here on this one. So one of the positions that people always get fucking pissed off at me about is I say, you need to have sex with 50 women before you start thinking about even getting married, right? Make 6 figures a year, have at least half a year of savings in a bank account somewhere, be in good shape, obviously be 35 years old or older, and then have 50 women. Now, no one really argues with me about the 4 things I mentioned before, but when I talk about having sex with 50 girls, people really harping on that 50 number and say that's degenerate, blah, blah, blah. But the reason why I say that is because I want guys to be in a position where sex is no longer novel to them, right? So that they can be in a position of dominance where their girl can't leverage sex against it for compliance, right? This happy wife, happy life bullshit, right? Just because I understand how feminism and modern women in general have changed the dating dynamic or the marriage dynamic to the point where we got people that are religious like Nick that can even acknowledge it. So a lot of people mischaracterize that position. It's like, oh, it's got to be a hard 50. Look, dude, it could be 5. It could be 1. But my point is I just need you to get to a point where sex is no longer novel to you and your wife can't hold it against you. So that's my position that people always fucking misconstrue and try to attack me on. But when I actually explain it full through, then they're like, oh, that makes sense. But you know how people are. They watch clips. They don't watch full content ever. So what would you guys say is one of your positions that's always fucking mischaracterized and you got to clarify? And then if you could do it again, how would you reframe it now knowing what you know?
I mean, it depends on where it's coming from. With regard to the normie crowd, it's like everything, and it's always been everything. They mischaracterize my position on race, Israel, women, you name it. Or if it's from the right, I would say the biggest one is that I'm an extremist. I mean, I don't think I'm an extremist at all. I think I'm moderate. It's kind of like my new thing because I talk to these people and they're anticipating me to be like a caricature of a skinhead or something like that. And when it really comes down to it, with regard to all these different issues, I think that what is called far right, what is called anti-Semitic, what is called white supremacist, it's really just reality. I had a clip that went viral over the past couple of weeks where I'm talking about black people in Chicago. And we emerged from a time recently where there was so much political correctness around the subject of race and race relations between blacks and whites. And so I think the conversation is sufficient now. People see my take, and what I'm saying is like, look, the city is a shithole, and it's a shithole because you got carjackings happening all the time. It's because you have this like impropriety everywhere. We talk about black people in America, people talk about fatigue, fatigue from dealing with black people. It's like we all know in our lived experience in our day-to-day, what we can expect from black people is people being inconsiderate, people being rude, aggressive, menacing, not following the rules. And that's kind of always been my position. It's like, on some level, people look at a person like myself or others and they think we want to ship all the black people out of America. We want to kill them all or something like that. And it's like, they've been here forever. They've been here for 400 years. They've been here longer than my family's been here. We just want them to behave. We just want to hold everybody to a standard where people are polite, respectful, clean, decent, peaceful. and the rest of it. And it's like, now that I'm back on these mainstream platforms, I do a monologue about it. And even the black people are all saying, yeah, I agree with him. I get where he's coming from. So, that's just like one example. I think that we really just need to return to common sense, and not like the gay common sense like Donald Trump, where, he says common sense is like no transgenderism. I'm talking about like old school racism being common sense, where it's like, yeah, we all know not all black people are bad. We also know what's going on with them, and yeah, we don't have some weird desire to like dominate women or, bully them. But we're also like, yeah, they kind of need to be put in their place. They do need a strong hand. They do need someone to treat them in an assertive way. And even as far as the Jews are concerned, for centuries, for millennia, we know what's going on with the Jews. Now, we don't want to kill them all. We don't want to hurt them. People say you're a Nazi. You want another Holocaust? Absolutely not. At the same time, we know they fucking love Israel and they're very tribalist. Is it a good idea to have them run in Congress when they're walking in with an IDF uniform? Obviously not. So we just need that kind of like old school common sense. I would say that's maybe the rebrand. I would say I'm moderate. That's the misunderstanding.
Yeah, taking trips to Israel when they should be figuring out the Epstein files, shit like that. And I'll tell you this, Nick, like, it's funny to me because, people that aren't familiar with you or whatever, one of the first things they say is, you're friends with a white supremacist. And I'm like, this guy hates black people. Why are you even around? And I'm like, that's not true. Like, he doesn't. I know him in person. I've known him for a few years now. Very cordial, very nice. And then people forget that you literally helped Ye with Ye 24. So if you were so racist, why would you be helping a black man become president of the United States? So I always laugh when they say this stuff, when they say that dumb shit. But what about you, Andrew? What would you say is one of your positions that's always mischaracterized whenever you do interviews? I know a lot of people, there's a bunch with you, I know they mischaracterize.
Yeah, but none of the mischaracterizations are genuine. None of them are genuine mischaracterizations. It's divine people hoax all over again. It's the wrap-up smear. They do it on purpose, and they know exactly what they're doing. They take something you've said and they take a small part of it and they take it out of context and they repeat it over and over and over again. As I said, the whole Christian, even the Jewish right wing, no one had a problem with me really till I talked about October 8th, and they had a huge issue with me all of a sudden. And it was all instant and overnight, and it changed instantly and completely. So none of it's genuine. And, Nick's pointing out very basic pattern recognition. That's why humans are alive. We learned the pattern recognition that if you go near the tiger, you get eaten by the tiger.
Yep.
If you eat that plant, it's poisonous. It's fucking pattern recognition at this point. It's not racism. It's not anti-Semitism. The things we're pointing out are simply very well-known pattern recognition, and people are too afraid to say them. But I don't think any of my viewpoints are genuinely misunderstood. I don't believe I could have said them in any other way to make people understand them. I believe no matter how I said it, they would have taken it, twisted it, and weaponized it. And one of the things that's most important you have to understand about the world is when they weaponize things against you, they always weaponize virtue. They're not going to weaponize the fact that, they're not going to sit there and pretend that you're a bad person unless they get to be a great person. So they're going to come along and pretend they give a shit about women so much so they can attack me. And they're going to come along and pretend they give a fuck about the Holocaust so they can attack Nick and you guys and me. It's all just weaponized virtue garbage. It's the oldest trick in the book, but a lot of people still fall for it. So if you're going to tell the truth in this world, if you're going to sit there and say, yeah, this is the actual reality of what's happening, you're always going to get pinned with some bullshit, no matter how you say it. And the most important thing you can do is not give a fuck and double down. Every time I got in trouble, the BBC used to print articles about my emergency meetings when I said racist words. So then I started saying them 15 times a show, so many times that they can't print it anymore. You can't do the same article every fucking day, nigger. So I just kept doing it. You have to double down on it. And a lot of people are afraid to do that because of the backlash. But no matter what you try and do and say, they're just going to attack you with it all day long.
Speaking of mischaracterized positions, and I kind of want to throw this to Nick real quick, because I think I've been seeing so many people talk about this, and I don't think they give you a fair shot. So we got a lot of people watching right now. By the way, guys, if you're watching on Fresh Fit, I'm going to switch over to Myron Gaines X on both Rumble and YouTube. So come on over. I'm going to end the Fresh Fit stream here in a second. But I'm going to ask this question first. So, Nick, a lot of people say that you are a undercover Dem. You used to support Trump. Now you don't support him. You have an issue with JD Vance. You're criticizing him because you're a hater, right? People come at you and say that you're doing, you're trying to mess with the Republican Party, blah, 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 right? Now, I know the reasons why, right? And I make sense. But I don't think, people have give you a fair shot when you give your criticisms of Trump and his running mate, JD Vance. And I want to give you credit as well because you called it April of last year that JD was going to be the vice president. And then boom, fast forward to July in the RNC and he gets, put in there. Because I remember I was there, right? And the first thing he's talking about is attacking Iran, punching him in the nose. So I think it's pretty much undisputed now in the right wing, conservative media, that your predictions have been damn near flawless. So if you could kind of just go over, because I think a lot of people mischaracterize your position on Trump and on JD Vance. I'll kind of just throw it to you there, and you can just take it wherever you want. And guys, come on over to Myron Gaines X on everywhere, on Rumble, YouTube, whatever. I'm going to end the Fresh Fest stuff. But go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the whole Democrat thing is concerned, it's very amusing to me. It's very amusing. I almost don't even mind it because, people are fucking retarded about politics. Like on some level, you'd like to think that we're starting to get it. The people are waking up. They see what Israel's doing. And then at the same time, you have to keep the Pareto principle in mind, the 80-20 principle, which is that like 80% of the population is scum. They're just like worthless scum. Now, they're not worthless, but they're low IQ followers, whatever you want to call it. It's a 20-80 principle or an 80-20 principle. And here's what I mean by this. As far as I'm concerned, we are so through the rabbit hole. Like I got red pilled when I turned 18 and I was in college 10 years ago, whatever it was. And we're at the point now where you have these basic normies. They're just discovering Israel. At the same time, I go and criticize Trump for something or another thing, and people say, yeah, but I mean, the Democrat would have been worse, don't you think? But the Democrats would have been far worse. This is better than Kamala, wouldn't you say? And to me, this is just such like a basic mechanism of control, which is how the regime will play the right off of the left. I almost feel like it's passé. It's trite to even suggest that the right and left are the same. And yet it needs to be said over and over and over again. The Republicans are just as bad as the Democrats. They always have been. Who brought us to Iraq? The Republicans. Who made the economy the way it is? Republicans. Where did NAFTA come from? Yeah, Bill Clinton signed it, but it came from the Republicans. It's like, so, people like to say, oh, but the Dems, but the left, but this, that, and the other. The Republicans are the same. They are virtually the same. The platform is effectively indistinguishable. They have the same donors. They go to the same parties. They're the same people. And so, like Dinesh D'Souza and I debated back in June, and Dinesh said this to me. He said, you're starting to sound like a Democrat. I'm like, Democrats, Republicans, are we really still doing this thing? As far as I'm concerned, it's like there are the people that are disempowered, and then there are the people that are in power. Now, whether you or I are voting Republican or Democrat, whether we watch Fox News or MSNBC, we're still goyim. We're still stupid wage slaves. We're still a bunch of stupid, disenchanted, or I should say disenfranchised wage slaves that are eating Zog slop, watching slop on TV. And here we are arguing, it should be Biden, it should be Trump. There's continuity. Trump armed the Ukrainians first. Biden continued it. Trump gave us the vaccine. Biden mandated it. Trump started the Chinese tariffs. Biden did the CHIPS Act and continued the tariffs. Trump created the corporate tax rate. Biden kept it in place. Trump extended it when he got back in. It's all the same shit. It's always been all the same shit. So, and like I said, I feel like George Carlin saying that. I feel like an edgy midwit when I say, oh, it's all one big club and you ain't in it. Yeah, I feel like a big fucking stupid midwit when I say that. And yet it still needs to be said because you have these dummies that are like, we have to vote Republican every time forever or else the Democrats, they're gonna what? They're gonna make a vaccine. They're gonna let in illegal aliens. Trump did the same thing. So, the promise of Trump is that he was gonna break us out of that. He didn't. And now we need to recognize he's just another Republican candidate and act accordingly. That was always my message.
Shit. What about JD Vance? Because a lot of people come at you and say, oh, you're just attacking him for no reason. Why, what's your gripe with him? I know you've mentioned before that he's another Trumper and everything else like that, but what's your position on him? Because you're one of the few people that have been extremely skeptical of him since the beginning.
This is to me or Andrew?
Oh, no, to you, Nick.
Oh, to me.
Yeah.
They're talking to Andrew. For me, with regard to Trump, in my opinion, it was a failure after the inauguration in 2017. Actually, after the election in 2016. Because I was a ride or die Trump guy in 16. I was a ride or die guy for Trump in 2020. But looking back retrospectively, it all came down after the election in 16. And I really made this point last year during the third election that he was in. The promise of the Trump campaign originally was, it wasn't that we would be marginally better than the Democrats, because that's what people are saying now. They say, well, it's better than the alternative. Okay. But in 16, the promise was not, we're going to be better than the Democrats at the minimum. The promise in 16 is that Trump would be a Caesar-like figure that would take over the government, eliminate all corruption, and literally seize power and make the country great by force. That was the promise. People forget that because a lot of people weren't around back then. Maybe they're too young. Maybe they weren't on board. Maybe they weren't Trump supporters. But in 16, he said in his inaugural or in his announcement speech, actually in June of 2015, he said, we need a leader. We need someone who is literally going to take the country and make it great. And I loved that language. Take the country. I alone can fix it. I will take this country and make it great. That was the kind of rhetoric. He said in April in 2016, he said, we will no longer surrender this country or its people to the siren song of globalism. In October 2016, he said Hillary Clinton is controlled by international bankers, donors, special interests. They're colluding to take over the country. The rhetoric, people forget how hardcore it was from the very beginning. And the promise of 16, to put it succinctly, was anti-corruption. It was that the people, and what's more, he said the people are not being put first because the politicians are controlled by the money. He said, we don't have real victories. We never win. Our people are not being prioritized. And why is this? The politicians won't take action. Why? They're paralyzed by money. They're not really in control. The money is in control. He said, so the only way to fix it is if an extremely rich person from the oligarchy, without taking donor money, without the special interest, if one person could get in and kind of get in the middle and get rid of all this corruption and ignore the media, ignore the press, ignore the money, and only then could they actually take action and deliver real reform, real revolutionary change. That's the kind of shit that yes, that is what we needed.
So I have a question for you both, because I think we're going to wrap up here and we're going to have to do the rest of this another time. But I have a question for you both. Let's assume everything you've said is true. Let's assume it's a big club and we ain't in it. Let's assume that the politicians are working against the people and everyone thinks they're stupid, but they're not actually stupid. They're just working for the people they really work for, which is not you. It's the money, it's the banks, it's the globalists, it's the international interests. We understand that the Democrats and the Republicans are the same. If we understand that nobody is coming to save us, if we understand that it is extremely optimistic to put all of this monumental failure down to some degree of ineptitude, when truthfully, it is a managed decline and it is very purposeful, and they're doing all of this on purpose. Let's assume that all of that is true, which is the conclusions I came to also. And the only answer I found for this was trying to implement a degree of individual exceptionalism amongst my fans, saying, look, it's all fucked. You need to get as rich as you can, as strong as you can, as charismatic as you can. You need to be uncancelable. You need to have people listen to you. You need to go out there and show that you're not afraid of them. Individual exceptionalism was the only answer I came to combating all of these things. Is there another answer? Was I wrong? What else can we be doing? What else can we be encouraging people to do? Because everything Nick has said is completely correct, and I've known it for a very long time also. If you think a political party is going to fucking turn this shit around, you're out of your mind. So what is the answer? What do we tell people at home to do? What is the solution to this problem?
Have to engage in politics. Have to engage in politics. You know, a lot of people are very down on it. People say, well, you know, we're not going to vote our way out of this. No, but if enough young people who are brilliant get involved in some way, either they become rich or they become influential, you know, in 20 years, we will have a different class of people that are running the show. And, you know, maybe if nothing else, I mean, this is how I sort of imagine it in my mind. We need to create a cadre, a revolutionary class. And by that, I mean, we need lawyers, professionals, entrepreneurs, money people, political people that when called upon, when summoned, can go to Washington, D.C. and run our society for a revolutionary new regime. Because we effectively had that opportunity with Trump. I just think about it from my experience. Trump won the election in 2016 and he had no gang. He didn't have any niggas with him. It was just him. So it's like, who do you run the Treasury? Who do you run the State Department? Well, you got to fall back on who's there. And that's Wall Street. That's the bureaucracy. That's the usual suspects. That's because there was no cadre. You know, they had this idea that they would, you know, they had a website called greatagain.org. They were going to solicit resumes from all the hillbillies and hill people of America. You know, and there are obvious reasons why they trashed that or whatever. But a big reason is they didn't have the personnel. There was no political will. They didn't have organization. So I'm a big believer in people need to create this revolutionary class. That's kind of been my project. And before we get going, though, everybody in the live chat's asking about Vance. Can we talk about that before we all wrap this up?
Yeah, absolutely, bro. You know, I'm hanging out. I'm going to continue streaming after this, so I'm not in a rush. I know, Andrew, it's late for you, Andrew, so I know you might have to go. Nick, I'm going to be here anyway, so if you want to stay on, you're more than welcome. We could chop it up more about politics. But yeah, we could definitely talk about Vance if you want, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, because we kind of touched on it earlier, and Andrew,
That's why I asked you that question. I was looking at chat. I was like, that's why I asked you to with Vance, yeah. Well, go ahead, take it away.
And Andrew, you said that, you know, you and Tristan like Vance because Vance is an advocate for you guys in Europe and Romania. So that's why I wasn't going to lean in. But I do just wonder, what is your position on Vance? Do you support him or what's going on there?
Well, it's the infinitely divisible problem. I mean, I'm not going to lie and pretend I know as much about him as you do. You know a lot more about him than I do. You seem to know his sources of funding and all these things. And I don't like to preach ignorance, but it's true. You know a lot more about him than I do. It's a matter of he is the only one who is sticking up for Europeans' rights to speak freely. He is the only one who mentioned what happened in this country where I have Romanian children. He's the only person in the entire American administration. He was all over wall-to-wall news in Romania, and the Romanians were very afraid of what he was saying. He's the only one sticking up for people in the UK and their complete lack of the ability to speak. Now, I'm not saying that everything else he's done is perfect. I'm not saying I know his history inside out, but I am saying on a base level, initially, what he is saying, I completely agree with. Perhaps when that battle is won, then the infinitely divisible problem, once, you know, perhaps if Europe gets turned around and he doesn't have to talk about that anymore, he might say something else I disagree with. But what I've seen of him on the issue I care about, I'm 100% aligned with him. So now you can easily say, but did you know his money came from that? I didn't know. What I did know is that he was the one who was wall to wall in Romania saying what you're doing here is garbage and bullshit. So I support his view he had there, and I respect the fact that he was the one sticking up for us here in Europe. And I'm not saying he's a perfect person for the same reason I respect Elon for freeing us all on Twitter, and I completely disagree with him on a lot of other things. Perhaps maybe it's just, you know, I'm an older man. Perhaps it is what it is. Perhaps I like to be respectful of people who I think are doing the right thing on some issues. I'm not going to pin him down on every single thing he does I disagree with when he's doing something important that I do agree with, and that fight's not over yet. Until that fight is over, until those orcs are slayed, I just want to let him to do what he's going to do because no one else is doing it. That's my very simple view.
I think we got to slay the elves. I'm more worried about the elves than the orcs. We got to slay the dark elves, if you know what I'm saying, metaphorically and politically. I disagree. And I think that in 2027, the Groypers are going to overthrow Vance. Steve Bannon actually went on his show and he said that he might run in 2028 because he doesn't think Vance has what it takes. And I'm with Bannon on this one, you know, because Vance is the connector for Silicon Valley. That's how he got the VP slot. That's what gave him all this clout. That's how he got in the Senate. He's the connector for Elon, for Peter Thiel, for David Sachs, for that whole crew. And maybe you're not interested in all that. And look, you have a different perspective. You're in Europe. I know a lot of Europeans that are super pro Vance. because he is an advocate for those guys. On some level, I understand because you are in another country. I get that. But at least in America, this guy's a big problem, literally and figuratively. He's fat and he's like a major problem. So big, conceptually. And so for me, I said this the other day, 2027, the Groypers are going to descend on Iowa and we will overthrow him. We will overthrow him. Over my dead body will he be the nominee. And you can have it be any way you like. Maybe it'll be someone that hasn't been announced yet, but I'm never Vance. I'm never Vance. I'll never vote for a fat person. I will never vote for, that whole Thanksgiving situation he had going on. But maybe we'll just agree to disagree.
I think I'll tell you something that you already know. You have massive political clout. You have massive political influence. Your attack vectors are something you need to think about heavily, because your attack vectors are not people coming to your door. Your attack vectors are some fucking retard shooting up a school with a list of bullshit in his pocket with your name on it. And that's your attack vector. And I truthfully hope and wish the absolute best for your movement in all ways. I think what you're doing is very positive. I think you're one of the most positive voices on the internet. I've never been against you with a lot of the things you say. I have views on certain people we disagree, and that's absolutely fine. And I truthfully wish the best for the Groyper movement and the best for America. And I'm an American too, and I'm going to be there in September. And I'm not against your movement at all in any way. I just explained why my brother and I were so pro-Vance. And I'm sure, perhaps, if the roles were reversed, if you were getting dragged in and out of Romanian courtrooms, which were a stitch up, if you were getting thrown in and out of Romanian jail, if your assets were seized, if your Romanian kids were not allowed to be seen by you, if you were getting charged every 5 minutes for free speech violations for things you tweeted and things you said on emergency meetings, and the only American politician, the only one who said anything in your defense was a guy called JD Vance, you wouldn't say, yeah, but fuck you, Vance. You're probably not that stupid. So you'd probably sit there and go, well, that would be pretty retarded and ungrateful to do. You know more about Vance's history than I do. I'm just explaining why my brother and I supported him, because he was the one who was highlighting what was happening to us. And it's as transparent as that.
If I can come into this real quick, because I see here, and I actually, Andrew, you beat me to it. I wanted to get your perspective on, the current administration, because obviously me and Nick live in the United States. We're going to be a bit more critical of them because of, we have to deal with the consequences of their decisions, versus when I've seen JD go to Europe, he's been real good about calling out the European government for cucking and not allowing free speech, for saying that you guys need to put more money in when it comes to Ukraine, standing up to Zelensky. He was the one that actually started that argument at the White House, with Zelensky saying you're being very disrespectful, etc. So I can see from your position as an American living in Europe how JD Vance has helped you, especially the other thing too I want to add, and I want to toss it to you so you can answer it, because I don't want to go too much in detail. Me and you have talked privately about this. We know that the Biden administration was heavily involved in your politicized prosecution, right? So anything compared to those dickheads is going to be better. So
I don't want to interrupt, but we have to make one thing very, very, very clear. It is extremely easy for the anon who has a cartoon profile picture and nobody knows his fucking name to sit there all day and be yelling at people like us, telling us who we should go against, what we should say, and all these things. But when you're the one who's literally having their life completely wrecked, you have to look at things in a different perspective. And I'll be honest, I don't give a shit that his wife is Indian. I give a shit that he was the one saying to the Romanian government, you can't do this to American citizens who have done nothing wrong. That's what I give a shit about. And I argue anybody else who was in a cockroach-infested jail cell would probably think the same, including Nick and including you, Myron. You'd sit there in jail and go, well, finally an American politician gives a shit because this is completely unfair. Now, maybe you're different than I. Maybe you would say, fuck you, I don't want your help. Your wife's Indian. Maybe you would. I don't know. But I'm saying that what I have seen of him in my own personal experience has been very positive. Doesn't mean he's a perfect person. Doesn't mean he's the best VP. Doesn't mean I know everything about him. Doesn't mean I even disagree with a lot of what you're saying. I'm just explaining why my brother and I would then support him. It's a very obvious link there. It's not a complicated conspiracy theory.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, the administration prior didn't say anything or help you guys out at all. So I'm completely, empathetic to your position on why you support him, because, the U.S. government turned their back on you during Biden administration. At least
the U.S. government worked with the Brits to lock us up. Blinken signed it. Blinken himself said, get him. Like, this was the highest possible level matrix attack to the tip top. And if Kamala won, I'd be in jail for 25 years. So if anyone says, why does Andrew not go batting against the Trump admin? Well, I just think it would be disrespectful for me to do that. It's not that I don't disagree with a lot of the things they say. Perhaps it's just the old school honor code of thinking, well, okay, yes, everything Nick said is right. They shouldn't be marginally better than the Dems. Completely correct. They shouldn't have fucking bombed Iran. That was insane. They're doing lots of things wrong. Completely agree. Completely. But I'm just saying, if you ever look at my brother and I's points of view, it's not some conspiracy. We're not paid. The American admin don't even talk to us because we're so toxic. We're not on their team in any way. We don't have direct link to any of them. It's just a matter of sitting there going, well, at least they highlighted the problem that was happening to us personally. Very much like if Vance were to visit a fucking family farm somewhere in Colorado and help them with their fucking wheat harvest, I'm sure they'd be pro-Vance, irregardless of what his other shit is. That's all it is. So I actually enjoy these conversations. I enjoy learning some of the things you guys know. I enjoy hearing your perspective. I'm not arguing against it. I'm just explaining why my brother, especially, my brother more than me. In fact, if you look at my account, you see hardly any. My brother especially supported Vance because he was the only one he saw on TV calling for Romania to be a fair democratic country, and Tristan has 7 Romanian children. That's all it is. It's not a complicated conspiracy theory. That's all it was.
Yeah, no, your perspective, I completely understand it, right? And that's why I think it was very important, you know, for us to kind of, because people don't understand the position that you're in as an American dual citizen living in Europe. It's a completely different perspective. So I totally get it. I did want to get into the Iran war a little bit. I don't know, Andrew, how much time you have, or you, Nick? If you guys want to save it for later or keep going, but I did want to get into Iran, but I don't want to hold anybody up. If you guys got to go, that's totally cool, but I'll leave it to you guys.
Yeah, I got to get going pretty soon, but we could pick it up another time.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll save that one for next time.
But once again, I wish you guys the best, the absolute best. You probably notice I'm enjoying my summer. So I'm glad you guys are holding it down and keeping it real and saying all the racist things that need to be said. So I really wish you the best, and I'm not your enemies in any way. And I'm always happy to come online and discuss and explain why any of our points of view or any of the things we retweet or XYZ come across a certain way. Anyone who believes I'm a Fed, I strongly think you should have your head checked. And I'd love to know where these Feds are when I'm getting thrown in jail. And anyone who thinks I'm pro-Jew, I'd love to know where their money is, because I don't have any of that shit. So I know the truth, and I think most people actually know the truth. There's just some extreme people on the right who are going to call everybody a Jew no matter what. And I wish you guys the absolute best. I wish America the absolute best. I'm coming to America, and nobody's 100% right about anything. Everybody's a little bit wrong. And that's what's so fantastic about the human condition. We all need to have different points of view. And hopefully, if enough people have enough different points of view, we can get somewhere near the truth. So thanks again for the conversation. I really enjoyed it, and I'm happy to do it again absolutely anytime.
Did you guys want to tell them what we're thinking about in September? It's up to you guys if you want to.
Well, I know I'm going to be in America in September, so I'm going to be around. So I don't have anything really that planned, but you know me, Myron, you know me. So just, I'll be blowing up your phone anyway, whether we work or we don't work. So absolutely. I'll be around. And, you know, one more thing to really keep in consideration that's so important about this internet world and Twitter and Rumble and all these comments and all this bullshit. I've never had anyone say anything negative to me in person ever, male or female. I've never had a woman even say anything negative. In fact, they come up to me and they dote adoringly. So, you know, all of us are massive cultural forces. We're all massively loved by the general population. And that's a fantastic thing to finally feel after suffering so much to tell the truth. So I think we should all be very proud of ourselves, and we should enjoy it for what it is. And we should continue to do our very best to be entertaining and tell the truth at a level that people can understand and digest. And hopefully we can, us three plus whoever else, can work together long enough to make a genuine impact on the culture, because all these evil people, these scumbags, this big club we're not in, they are dying. And I don't see a future for Israel with the new current generation. I don't see a future for a lot of these things, considering that the youth, the future voters, the future policemen, the future lawyers, exactly like Nick highlighted, are going to be fans of mine, fans of Myron's, and fans of Nick Fuentes. It's going to be a very different world. So I think we do our very best to keep that in mind and keep it contained and keep it as effective as possible. And we enjoy the battle for what it is. And whatever happens, we all get to go down in history, which is a fantastic thing to know. And hopefully it all ends up well for us, because we've pissed some very powerful people off. And as it currently stands, I've suffered the most so far, but I'm not dead. And I hope that none of us end up there, and none of you have to go through what I went through. So let's just keep up the good fight and never give up. Unfazed.
Absolutely. So what I'll tell the people this, guys, tentatively look for September 19th. I know me and Nick had something set up for September 19th. We'll try to get Andrew in there. If things switch around, obviously I'll update you guys immediately. But right now, mark your calendars for September 19th. Hopefully Andrew can make it in. Or even if he comes in the day after, right? We can, do something with Nick on the 19th, then Andrew comes in and we do something else, right? They'll be in town for a bit, so we'll definitely make it crazy. Bring them on with some girls. It'll be a good time in Miami. Maybe do some vlogs, stuff like that. Nick, what about you, man? Are you going to do America First tonight?
Yes.
What time are you going to go live? I'll make sure I get off. Let's move everybody over.
What time?
Yeah.
Oh, nighttime. I'm thinking sometime after.
I guess you are black.
Night. I don't know. Probably 9:30-ish. We'll shoot for. But yeah, no, great conversation. And Andrew, likewise, I don't consider you an enemy at all. I consider you a friend. And it's good to just get on the stream and just talk. And it's different perspectives and it's different views. And that's really what it's about. It's no gatekeepers, no censorship, none of that shit. As long as people can get together and, I think, like you said, we're all 90% on the same side. That's what counts. So great conversation, fellas. Let's pick it up again soon.
Yeah, absolutely, man. All right, guys. I'll see y'all. I'm going to stay on stream, guys, if you're watching. Definitely, once Nick goes live, I'll move everybody over there and I'm going to get off. So let me know, Nick, if you do get a time. I know you're on black people time, though, even though you're white.
I will.
All right, man. Later, guys.
All right, see you guys.
All right, chat. I'll see you, Andrew. Peace out, brother. All right, guys. So hold on one sec. I'm going to go ahead. W stream, ninjas. W stream. W stream. I got a black screen. Give me one sec, ninjas. I got to turn my camera on. Turning the camera on. God, sometimes I'm fucking retarded with this shit. All right, we're back. All right, niggas, welcome. Now, I'll tell you guys something.
I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving! The show goes on! This is my home! They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here! They're gonna need to send in the National Guard or fucking SWAT team, because I ain't going nowhere!
The show goes on, motherfuckers. The show goes on. You guys can chill right here. When Nick goes live, I'll move all y'all over there. I know he sometimes just starts it up whenever. Or, if you wanna go do something else, I don't know. But the show goes on over here, guys. Actually, I was gonna react to some news, and I also wanted to cover a little bit of Iran. I know we couldn't get Tate or Nick's opinion on it because they gotta run. But what I'll do is, and I actually got a lot of you guys sent me a video that you guys want me to react to. A Zionist guy, some fucking loser, basically was trying to say that I'm a hypocrite or whatever. So what I did this morning was I went through his video. We're gonna debunk that stupid motherfucker. So, we're gonna definitely do some reactions to this. But real quick, when it comes to the whole Iran war, so there's a bunch of news coming out, guys, that there's a high likelihood that we are going to end up with a conflict with Iran, either at the end of this month, okay, or the end of the year. Dudes are saying call Sneako and Zerka. You know what? Let me try calling Sneako. I don't know if he'll answer, but I'll do it just for you guys. Give me 1 second. If they don't answer, we'll get into Iran and the other stuff. But I got y'all. Let me call Sneako right now for y'all real quick. And actually, let me fucking connect the Bluetooth so you guys can hear the phone call. We got some high-tech shit over here, ninjas. So, boom. I'm going to call Sneako right now. I'll try to call Zerka too. But I don't know where Zerka's been, bro. Be honest with y'all. He went to Colombia and I haven't heard from him since. He literally went to Colombia. I haven't heard from him since, bro. So let me try calling Sneako right now. He is in Miami. What the hell? Yo, Sneako, you there? What's up, bro? I'm on stream right now. I just wrapped up with Nick and Tate, and everybody was spamming the chat saying calls Zerka, calls Sneako. I don't know if Zerka's gonna answer, but I figured I knew you're here in Miami, so I would hit you up real quick. So, but they can hear you on stream right now. I got like the Bluetooth and shit like that, so they can hear you clearly. What's up? Yeah, man. I was there kind of in the middle to, be there and, ask some questions and stuff like that. I had a couple questions I want to ask because I thought try to get some thought-provoking conversation. Hold on. They're saying they can't hear you. Let me turn you up real quick. Oh, there we go. Now they can hear. Now they can hear. My bad. All right. Go ahead. They should be able to hear you now. I have to fucking unmute the call-in line.
Yeah. Do you want me to pull up to the studio? I'm here just doing some work right now, but I could head over.
Shit. The only thing that sucks is, fuck. I do got my other mic set up. They're saying there's an echo. I think I know why there's an echo. Hold on one sec. Let me fucking fix this shit.
Unc Myron back at it.
Hey, bro. If niggas saw my goddamn thing, they wouldn't be talking shit. All right, I'll fix the echo, guys. You guys should only be able to hear Sneako now and not hear an echo. Bro, I don't want to hear nothing from these niggas, bro. I'm running like 7 monitors here, a 4-point camera system, 2 fucking mixers. I got you on Bluetooth. Like, come on. I got a fucking spaceship over here.
I saw Unc Myron was coming out in the beginning of the stream, but you were able to get the technical difficulty. Did you use Discord or what did you use?
Nah, bro. I was using Zoom. But the problem is that I had a bunch of tabs open, and that fucked everything up. Oh, they're saying there's still
so Zoom didn't work. So maybe Discord isn't the issue. Maybe it's the common denominator is you.
Well, I don't know about that, but still echo? No, there shouldn't be an echo. Man, hey, bro. This is the first time I've used this shit on stream, so you know what? Fuck it. I know what I'm gonna do. All right, go ahead. Now they can hear you.
All right, cool. So, yeah, what do you want me to come to the studio? I'm across the street.
Yeah, you can if you want. Yeah, whatever you want to do. I'll when you show up, just grab a chair, I guess, and just like bring it in, because I'm in the Fed reaction room.
All right. What do you're covering Iran? What are we doing?
I'm gonna cover Iran, and then I was gonna like react to a video and debunk this fucking idiot or whatever. So.
Yeah, I could debunk that. I'll pull up, show love to the OSS.
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. What time? What time are you thinking?
I'll be here right now. I'll be here in 2 minutes.
All right. Shit. Okay. All right. I'll. These niggas are bitching about echo in the chat. All right. Okay. I'll let you go.
How do I get up?
Just, like usual, bro. Just tell them the unit number and they'll call me.
Okay. Can you text me?
Yes.
All right. I'll be there in 2 minutes.
All right, guys. So yeah, Sneako's gonna pull up. Cool. That's better because I don't know what the fuck's going on with this other bullshit, man. God damn it, man. Fucking pissing me off, bro. All right. We should have the audio fixed now. Give me ones if audio's good. See, hey, it's a test, bro. Now y'all know why I haven't done the call-in show yet. Because I'm trying to fucking fix this shit. So you guys should be good now. Give me ones if we're good. I think we should be good now. Yo, if you guys saw, bruh, you know what? For all you hating ass niggas, some of you guys are fucking new here. Turning on some of these cameras on the side. Yo, look at this fucking spaceship behind me. You guys see this shit? Bro, I got like a million things going on here, bro. Okay? I got 2 fucking mixers. You can see the Rodecaster over here. You can see another one over there. Look, that's one mixer right there. Y'all see my bald ass head? All right. There's a mixer right there, right? And then I got another one over here. And then I got a fucking switcher. I don't want to hear nothing from you motherfuckers. All right? Niggas want to sit there and say, Unc Myron. Shut the fuck up. You can't even spell Unc, nigga. Get the fuck out of here, man. Dude's talking shit. I'm in a fucking spaceship. All right? I don't want to hear no bitching. Okay? I got more cameras in my fucking second studio than motherfuckers got in their entire studio. All right? So shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear nothing. Go. Shut up. I'm figuring this shit out, man. Anyway. I had to test it. You know what I'm saying? All right, let me read some of these chats, and I'm going to briefly talk about Iran, and then by then Sneako will probably be here. But who knows? He's on nigga time. How is it that I'm the black guy and I'm more punctual than these guys? I'm supposed to be the one that's late. You know? I'm supposed to be the one that's a criminal. You know? What the fuck, man? Anyway. Why so Iris? Tate, who is Curtis Yarvin? Too late. Bella, subscribe. Welcome, Bella. Theo says, paper beats rock every time. Okay. JC Van, those are the realest niggas in town by far. Mr. B, Debbie Myron fixing a low mic issue, still echoing at 7:04 p.m. Wait, what? There should be no echo. We're good now. Okay. TJ sent me some link. I don't fucking know. Why would you send me a... Bro, do not fucking send me a link with nothing on there about what it is. Are you fucking retarded? What the fuck? Cover zone, your volume is low. Turn yourself up on the mic a bit, please. All right. I got this right now. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to mute the mic so I don't blow out your eardrums because you guys are going to start crying. Guys, I had to switch my settings. Once I get off Zoom and I go like to regular streaming, I have to switch all my sound shit. So give me 1 sec. All right. That should be better. Audio should be better now. Oh, this is Groypers. Stop the cap, Myron. You were late as fuck last night. What are you talking about? I was late last night. I wasn't late last night. Alejandro, Myron, did you see that Zena got arrested? No. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, now we should be good. Give me ones if the mic is better. Mic should be 100% better now. Mic should be better. I don't know what it is, guys. When I connect to third parties, stream like fucking Zoom or any of this other bullshit, it automatically lowers my mic down. So I have to readjust everything. All right? So, but we're good now. You guys should be able to hear me fucking crispy clear now that I'm actually just streaming without some other bullshit. Shout out to GG Stanmere for the 10 gifted. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. And then $500, bro. From Dr. Assad Niazi says, Myron, this is legendary. Thank you for bringing these men together on one stage. The narrative is collapsing in real time and the world can see it. Even physicians are waking up. Hey, bro, I'm trying to help you guys out, man. I'm trying to wake you guys up to the fucking bullshit, man. So yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead real quick and talk about, now that we got this fucking audio stuff done and everything else like that, let's talk real quick, guys, about Iran, right? So why is this important? The reason why this is important, chat, and thank you again for the 10 gifted from GG Stanimir. So the reason why this is important, guys, is because, as you guys know, well, shit, let's go back. Let's go back so we really understand this. All right, let's really go back. All right, bro. Nigga, what? I'm just starting to cook, man. I'm just starting to cook. You got to show up now? Bro, where were you where were you before? Some of you guys might not know. Meet Frank. It's my dog. Ugh, I got a lot of new viewers in here. This is my dog, Frank. Frank, you want to say what's up to everybody? He's a 100% border collie. He's very handsome. High IQ dog. He knows how to O/. Real ones know what that means. Okay. And yeah, bro, he just mastered the race, man. He's 1 year old. He's 1 year old. So he's like 40 to 45 pounds or so. So he's a pretty big border collie, guys. He knows how to do tricks and everything. He can shake your hand. He can roll over. He can give you a hug. Right? If I go like this, Frank, come and give me a hug. He comes right away. So he's very fucking smart. I trained him myself. High IQ dog, man. Super high IQ dog. You got yawn in my face, bro? Okay, man. I love you too. Now go to your bed. All right. So let's go back. Now, I think it's important for you guys to understand, right? How the fuck did we get here? And this is all off the top. Your boy Benjamin Netanyahu has been in power for the better part of 30 years in Israel. And throughout his entire time there, he's done everything he can to destabilize his enemies. Okay, you look at the clean break memo and other, conservative think tank documents. And a lot of the times what ends up happening is they're trying to find a way to destabilize their neighbors. Now, the list was originally Sudan, Somalia, Egypt and Jordan, even though they're cucked now, Iraq, Iran, Lebanon, Morocco, Syria, etc. Now, pretty much every single one of those countries has been either bribed by the United States, like Jordan or Egypt, with foreign aid to play nice with Israel, or been destroyed by the United States with Israel, like Iraq, like Syria, right? Iraq, we went in 2003 and completely just toppled Saddam Hussein. Last year, the United States and Israel was involved in getting the Bashar al-Assad regime out of there, and now it's being run by a former al-Qaeda member, Jalani, right? So, who's now like reformed. He went from al-Qaeda to fucking president of Syria. Whatever. Whole other conversation. But the point I'm trying to make is that there's only one country left that's been challenging Israel's prized ability to become the hegemony in the Middle East. Okay? And it is Iran. And the way that Iran has been able to kind of protect itself and insulate itself is they've had what's called the axis of resistance, okay? And the axis of resistance, guys, is a union between a bunch of countries in the Middle East to oppose Israel. And let me kind of show you guys what I'm talking about here, okay? Iran, Iraq, Syria, etc. And if I go on a map, whatever, you guys get the idea. So these countries work together to challenge Western influence, right? Now, throughout the last 2 years, unfortunately for the axis of resistance, they have been systematically disrupted and dismantled or overthrown. Lebanon was toppled when their leader, Hassan Nasrallah, was assassinated. Syria was toppled by rebels that we backed, and Bashar al-Assad had to get out of there. Iraq has always had problems, right? There's some guys there that are supporters of the United States, like the Kurds, and there's other militia groups that support Iran. It's been just the fucking Wild West over there. The Houthis have been getting bombed by us down in Yemen, right? So Israel's effectively disrupted or dismantled all of their enemies. And the only country left is Iran. And Israel's been waiting for this for like 20 to 30 years, right? So they want to go ahead and be able to finally do what they want to do, which is effectuate regime change. Now, people will sit there and tell you, oh, no, Myron, they just want them to be able to get rid of their nuclear weapons. Wrong. They're using the nuclear weapons as a pretext to justify going to war. Okay? So this is what they originally planned to do. The name of the operation in itself tells you what the motive was. It was called Operation Rising Lion. Okay? And when they refer to Rising Lion, what they were hoping was all the rebel groups, okay, like the Maloks and all these other motherfuckers that dislike the theocracy that's run by the Ayatollah, they were hoping that they would rise up and overthrow the government when it was weakened. Well, how was the government weakened? The government was weakened by Israel bombing and killing, through precision strikes, several nuclear scientists, the air defense, and generals. Okay? And when they conducted this operation, it left Iran effectively blinded for almost 24 hours. Okay? They did a fantastic operation. Mossad came in, they assembled drones while undercover in country. They identified where the generals and the scientists live. And on the day of the operation, they used these drones that they assembled and destroyed the air defense. This opened up the skies for the Israeli Air Force to come in. While they did that, they also launched precision strikes to kill generals and scientists in their homes. And when I say precision, I'm talking they fucking sent a missile into the side of the apartment, took out that corner, killed the guy and his family while keeping the entire building intact. Okay? While this was going on, the Israeli Air Force was overhead from the space that was created from the Mossad agents and were bombing the fuck out of their nuclear sites. So we had an intelligence operation working seamlessly with the Israeli Air Force to conduct a bombing campaign. This set the stage for the United States to come in and bomb Fordo, which is the main nuclear facility that was deep underground. Okay? Under the pretense of ending the war. Now, if the goal was just to destroy their nuclear program, they kind of half-assed that because there's rumors from many credible sources, and now Israel's actually using this source, saying that somewhere between 200 to 400 kilos of highly enriched uranium was moved from these nuclear sites from all the telegraphing of the West bombing them. Okay? Now, the other thing you guys need to understand is that Israel's plan to bomb Iran and have rebel groups rise up and take over the government backfired. Because what ended up happening was, when Israel bombed Iran, the people rallied around the flag. Rallying around the flag is a term that's used where a country suddenly shows an insane level of patriotism. We had something like this after 9/11, when George Bush famously said at Ground Zero, I can hear you, and soon enough, the people that did this are going to hear all of us. You guys remember that? Maybe some of you guys are too young. But that's another example of rallying around the flag. So what happened with Iran was, when Israel conducted this operation, it was extremely embarrassing. Because, mind you guys, Israel had been escalating with Iran for over a year. They assassinated Ismail Haniyeh in country. There was some talk about them killing the former president of Iran in a helicopter crash. They had done strikes. They bombed the embassy in Syria. So they had been escalating with Iran for a very long time. But when they ran Operation Rising Lions, enough was enough. The people took to the fucking streets and said, you guys need to fucking attack Israel back. The people took to the streets. So Israel's plan of having the people rise up against their government 1,000% backfired because the people rallied behind the theocracy. Even the people that don't like the Ayatollah, even the people that want reform, they came out and said, yo, we don't like you, but we hate Israel more. You motherfuckers need to go attack them. They took to the streets, chat, to protest for war. Now, you're probably wondering, well, Myron, why the fuck did they take to the streets? I'll tell you why. And I got this from a very connected guy in the Iranian government that is an Iranian, understands politics over there. For the better part of a decade, the Iranian government has been in a rock and a hard place. For those that don't know, they're dealing with crippling sanctions. So in the political world over there, half of them are saying, yo, we need to make peace with the West, the liberals, right, the reformists. We need to make peace so we can get rid of these sanctions. That's why they got into the nuclear deal, the JCPOA. But then the other half of them, the conservatives, are like, no, we can't trust the West. So this has kind of put Iran in a fucking OODA loop. This is basically them, right? Fucking running on a treadmill. You run on a treadmill, but you're not going nowhere because they've pretty much been at a standstill politically. Operation Rising Lions gave the conservatives what they needed. It gave them a Pearl Harbor event to unite. Okay? And boy, did they fucking unite. Despite the fact that they were blinded for almost 18 hours because their air defense was destroyed, generals were killed, etc. Them boys launched probably one of the greatest retaliations and ass whoopings Israel has ever gotten. Matter of fact, I would argue it was the most significant retaliation towards Israel militarily since the fucking Yom Kippur War. Okay? Because for decades, Israel's been able to enjoy having our THAAD system, the air defense system, the support of the Jordanian as well as the Egyptian governments, the support of American governments. They all came after Operation Rising Lion to help because they knew that Iran was going to retaliate. They just didn't think they were going to retaliate so hard, so quickly. because they were banking on the division within the Iranian government to rise up and overthrow, but it backfired. Next thing you know, 18 hours later, boom, boom, boom. And boy, did those fucking missiles start coming. All right? So, hold on one sec, chat. Sneako's calling me. Let me give him the goddamn thing. Oh, he's already here. Shit. Let me open the door for him. Give me 1 second, ninjas. Grab one of the chairs in the front. So anyway, so they retaliated and they bombed the fuck out of them. Now, what you guys don't know, because Western media didn't cover this, but I covered the conflict quite a bit when it came to Iran's retaliation, was Iran absolutely fucked up Israel, okay? They fucked up Israel so bad that Israel made a law that journalists could not take pictures of the damage. They said it because, oh, we don't want pictures out there because of operational security, blah, blah, blah. Right? And, oh shit, Mo's here too? What the? Niggas just showing up?
It's a reunion.
Huh? Generator tomorrow. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, generator. Okay. So anyway, what was I saying? I was saying something. Okay, these niggas are all distracting me. I'm surrounded by some Filipino guys behind me and some fat niggas in here too.
He's losing weight, and he's a Haitian.
Yeah, I'm surrounded by 2 Haitians right now. This is not good. But what was I gonna say? With the dog. Yeah, with the dog. Damn, y'all niggas got my train of thought gone.
You know, it's been almost a year since this dog pooped on my rug on my birthday.
Yeah, now he's way better potty trained. Ah, man, y'all niggas fucked me up. I'm trying to think here. So it backfired, and they hit them back. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So the press guys could not document the buildings that were hit. And there's footage of this, like German reporters being told that they can't fucking film, blah, 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 for operational security. So Israel did a really good job of containing the media and showing the damage that was done, right? But they did a lot of damage. So what ended up happening was once the United States bombed Iran, they had to go ahead and just like, you know, kind of end the conflict. And the reason why, don't let Israel like fucking lie to y'all. The big reason why Israel agreed to a ceasefire was because they can no longer defend themselves. They're running out of the interceptor missiles. Guys, those interceptor missiles that they were using are significantly more expensive than the missiles that Iran was shooting at them. So in a war of attrition, there's no way that Israel would have been able to continue defending itself. So Trump bombs Fordo and the other nuclear facilities and gets a ceasefire. But you're fucking drunk if you think that that's going to be the end. What's really going to happen is Israel is restocking, preparing, and getting ready for a second fight because their last plan didn't work and they didn't get regime change like they want. It was never about the nuclear weapons. The nuclear weapons were just a bullshit excuse to go in. So make no mistake about it, guys. They are going to go in again. It's just a matter of, are they going to go in at the end of this month or at the end of the year? But it's inevitable that a war with Iran is brewing and it's going to happen. Okay? But anyway, I'll just like finish up my little thing there. You want to jump in real quick? And
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too, man. I'm going to take a quick piss so you can say what's up to everybody. Yeah. And then I'll try to like set up this shit on the side. I'll be right back.
Where's the Dom DeMarco button? What's up, ninjas? What's up, ninjas? How does he do the camera turn? How does he switch the camera? I want to do that turn. What's up, ninjas? Love speech, what's going on? OSS, how you guys doing? Stupid. Great day. Glad to be back in Miami. There's lots of stuff that I want to talk about and get into. How you guys been? Sneako the Unk. Well, okay, Unk over here couldn't get Discord set up. Glad he was able to fix it. It's been several months I've been back in Miami. I'm excited to be back and see my friend Myron. Rumble, missed you guys. I could see the Rumble chat. I could see the YouTube chat and the Kick chat. And we're live on Party. Bro just pressing buttons. I don't know where the Dom DeMarco is. What's up, ninjas? The dog, the poopy dog is in here. Right now, I'm getting the part of the reason I'm back in Miami. I'm fixing my apartment, and I threw out the rug that Myron's dog shit on 1 year ago on my birthday. So I'm Unk too, about to be 27. What's up, ninjas? What'd you eat today? I just had some good Miami food. Glad to be back. But yeah, I saw some of that stream earlier with Tate and Nick and Myron. I think there were some interesting things, and there's some stuff that I want to talk about as well. But yeah.
Actually, you know what? Let me set up this other
Two
mic
mics.
and see if it works. Yeah.
There we go.
Let me see if it works.
You have this is the Bat Cave in here.
Yeah, bro. Tell
This
them
is-
how
this is-
much shit I got here, bro. 'cause
I
you
know,
just-
but you have
just
two.
say, "Oh, Unk." I'm like, bro, you guys would never be able to run this.
Well,
fucking-
maybe you have too much going on if you can't set up Discord. If you have 6 computers and 10 screens, but lag is still an issue, maybe there's too much going on.
No. Well, that one in that case, I just had too many tabs open. That one was just lag. That wasn't that bad. Trying to plug in this other microphone.
Sneagro. I thought you were banned on YouTube. It's YouTube, not YouTube. And yes, but I'm a guest on this stream.
Yeah,
Yes.
I might make it Rumble only.
Think so?
No, I mean like after. We can stay on, but like.
I mean, if you could have them on, I think it'd be fine on here too.
Well, I mean, no, I was gonna like just remove the whole event after.
Oh yeah, you should probably do that. But censorship is really dialed back quite a bit. Get closer to the mic. Where's the Dom DeMarco button?
Down the Marco button?
What's up, ninjas?
Oh, it's top left corner.
What's up, ninjas? Nope, that's not it. There we go. Myron has an electronics addiction. I think so. I think he likes new equipment and new stuff and gear. He's like those Redditors who always wants to get the new iPhone and talk about the tech. There's too much going on. There's too much going on here. And see, now he's getting confused. There's like 3 mixers. I can't understate how complicated. There's a big TV up here, another camera looking at me.
All right, let me see if they can hear this. Yo, can you guys hear me on this mic?
Looks like it. I see the levels.
Can you guys hear this mic right here? No, I don't think they can. Test. Or maybe they can. Yeah, give me ones if you guys can hear me right now, nice and clear. Give me ones. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3. Give me ones.
Saying yes, but it could be this one.
Well, just mute that first channel.
Tap it. What if you tap it? I don't think it's on.
No, it's not. You know what?
It's
I know
on.
what to do.
So, Chad, if you just put a Blue Yeti right here, it eliminates all that. You just put one.
Blue Yeti is fucking garbage, bro.
Yeah, but look at your system. Saying yes, we can't hear it.
Blue Yeti
I mean,
is
maybe
fucking
if
garbage.
we could just share that if you just put it here.
Yeah. Well, here, I got it fixed. They should be able to hear. All right. So, yo, you guys should be able to hear me pretty good on this mic. Can you guys hear me now?
Switch seats?
Yeah, we can. But can you guys hear me now? You guys should be able to hear me good on this mic. And then I'll move over there. Yeah, you can take this one. All right. Yeah, I never thought I'd be using that second microphone, but we made it work somehow.
Here we go.
All right. All right, so we got both mics here. Let me go ahead and move this camera a bit. All right, can you guys all right, you guys should be able to hear me good now. Can you guys hear Sneako good?
Hey, can you hear me? What's up, guys?
You know what I'm gonna do? Let me get you a set of headphones.
I look darker than you.
Oh, well, this is because the fucking light. That's why.
Yeah.
You can move in a little bit
it's
closer
all
if you want.
Okay.
So, all right. So I talked about Iran. So what were your general thoughts? I don't know if what you were talking about with them before when I left, but.
No, I just saw some of that stream, and I've been seeing the drama on the right wing and the infighting. And I messaged Candace a couple weeks ago, basically saying, because I saw the writing on the wall. You know, I've been on the fringe parts of the internet for a long time, so I know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
And more people, I could even see Tate talking about it. He's saying that it's like, why would I risk everything? I went to jail for this. I got canceled for this. And now people are calling me a Fed and calling me a Jew every day. What was the point if the people that I was fighting for are now criticizing me and saying I could have done more when they haven't done anything?
Mm-hmm.
I get that criticism all the time, saying you should have done this, you should have done that. It's like, what did you do? I lost my livelihood. I lost everything. I got banned everywhere. My reputation hit to talk about this. And now the people that agree with me are not showing any gratitude or support. So
because you were on it for a minute.
Yeah, I saw that back and forth. So I can understand where Tate's coming from. And I knew that Candace was going to continue to go in because it's like she got fired from the Daily Wire for saying Christ is king. And now these people are saying, oh, you should do this, you should do that, you know, basically attacking her. And people that should be supporting her for the most part. And I know that it's a vocal minority of the people that listen to the message, the very active people on social media. And the more you engage with that, the worse it gets for you. So I advise her, you know, unsolicited advice. I have her number from something a couple weeks back. And I told her it's better to just ignore it all. It's better to just not address it, or else you're just going to be, you know, you're going to get attacked by the very people that you need the support of.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, you know, I do my own stream more often. I collaborate with you, but there was a big distance for myself with, you know, Andrew Tate did this stream about me a year ago saying that I was crashing out because I was pushing back against white supremacy. You know, Tate tweeted, white supremacists are totally right, and I disagreed. And the reason why, you know, I had a back and forth with Nick was because although I agree, and I agree with you, that we need to remove the overwhelming Zionist or Jewish influence in America, it's very clear what's going on. The solutions we disagree on, and what's coming next we disagree on. Right? I don't believe in Christian nationalism. I don't believe in white supremacy, and I don't believe in like a Catholic monarchy. Because if you ask these people, if you saw the Jubilee debate where I forgot his name, there was
He said I'm a fascist.
Yes, that guy's funny. Like, I'm a fascist. Like, and you know, I don't believe in, like, so why are you even arguing? It's like, you want to have one vote, and I like Francisco Franco. I am a fascist. It's like this. Okay, where are we going with this? Yeah, that's not something that I could agree with.
Oh, Mo, can you pass me a set of the headphones real quick in the closet? I got like some headphones so I can give Sneako. Yeah, no, I know, like you and Nick have had back and forth and shit like that.
We're okay now. Like we were able to speak in Spain, and since then we talk a little bit. Andrew, I haven't spoken to in a long time since he got very upset about that. But that's the problem, is that, you know, the solution that's being provided from the far right, from this new movement, is a Catholic monarchy, and there's white supremacist ideas there. If you break that down, people say like, oh, that's a liberal take. But if you're going to replace Zionist influence, which is an ethno-religion that's superior to everybody else, and you replace it with the same thing, which just on the white Christian side, trying to make Christianity into an ethno-religion in America, then you're not really fixing the problem. You're just replacing it with something similar, right? We can't have, you know, a racial ethno superiority, because look what happened here. Look what happened in America. That's the problem already.
So you should be able to. Here you go. Here's these headphones.
Thanks.
So let's see if those. Let me do a test here real quick and see if you can hear. Is there anything you want to react to or anything like that? I was actually gonna debunk this fucking retard that was talking shit earlier. So a couple of you guys sent me this guy's fucking YouTube channel, and he made a whole thing. when was it? When did he make this shit? It was. What was it? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Myron gets exposed in hypocrisy after blaming Israel.
18K views. You sure you want to give this guy clout?
Yeah, he's not really. Oh, thanks, bro. You're the man. Let's see here. I'm looking at his numbers. Wait, what the fuck? Why is this shit not, bruh? But anyway, sorry. You were saying. Continue. Carry on.
No, I was just talking. I mean, because like last time we spoke, we were talking about doing a podcast, and I agree. Like, I think that there is obviously, if you look at AIPAC, there's an overwhelming influence, but it's like the solutions we disagree on, and I can relate to how Tate's feeling and how Candace is feeling when they feel betrayed by the people that they have spoken up for. When they, all you get is criticism instead of credit for what you've done. And I know everything that I've done on this side. I even saw a clip from a couple of years ago. We were debating with Destiny, and I told Myron that 9/11 was an inside job and was done by Israel. And Myron hadn't seen the documentaries yet. And he was still
a new Pearl Harbor. Yep.
Yeah, and I remember
very red pilling.
I remember talking about like we went to Romania. I remember telling Andrew about Nick. I remember doing the A24. I remember getting banned. I remember all the work I put in. I remember the Rabbi Shmuley debates. I've been there speaking up about this for so long.
Yeah, he was with Gary.
I saw that.
Gary embarrassed him.
I saw. Oh, did he?
Yeah, that's what I was told.
Yeah,
I didn't get a chance to watch the full thing yet, but well, go ahead.
Yeah, so then when all you get is like, oh, so now like basically the right wing discussion from all over Twitter is just like, you're a Fed, you're a pedo, you're a Jew, you're CIA, you're and then like the e-girls are like, you're a whore, you're a mud shark, you fuck black people, you have STDs. It's just like everyone. It's like, what are we doing here? What is this accomplishing besides getting engagement?
Yeah. No, I mean that's a valid critique. Obviously.
And that's why you deserve credit for you're one of the more unifying figures. I was that for a while. I was the one uniting all these people, but now it seems like that's you. That's mine.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, man. I'm trying. I saw that you were hanging out with like Mike Majlik or whatever for a bit. What was going on there? How was that?
So same thing. Like I told Mike because we've been arguing back and forth for years about all these subjects about like Chris Tyson, the co-host of Mr. Beast, who's the pedophile transgender.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
He disagreed with me on that. He disagreed with me on the vaccine. He disagreed with me about Israel's influence. Even Gideon, I lost friendships with people like that.
You don't talk to you no more, Gideon?
No, we started talking again, but at the time, like that was sacrifice. So all these subjects I ended up being vindicated about, but you don't see people
coming back and saying you were right.
Like especially the Chris Tyson one was a huge one where I was on the forefront saying, hey, Chris Tyson is a pervert. This should not be normalized. They're pushing transgenderism on the youth, and something weird is happening, and this should not be promoted on YouTube.
Yeah.
I ended up being vindicated, but then everybody moves on and just never speaks about it again.
Yeah.
But
yep.
Yeah, I think we're at a point where, and Mike even agreed. He started saying like, oh yeah, you were kind of right. So after years of going back and forth and him saying I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist, I ended up being vindicated. So, but yeah, you did a great job on the Nelk. We were all on the Nelk pushback.
Oh, bro.
After the Netanyahu.
Yo, what are your thoughts on that, man?
I think that was really embarrassing from them. I in a way, I feel bad for them, but I saw Bassem Youssef. He's like, you're 30 fucking years old. You have to, I mean, they're called the Nelk boys. It's time to be the Nelk men.
Yeah.
You got to take responsibility, especially if you're going to do these interviews. And I think it's going to be a really bad look for them. It's going to be hard to recover. But I know them. I'm friends with them.
I think they'll be fine. I think their audience is retarded. I think they'll be fine.
I think a lot more people are waking up.
Yeah, they lost some people, obviously. But the majority of their audience is retarded. Like the reality is like people watch stuff like that not to be educated. They watch stuff like that to like strictly be entertained. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like what I think more than likely happened is the few smart people that maybe watched them for as a guilty pleasure said I'm good and left.
But everybody else, public perception, because that's a lot of where they are now, they've kind of stamped themselves as legends in the content creation space. Like Kyle doesn't need to be doing the pranks and moaning in people's ears anymore. He's like, okay, I'm this, so now I'm going to push my brands, do celebrity collabs once in a while, show up on Trump's private jet, and show up at UFC. Now that the public perception has changed, it's not going to...
But the problem is that he's moving on to higher IQ content, but he's not higher IQ. Does that make sense? Like, so like... If you're going to go from like being a prank guy, right?
Yeah.
Doing like pranks, whatever.
To podcasts.
To doing podcasts where you're doing long form content, right? Especially if you're doing long form content with like, it's one thing to interview a retard like AB, right? Whatever.
He's a
who
nice guy.
cares?
I like AB.
He's a retard.
No, I don't think so.
He's such a fucking bro. That dude is the definition of fucking monkey behavior, man. So
He's not a monkey.
and he's fucking he's literally on the run right now.
Yeah, he's in Dubai, right?
Bro, he's wanted for attempted murder. I don't know where he's at, but I know he's somewhere in the Middle East.
Probably Dubai.
Bro,
I
dude
wish
is
him the
retarded.
best. I wish him the best.
All
On
right,
that
that's
case.
fine. I don't want to put you in a weird spot if he's your boy like
But
that.
you're saying that. I mean, it's their fault. They position themselves as political people,
Well, that's
shilling
what I'm
for
trying to
Trump
say.
so hard since
That's what
2016.
that's what I'm saying.
And they don't
fucked
know
up.
anything about
Like
politics.
they should have just stuck to like interviewing MMA fighters and retards like AB and shit like that, and kind of just like because
But the Trump cosign gave him so many opportunities with Dana White.
yes,
with the UFC,
and they weren't ready. They weren't ready.
I mean, they've had people. They've had Candace Owens on. They've had Tucker Carlson. They have Alex Jones. They've had a lot of important. They've had all us on after the backlash. They wouldn't have us on their podcast, on their show. They'll have us on stream. But I mean, it's their fault. So it's going to be hard to bounce back from that credibility, especially if Kyle doesn't want to moan in people's ears anymore. I just saw a video yesterday of Salim licking some guy's dog in Brickell, for a prank. It's like the the levels of their content. It's like one day Netanyahu is pushing propaganda.
Yeah.
The next day they're making out with dogs.
Another thing too. I mean, because me and you know a little bit more. Like that interview was kind of given to them because of the people around them.
Absolutely.
Like I think I'm giving them an out here, guys. Everyone that surrounds the Nelk boys is like a hardcore Zionist, by the way.
Yeah.
Like everyone in their circle, between the fucking Shahidi brothers, the Happy Dad niggas,
Trump.
the people that gamble, like everyone in the Nelk boys circle is a hardcore Zionist. Because you have to be in an echo chamber of stupidity to go and do an interview with someone like Netanyahu and not know that you're going to get fucked up after.
They were really nervous.
And asking dumb questions.
Before it released,
So-
Steiny and Kyle called me and they sent me the podcast. They sent me some clips. Like they were
Oh!
yeah. I had the clips before it went up.
Why did you tell them not to post it?
I think they were going to do it anyway. They must have signed a contract. There was no, because they were like how they were nervous.
Well, they were bragging about it. I know that.
I
heard on
don't think
Twitter.
they were bragging.
No, they got caught talking about it on Twitter.
It was leaked, but they seemed a little bit afraid because they saw some of the backlash before it dropped. And I think people knew what the podcast was going to be like before it was released. So, and in my opinion, I don't think they're going to admit this. I think that they signed a contract. I think that it had to be released.
Well, they had questions pre-given to
that
them. and shit.
Mossad gave them. At first, they're like, it's HR. I'm like, dude, that was Mossad. Like, that was
Probably.
100%.
Or his security detail.
Which is Mossad.
Yeah, which is probably, yeah.
Which is Mossad.
I mean, I don't know what the equivalent is for Secret Service over there, but yes, like, for those of you guys that are wondering, the Mossad is Israel's
CIA.
This is their CIA, and the Mossad answers directly to the prime minister. That's very important that you guys know that. The Mossad literally only answers to the prime minister, nobody else.
Mhm.
So, so that's why, when we talk about all these things that are going on or whatever, Netanyahu has ultimate control. But so yeah, dude, look, I don't have a problem with the Nelk boys or whatever, but like I looked at it like between all the mutual colleagues, all the mutual friends, etc., like they should have had us on way before. Like it shouldn't have taken them getting cooked to platform us. You know what I'm saying? Because like I've seen them put people on that like have no influence. Like nobody knows. But it's because maybe they're a UFC fighter or whatever the fuck. Oh, we're going to bring him on or whatever. Right? Because they know him through Dana or whatever. So I don't think it's a clout thing. It's just like, oh, these guys are controversial. I'm scared thing. Right? But then y'all going to go do an interview with Netanyahu, who is literally a war criminal murderer. And it's like, oh, fuck. We fucked up so bad. We got to bring these guys on that we have blacklisted. You know what I mean? So that was my thing. And then like the other thing that was really annoying, when I was explaining to them like the Hannibal Directive was a lot was like enacted that day. Dumbass Steiny called me a conspiracy theorist. I'm like, bro, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You're over here telling me I'm a conspiracy.
He said
this
that to me
sounds
too.
crazy, Myron.
Yeah.
It's true.
He said that to me too.
And then you know what's funny? Bassem Youssef said all the same shit I said.
And they were quiet.
And they shut the fuck up.
Well, because they wanted to recover.
Bro.
They wanted. They're
They're over there fucking eating and shit as I'm explaining everything.
They
like
were
they didn't take it
vaping
serious.
during the interview and drinking wine.
Bro, I was like, what the fuck? Like, bro, y'all in your 30s, what the hell? But when Bassem Youssef came in there and literally took the same talking points I had, almost literally identical. They didn't say shit. So it's like, bro, just annoying. But again, I think it was all impromptu. They saw the fucking, wave coming. They got hit with the wave and said, oh shit, what do? We need to bring on all the anti-Israel people right fucking
Let's
now.
bring the anti-Semites unite.
Call Nick, call Myron, call Sneako.
Anti-Semites unite.
Let's bring them all in right now. So, and because it's funny because I got like a call like from like a mutual buddy. He's like, bro, you know, what are you doing right now? I was like, what? I'm like, just waking up and shit. It's like, dude, they need you on blah, blah, blah right now. And I didn't like put 2 and 2 together until I turned on Kick and I saw that they were talking to Nick. And I was like, oh, okay.
I get it now.
Yeah, that's when I like caught on to what the fuck was going on, right? So I thought it was like they want to have a real conversation about the topic, but then it quickly came out to me that this is damage control because they want only one person on at a time, and they were only giving people like 5-10 minutes to talk. They weren't giving them a long time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They were like, just let's get people through.
Let's get the clips and get them out.
Yeah, let's get the
you know what's a little bit annoying is they wanted me to debate Destiny. It's like, let me debate you. You're the ones who just brought on Netanyahu.
They wanted you debate Destiny on what?
Probably about Israel, or they just saw it in the chat and they wanted to. It's like I've been doing debating.
I think Destiny's stance on Israel is like kind of like
it's
toned down.
It's killed his career. It's killed his career because now it's shifted. The left is all waking up about Palestine. Oh, so now they're all Hasanabi fans. Destiny's in this weird space where he could only appeal to Zionist Democrats. That's his crowd now. Because most of the left hates Israel. Yeah. And so who's he appealing to? He's like people that voted for Biden.
Some crazy stat came out, like 92% of them disapprove of the conflict.
He's fucked. Like he's there. You see the clip where he's speaking to the IDF saying, hey, if you commit crimes against children, just turn your cameras off. Don't record it.
Was that in a vlog?
Yes.
I think it was like from a year or two ago.
I can't believe you didn't see this. Somebody sent me this clip. He's talking to the IDF in Israel, and he's saying, like, have fun, do what you want, put on the dresses, go and, rape kids, but just turn your camera off. Turn your camera off so you don't incriminate yourself. Yeah. So who is he really appealing to anymore? That's why Hassan's growing in.
He is definitely an outlier on the left for sure. I had a discussion with him. I don't think he's like as hardcore pro-Israel as he used to be. Because when I was I talked to him like last month. I get along with him. I'm cordial. He's kind of like softened his stance on them quite a bit.
Right, probably because he saw the writing on the wall. Is he one of those Zionists who's like, oh, I just don't like Netanyahu? Is that what it is?
I think his position is more, and that's, if you're watching this shit, feel free to correct me. I think his thing is he just dislikes Muslims more. So by virtue of disliking Muslims more, he's more pro.
Yeah, doesn't it show that if you can openly dislike Muslims and you won't get banned anywhere? But if you say the same thing, like Charlie Kirk can say Islam is ruining the West. And I tweeted this. I saw he said
with zero consequence too.
No, zero consequence.
I'm talking about this,
and I replaced it. I didn't even say Judaism. I said Israel's not compatible in Western society. They put it in the newspaper after I did the stream with Eric Adams. So if you say Islam is strong, you're fine. You get Turning Point. You get all this. And now Charlie Kirk is going hard on Muslims. He's speaking at all these events. He's trying to say that they're going to destroy this country. It's like Charlie Kirk. Look at the Talmud. Yeah. The Talmud says that Jesus is burning in hot poop. Yep. He's burning in hell in feces and excrement. Yep. At least Muslims, we believe that Jesus is the Messiah. We have way more in common. Yeah. But they're so bought and sold. Their souls are so bought that they will shill for the people who think that that God is in hell.
Well, there's a huge cultural shift going on right now on the right, and I'm here for it because you're starting to see like Nick slowly rise and kind of take over.
Not slowly, it's a generation.
I mean, compared to like how long they've had him blackballed. I mean in general, but like he's on a generational run right now, and I think Charlie Kirk is going to have to come to terms with, because like what Charlie's doing right now is he's like kind of saying like, okay,
he's jealous.
I'm losing on Israel. I need something to like attack. Islam. So like I'm going to do that. Ben Shapiro did. He revived this whole concept of like pardoning Derek Chauvin, right? So like whenever you start to lose ground or whatever, like conservatives can always run to the culture war.
It's us versus them. You need somebody, but the culture war stuff is getting old. I think that's something that Tate's realizing when I was listening to the stream. It's like he hammered so hard. He did such a great job talking about masculinity, feminism, hammering home those talking points that now they're kind of dated. And it's like people, it's been injected into the zeitgeist. So now the next conversation, the next truth is Jewish and Zionist influence. Yeah. Which in the forefront.
American politics. Exactly.
Which the person who's been doing it the longest has been Nick Fuentes. Yep. And so he's like, that stream kind of seemed like Tate was passing the torch. Like, okay, I was at the forefront of the truth movement, but now everybody gets it. People have heard my talking points and they're not as controversial and provocative anymore. Now it's this. But what I'm apprehensive of and the writing on the wall I see is that this uniting white identity aspect, like, okay, we need to unite, like, oh, all Europeans need to unite. It's like, do you not know that there were 2 world wars where Europeans were fighting each other? It's like, this unity is not as real as they make it out to be. Like European identity, it's like, you can't even determine who's white and who's not. Italians are nothing like the Swedes. And Turkish people, they're in Europe, are they considered white? And even North and South Italy, they were always at war. They were always fighting. They hate each other. Spain and Germany. So if you're going to unite, inevitably, you're going to have an us versus them separation again, just like you pointed out. we're always going to need something to attack. So I'm wondering how long this is going to last and when they're going to realize, like, okay, actually we're different, and actually we're not going to be able to unite the way that we want to, because it's never been that way. It's never been European identity. That's never existed.
Well, you mean like in the United States, or
even in Europe? Like, where has that ever been, like, this unifying European identity? Like, what is white? What is that?
You mean like from Europe? What is white?
Europeans. Well, first off, even the idea of race is a very American idea. Is a very that created like post-slavery. But Europeans never had this, like, okay, we're all European, we're all the same. No, they were actually at war all the time for all of history.
Okay, so
so now Americans,
you're coming from the angle that, like, why try to have European identity now when
it never existed?
When you guys didn't have it before.
Yeah.
I think
so. It's European immigrants in America that are trying to unite based off of their ancestry. But
I think it's more of a. I think their gripe is more along the lines of not so much like they use the European to kind of like have a foundation, but I think what it's more about is like keeping the United States a majority white country the way it was founded. I think that's maybe really the main.
I think a lot of it.
That's the main thing, which I understand.
That makes sense, but
like, because my thing is with that is, like, I've always said, like, you know, we don't go to Saudi Arabia or these Arab countries and say, all right, you guys need to accept more whites and blacks and Westerners and accept democracy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you go there, you acclimate, you assimilate, you do how their country goes. Like, you observe Ramadan. It's hard for you to get food. You observe when they have the adhan. The women that are there a lot of times will cover their hair. They assimilate. But, like, for some odd reason, we go to other places and don't expect them to change, right? But, like, they come over here and say, oh, well, we want you to change for us, when it's like, well, we give you guys the dignity of, like, absorbing and assimilating to your culture. Why can't you do that here? I think that's more of their gripe.
And that makes sense. That all makes sense. This was always created as a white majority country. But when you listen to that Jubilee debate against, what's his name again? The guy,
Mehdi Hassan.
He did a great job.
Mehdi Hassan.
Would love to have him on my stream. They're saying, like, okay, we're a fascist. I want to be like Franco. I want a Catholic monarchy. I don't want Muslims in the government. I want Catholics only. No evangelicals. Mm-hmm. It's like, that was never an American idea. So
fascism?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, no,
these people are saying
they escaped the UK to get away from that. Actually,
which makes
I see what you're saying.
And see, they present themselves as we're nationalists, but they have ideas that were never American to begin with at all. They were escaping fascism, and we came here and established a democracy. This was always an immigrant country, but they're saying we want to turn this into a fascist dictatorship with a Catholic government. We want to uproot the Constitution and create something completely new. That's the most anti-American idea I've ever heard. It's like, do you not realize what we were fighting against, or the Americans fought against in World War II?
You're saying, like, we literally just came over here through trials and tribulations to get away from monarchy, and you want to
create it.
You want to create it,
and they present it using white identity and using Christian nationalism as the most American idea, but that's actually the most anti-American idea. Democracy is what makes America America, not fascism.
Yeah, I know the thing, because here's the thing, because, like, progressives like to use the term fascism all the time. Pejorative is a negative term. It's hilarious. I'll watch, like, a lib or like a Hassan or a Mehdi Hassan or any of these guys or Kyle Klinsky, and I literally count down how long it's going to take for them to say fascism. And I do think that fascism, hot take here, I do think that fascism has a lot of things right about it, right? Like, for example, the nationalism is really important, right? And if you look at, like, some of the most inspirational leaders that were able to lead their country pretty well and, like, create economic opportunities.
Talk about Hitler.
Like Top H or whatever. Yeah. They were fascists because they had such a strong nationalist perspective that they truly were Germany first, Italy first. And I do think adopting that perspective of this hardcore nationalism is good, despite the fact that liberals, like, oppose it. But liberals aren't nationalists a lot of times. Like, these are motherfuckers that aren't patriotic. They want to talk about democracy and all this other shit, but, like, they're not willing to, raise an American flag and fight for a lot of the times. The people that, will go and fight.
No, they'll burn
the country.
Yeah,
they'll burn the flag. Yeah. Exactly. So that's where I see your perspective, where it's like, I can see the problems of you, because you're coming at it from, like, look, fascism has some parts of it that's bad. But my thing is, like, well, I see some good of it as well. Like, the nationalist perspective is so powerful that we don't talk about it anymore, because people are so scared to use the term fascism and nationalism that we've pretty much, like, made it where, don't be a nationalist. Don't fucking sit there and say fuck all these other countries. Like, you have to be more sensitive to globalism and stuff like that. And The thing is, like, what I've realized, dude, is like no sole political ideology is perfect.
No,
A lot of them have different components, and it's almost like you have to bring them all together and create like a fucking Frankenstein of policies,
which is in a
to make things work.
Which is a democracy.
Yes, it's the closest.
So democracy works. So you in a way you're anti-fascist.
What's that?
You're anti. If you're saying that we need a democracy,
Again, that's why I said it, there's components. There's good and bad from all of it, and like you just gotta you just gotta take the good and the bad with what it is. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes, but my point is I'm just seeing the reaction to people waking up about overwhelming Jewish influence and Zionist influence. They're now presenting a Christian white fascist response to it. And if that continues to grow without people pushing back or without people explaining or seeing the right...
Well, I think what they need to do is I'd like to have them like actually break down how it would work. Like I haven't heard anyone
I've seen them. We've been on Spaces. We've had conversations.
No. I mean like effectively, like how would you actually conduct? Like I want to hear their actual strategy from beginning to end. Let's say you elect a president in, and now you guys want him to be the monarch. How would you guys go about dissolving Congress? How would you guys go about making it 100% totalitarian? Like, I want to know and hear, because I'm actually intrigued to like hear another perspective.
That should be a stream in the future.
Yeah.
I've had these conversations, and many of these people, they'll openly admit, you can even see in the chat.
I'll ask Nick one day. Actually, no one.
They'll say they want to have.
Because I want to see how he would do it.
A white Catholic monarch, a white Catholic government where no other religions can participate, even though we have freedom of religion established in the country.
Yeah.
And they also want to deport people that aren't white. If you ask many of these people, I'm sure some will meander around it. A lot of them want non-white people to literally be deported.
Yeah, but we can't those are the fucking retards, right? That's like people like saying like me and you are like, radical anti-Semites and we're doing wild shit. They put us in a box because like they don't understand the ideology. I do think that like, being realistic, are you going to be able to deport everybody, right? No, you're going to have to kind of deal with what it is. And that's kind of why I have a more practical thing on it. Like, people get mad at me. I say, I don't think Sharia law is compatible with a democracy. I just don't, right? You're a fellow Muslim. You understand this. Like, if you're going to have a democracy is, egalitarianism, men and women being looked at as equals, having a blank slate equalism, etc. So the concept of a democracy simply does not jive with Sharia law. And since it doesn't jive with Sharia law, this country should never be a Muslim majority country. And I think there's nothing wrong with that.
But that's the difference. At least Islam has some sort of religious law. At least there is a Sharia law.
That's your perspective. But it's just not compatible because their argument is like we don't want Sharia law over here, and I can see why they don't want a Muslim majority, which is fine because I would never go to Saudi Arabia and be like, yo, y'all need more Westerners here. We need a democracy. No one would do that. You get what I'm saying? Because we respect their culture. So I think they should also come here and respect the culture here too.
Okay, but the culture here too is a democracy. It's not fascism. So
yeah, of course.
Okay,
of course.
But the difference
again, my thing with fascism is the nationalistic perspective. That's what I think is the most powerful and best part about it.
Being proud of your country is a good thing.
And fascism is like the only political ideology that like prioritizes nationalism. Does that make sense?
Right, but if you don't,
that's the good from it.
But that it needs some sort of evaluation because because it's
as with every political ideology. I'll give you an example. Like universal healthcare, right? It's a leftist thing, but I can see why people, I can see why it could be a good idea because it's like, all right, this is a first world country. How the fuck are people not able to get medicine? How the fuck are people dying from not being able to go see a doctor for preventable stuff when we're like the most advanced country? Well, other people say, well, the reason why we're so advanced is because it's a for-profit healthcare system, right? Because it innovates capitalism and makes people want to be competitive. But what's the cost of that? Well, not everyone's covered and people can die from preventable shit, right? So we kind of try to create safety nets with Medicare and all this other bullshit to help. But is it effective, right? This is why Luigi Mangione shot this guy in the back of the fucking head.
Yeah.
So
socialists love him.
Yeah, socialists love him and stuff like that. So you can make the argument that universal healthcare, which is typically a left-wing talking point, can make sense. You can make a strong. I would argue it's probably one of the strongest positions that the left.
Even
has.
If you break down socialism, and I'm not a socialist myself. I mean, because most of them they don't present any valuable talking points. But if it is taking away the money from the most wealthy, because the wealth discrepancy, that's something that the right and left can agree on, is getting absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Like nowadays, there's a chart where you can see the amount of 30-year-olds who are homeowners in 2025 compared to 1995. It's like, I think 30% of 30-year-olds are married and can own homes based off of 50 or 60% in the 80s and 90s. There's a big problem with the wealth discrepancy.
Yeah.
That's something. And
COVID made it bigger.
COVID made it much
the
worse.
disparity even worse.
Like socialists will say, okay, why should Elon Musk have $500 billion?
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, I think I believe that we should make money but why does someone have that much money?
Yeah.
Why is
it necessary?
Why is someone hoarding all of this, but people are overdosing on fentanyl? Why are people not being able to, pay for their rent without working 2 or 3 jobs? There's an issue when a certain class of people, and oftentimes it is Zionists, are hoarding all this money. So socialists saying we should change this system because this is the real power structure. Maybe there shouldn't be a Federal Reserve anymore. Then those are talking points where maybe these can be listened to.
Yeah, I mean, look, and that's what I mean. Like, I would argue the healthcare is probably, I think, the strongest argument that the left has with being creating certain social safety nets for everybody so that people all start at the beginning. And I'm kind of I don't focus on that as much, right? Like my biggest thing is looking at foreign policy, shit like that. But because I look at it like, bro, no matter what, you got to be fucking successful, right? Like,
absolutely. If
you're depending on the government to be able to take care of you and shit like that, I look at it at least with capitalism, you can always improve your circumstance, right? I tend to focus politically on things that I can't control, like us not getting in wars. It don't matter how much money I make or whatever the fuck I do, we can still get involved in a war, and no matter where I move on Earth, the United States being involved in a war is going to affect me as a U.S. citizen. Mm-hmm. It is, right? I'm going to have to continue paying unless I renounce my citizenship. But the United States has such a global impact where the entire world is affected by our geopolitical decisions. Right? This is why people say, why do Brits, Suleiman, for example, right? He's very interested in American politics. Why do you care? You're British. Well, it kind of has. They kind of should follow American politics because for people that get mad at Brits that follow American politics, they are probably one of our closest allies where we literally dragged them into all our problems. When we went to Iraq, they were there, right? Yep. So
as America goes, so does the world.
Yeah, Israel wasn't even there. Mm-hmm. We went there for them, and Israel wasn't there, but the UK was. Tony Blair lost a lot of support for that. So I can see why Brits would follow American politics.
And that was kind of what the Tate Nick debate was about. Tate's all about self-accountability. You need to be strong and rich. People have heard this a million times. And then he's saying, so what do we do? So now we know what's going on, who controls the world. What do we do? Tate's saying get strong and rich. Nick's saying we need to get involved in politics. And that does transcend it because I think
we could do both.
No. But that's if you break it down, strong and rich, that stuff is the base level. That stuff should just be understood.
Yeah.
Right. The next one, the more powerful option is influencing what happens in this government because it does influence the world.
Which comes back to being rich and powerful because if you look at
that should be expected, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course. And I want to take it a step further, add more credence to that, because if you look at Donald Trump's current policies, right? He campaigned on certain things, but he's doing something else. And if you look at the people that gave him money, you'll realize that he's pushing their agenda, right? Elon Musk, well, they had a beef or whatever, but he made him leader of Doge. Helped with advertising Tesla. Until he had that fallout, Tesla was doing fairly good, right? They were getting a lot of push. Then you look at Mayor Mandelson. What is he doing? He's giving Israel everything they want financially, right? Bill Ackman, all these Silicon Valley guys came in to support Trump, and he's doing what they want for Israel. He's employing Project Esther, deporting college students, right? When Bill Ackman was trying to get this done under the Biden administration, nothing would happen. So if you look at Trump's donors, when you look at a politician's donors, you're going to pretty much figure out what their policy is going to be, despite what they might say on the campaign trail.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, and that's why it's so important to get the money, because you get the money, and then you're able to actually, and then you get into politics. You can actually influence shit. I mean, hell, it's the reason why this country is so cooked is literally because there's a whole Zionist lobby where they pull their money together on the interest of they're 100 years ahead of us. If we're going to be not 100, 50, 60 years ahead of us. That's exactly what the Zionist lobby is doing. They became successful. They get money, take said money, give it to politicians. We need you to care about Israel. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So where do you see this going? What do you think the solution is? Because the next couple elections are really going to determine where this country goes and how the world goes.
It's going to take, I would say, 2 or 3 election cycles for people for it to finally trickle down into federal politics. We already see it happening in New York with your boys, Mamdani.
Mamdani, yeah.
Mamdani, and I don't know if I told you this. I think Mamdani is setting a trend politically where you can use being anti-Zionist as a valid talking point to show your authenticity to your voter base.
That was the best example of that happening. That was the only reason that I endorse him. I don't agree with a lot of what he does, but the fact that he was the only one on the stage saying, hey, I'm going to stay in New York City. Ironically, even though people call him a brown Muslim and stuff, and had the most nationalist position.
Yeah.
Everyone else like, I'm going to kiss the wall, I'm going to fuck the wall, I'm going to hump the wall, I'm going to go to Tel Aviv. Right now, he said, I'm going to stay in New York City.
Yeah.
That's a nationalist perspective.
Yeah.
So maybe we should listen a little bit. Obviously, I don't agree with, he's a little far left, but
yeah, his pro-Israel, and mark my words, I think being anti-Israel is going to be the new galvanizing talking
other
point
politicians
for
are
the
noticing
left,
that, yeah.
For the left. The Republicans, as always, are going to be 20, 30 years late, but because they're so controlled. But I do genuinely think that the new talking point for the left to get people in is going to be being anti-Israel because they lost the men, dude. They lost the men.
Even the party systems might change because like people like Hassan say, I don't even agree with the Democrat Party. Fuck Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
She would have done the same thing to Gaza. People on the far right, like Trump, are saying fuck the Republican Party. Other far right dissidents are saying fuck the Republican Party. I'm a Catholic nationalist. So this is all going to change quickly. AOC fucked up. I think she recently signed to give more money to Israel, and all of her support base is very pro-Palestine. And so that's going to be
Oh, you know what happened? I know what it was. She funded, this is exactly what it was, why they were so pissed off. She signed a bill to allow Israel to get more air defense. She signed a bill, to allow for their defense, right? Like, presumably, so they could get more interceptor missiles, et cetera, be able to defend themselves, right? And she didn't sign a bill, I think, for their weapons. But people criticize her because they're like, well, if you're going to give them more money to defend themselves, that directly relates to them, how they're going to attack. If you give them more money for air defense, that will allow them the privilege to attack more aggressively because they know that the retaliation is going to be nerfed. So she kind of had one foot in and one foot out, saying like, okay, I'm not going to sign this bill that will give you guys more money to attack, but I will sign this bill so you guys can defend, not knowing that by increasing their defense, that emboldens them to attack more. But this goes to show like the hypocrisy of American politics in general, where the concept of Israel is truly a bipartisan problem. It's not just left or right.
We're uniting a lot.
I've always said it, like the only difference between like Democrats and Republicans is like Republicans openly suck Zio cock while Democrats do it in a closet. Like but they both do. And that bill, like AOC's like flip-floppy signing proves that.
Absolutely.
It's like, because they don't, and it's amazing to me, like her as a politician, how she didn't get that, but I think she did that because she takes AIPAC money. Because like anyone with common sense would be like, well, if I don't want you to keep killing innocent people, I need to also kind of limit your ability to defend yourself from retaliation because that will directly affect how aggressive you are. The whole reason why Israel did Operation Rising Lions and went so fucking aggressively and is bombing embassies, bro, they've done like, if you actually look at it, chat, over the past year, I could think of like 4 instances where Israel is conducting something that is literally an act of war.
You're right. But they just claim defense.
Over the last year.
They claim defense and they get away with it.
Yeah. Like, okay, let's go through it. They bombed the embassy. Okay, let's start. They killed Qasem Soleimani.
Yep.
Even though we did it, we know the Israeli lobby pushed that. Right? Killed Qasem Soleimani. Whatever. Let's move to last year. They bombed the embassy in Syria, Damascus, the Iranian embassy. That's an act of war automatically. They assassinated a foreign politician in their land during a presidential inauguration.
Which one?
Ismail Haniyeh.
Was that confirmed or was that they said the U.S. did that?
Oh, no, 100%. Here, I'll show you right now.
Okay, but publicly, is that a conspiracy or is that?
It's 100%. Here, I'll show real quick.
Yeah.
Because once you see his face, I think
it was funny. The Nelk boys were like, okay, let's bring on the opposition to Netanyahu. I'm like, they're all dead. Like, Israel killed all of them. Who are you going to bring? They were looking at the list of like who they could bring on. Like, it's done. Yahya Sinwar, all the Iranian leadership.
So this guy right here, he was killed by Mossad. Long story short, he was there for a presidential inauguration back in July of last year in Iran. And they basically put a bomb in his room and blew it up and killed him and his bodyguard. So this was a huge fucking embarrassment for them because you got the leader. And this was, another funny story for you guys. This dude was the negotiator with the Israeli government on behalf of Hamas. He was the chief negotiator. So they fucking killed him. You know what I mean? I mean, does that not prove that these guys don't want fucking peace at all?
They fall back on October 7th over and over again.
Of course. But like, this is just to show like how, they've conducted so many acts of war. Like, so they killed this guy in Iran, which is a fucking huge violation. They bombed the embassy. They killed Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, and they airstrike him. They did the pager attack. They activated the
phone's blowing up,
pagers,
yeah.
blowing up all across Lebanon, which could be considered an act of terrorism, right? According to international
I was
law.
just there, like I think a week before that happened.
Oh yeah, you were
in
in Lebanon.
Beirut. Yeah,
So,
which is so ingenious in a
and
way.
they bombed Beirut too.
Yeah, I know.
They not only did they do the pager
In
operation,
Dahi in Beirut.
yeah, and then they ran Operation Rising Lion. So I already named over just like the last year 5 different instances that were 1,000% acts of war, and then they go ahead and say it's self-defense. But like even in their government and in their religion, it says rise up and kill them first. That's literally their motto. So AOC signing this thing, saying like, oh no, it's for defense. No, bitch, because your ability to defend yourself directly influences how hard you can hit. The only reason Israel does all the bullshit that it does, saying self-defense as a ridiculous fucking excuse, is because they know that we're going to protect them from their really reckless, I call it cowboy foreign policy. So,
What do you like Mamdani?
I mean, nah, man, I'll be honest with you, bro.
Yeah.
But
I mean, he proves my point that people like Mamdani are worth listening to if they're giving the most
I respect him,
nationalist
though.
position.
You know
I respect that, and also
I don't like him, but I respect him.
And if you follow the far right narrative, which is that they want to establish a white Catholic monarchy government where Mamdani would get deported or just never be able to run, Andrew Cuomo is the alternative. He's a white Christian, so
Total cuck for Israel.
of their standards, Andrew Cuomo, who has direct ties to Epstein, would be able to run for office. But Mamdani, the only attack that they have against him is that he rents an apartment that's too much money. That's $300 in Astoria. So if you're going to discredit all these people because they're brown and because you want a white Catholic government, then you're only allowing a lot of people that have direct ties to Epstein. Same thing with Trump. He would be able to be in your government, but look how compromised he is. So I think it's worth looking at, alternative options. Although, some of this stuff is pretty ridiculous. And I saw you tweeting about the guy running for mayor in Minneapolis. He looks like, look at me. I am the captain now. He looks like a pirate.
I mean, look, man. Call me racist or whatever, but I don't think Somalia niggas should be running anything politically in America, bro. They call me a racist, whatever. Some people
why is that?
Huh?
Why?
Yeah. Well, if he basically wants to fucking bring in some socialism as well.
Okay, but
he has similar.
What do you think is worse? This is a would you rather? Would you do you think it's worse that there's brown socialists or that there's Epstein-linked white Christians? Epstein-linked Christians that are fucking kids and getting away with it, or brown socialists?
Evangelical Christians, no, they're both terrible. We need real Christians in there that aren't like.
So who are the real Christians?
That's a good question. The ones that
because that's never explained.
Yeah. The guys that aren't because I had a conversation with this with Andrew Wilson. The guys that don't think that we have a religious duty to protect Israel.
So that's what Ted Cruz said on Tucker.
Yeah,
Ted Cruz says that in the Bible,
like all those guys, we got to get them out of there.
Right. Ted Cruz's Bible was probably rewritten by Jews to go and support Israel. Said like God blesses those who bless the state of Israel.
Schofield,
so he literally believes religiously that he needs to be a Zionist.
Yes.
So now you eliminate that group. So now they're not Christian according to you. So now it's just Orthodox and Catholics, or because even a lot of them disagree and call the others Pharisees.
Yeah, they disagree, but they're solid on their dislike of. They're solid on interpreting properly that supporting Israel is not in the Bible.
Okay,
the modern state of Israel, they're solid on that.
Another problem arises because if you have a Christian Catholic monarchy, then you have to show allegiance to the Pope. In Orthodox Christianity, there's no Pope.
Yeah.
So already there's a huge problem.
Yeah. Well, so again, I don't either or is not really my biggest thing is like as long as we're not supporting this modern terrorist state called Israel. And I think both of them agree on that. Now, when it comes to the Pope and the church and everything, that's completely different. It is what it is. That's why we have the separation of church and state. My thing is,
well, that won't exist anymore in their government. If we get a fascist Catholic government, we're not going to have separation of church and state anymore.
We're not going to get a fascist government. These dudes say this shit to be funny and edgy, but
you think so? You think it's just being funny and edgy? Because that's how a lot of these talking points started.
Cases, yeah, I think in some of these cases, I just don't think it's like actually really feasible. I think people are just like saying things because like more people are becoming conservative. So like the way to differentiate yourself is just be more and more extreme to a degree.
You're just showing how extreme you are.
Yeah. But the reality is in practice, like let's be honest here, are we going to get a Christian white nationalist monarchy? No, we got to kind of at this point the only thing you can do is limit immigration, stop the bleeding. Tell people to have more kids, right? Tell people bring back the nuclear family. That's really the only thing that you're gonna be able to do, and then obviously try your best to maintain, you know, a white or Christian majority is really the only thing you can do. But like, yeah, when you got people like this guy, the guy that wants to be mayor in Minnesota, like they're bringing in like, so the problem is that these guys they have a different ideology and they come from a different part of the world where if their country wasn't a piece of shit, they'd be running socialism. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? So they come over here and bring that ideology like, oh,
like the reason you're
here
in
America
is because it didn't work there.
Yes. That's my problem. So like this mayor in Minneapolis, I forget his name, I think he's Somalian or Ethiopian. And then Mamdani, like they come from countries that failed with that fucking mantra of socialism, and they want to bring it here because like, okay, well, we got a better infrastructure here. Mm-hmm. We can do it here, not knowing that it's a failed system in itself, unless you're going to have certain things in play. If we're going to be honest, the only person that did socialism right was a guy with a mustache back in the 40s. We're going to be honest.
That one's hard to describe because like
he's the only person I've seen successfully implement socialism. I can't think of anybody else, bro. From 1933 to 1938, that 5 years, that was a golden era for Germany, and they became the strongest economy in the world. I don't think anyone has been able to replicate that.
So why is he only called a fascist and not a socialist now? Even though I understand it's a national socialist party.
Because fascist is a pejorative term.
Okay.
And just most people don't even know what it means. So like they're like, oh, it's negative. Just call them that. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean.
But this is what I'm saying in the chat. They're saying Sneako hates America. This is a Christian country. It's like I am pushing pro-American ideas. That this is a democracy. That we have freedom of religion. That we have that.
Well, this discussion right now is American.
Exactly. That this,
like the fact that we can have this discussion and you guys are able to be in the chat and disagree.
But you see how many people get upset if you say like I'm not a fascist. People are like, oh, you fucking hate America. This is a Christian country. The founding fathers weren't even Christian. A lot of these people had
Protestants.
They were Protestants. They had new ideas about. A lot of them were atheists. I don't even think George Washington was a Christian. They believed in these futuristic European ideas. I forgot the term. About enlightenment.
I did read somewhere that a lot of the framers. I did read somewhere that like a lot of the framers were atheists. Yeah, I don't know who
atheists. They believed in the Enlightenment movement. So when I say that freedom of religion is part of American identity, people get upset, and it's like they don't understand that being proud. If you want to be proud to be white, that's good. That's fine. If you want to be proud to be Christian, that's good. That's fine. But that's not what makes America America. Is having a fascist Catholic dictatorship. That needs to be established because I'm blown away that people get so upset when they hear that. It's the whole reason that this country exists.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like that's absolutely that's really what it comes down to. What was I gonna say? Shit, we've had this here for a minute.
But also, there's another one. You see when they call,
what happened?
When they call me a Jew, when they say like now they say I'm Jewish. I get this from.
Well, you are Jewish though.
Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, no, I'm 12% Jewish.
Yeah.
But when people use that as an insult, it's like, do you know who else is Jewish if you're Christian?
Jesus.
God.
Yeah.
God is Jewish, according to you.
Yeah.
So when you use that, because Jesus was ethnically Jewish, and he was fully ethnically Jewish, I'm 12%. They use that like, oh, you can't be trusted. Then by your logic, you don't trust God. This is the crazy part about this awakening, and people need to check and really understand what they're saying and what they're echoing, because there's a lot of hypocrisies there.
No, it's funny, man. It really is. It's fucking. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you want to? We covered a lot there. What else did you want to hit?
We can cover your video.
You want to do it?
Yeah, sure.
You sure? Should we give this guy? Because you are kind of right. But the only reason I am is because these dudes in the chat fucking told me to react to this shit. And I do have like a little thing here.
Breakdown. These debates are going crazy. I saw a clip that went stupid viral about you talking about 9/11 and Larry Silverstein.
Yeah.
And no, these are great.
Yeah. No, I got to give you your credit, bro. Like you were definitely a part of the me looking out, because I've always been an open-minded individual, right? So like I will look at things if somebody tells me. I'll read some of these chats. Okay, the link I sent you is okay, but it's probably best I didn't tell you what it was. It's irrelevant anyway, and it doesn't need any attention. That's my bad. Yeah, bro. Like, guys, the one of the things that's the most annoying thing is you guys send me random links, thinking I'm just gonna like fucking post it and show it on screen. Like, come on, guys, have a little bit of common sense here, man. Okay, especially for you OSS members, man. When you guys know I'm gonna read your chats. Have you seen Netanyahu taking the piss out of Australian recognition of Palestine? Yeah, he's very mad about that. And guys, just so you know, I read 10 and up only on chats. I'm only reading OSS guys. If you're doing it. Or just join OSS. It's $1 to join. Okay, Kinetic says, "Will Sneako
Wait,
wear
how much is
the
it to join OSS? I got to join.
It's $1 to join.
Is there an app?
Yeah, locals.
Oh, there is?
Locals.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to sign up right now.
Oh shit! Look at that, man. Supporting your boy. Actually, you know what? You could do. Click the link and see if it works. How the fucking thing works. I actually like to see. Oh, or no, you already got a locals account.
Yeah,
Never
I haven't
mind.
opened up locals in a
Okay,
while.
that's fine. Will Sneako wear the clan hood? No, he will not.
Yeah, that's what I was like. That I just don't agree with the white supremacy. I understand that these people they're anti-Zionist influence, but it's like this is the problem, bro. I mean, racial superiority is the problem.
Tatter Brilliant, Travis Hunter thought wife already asking for $40K in a divorce. What? No, bro. Didn't they just get married?
Who did he get married to? Oh, the black guy.
No way.
Who's Travis Hunter?
Let me make sure I'm not wrong about this. Because if it's what I'm thinking, bro.
Hey, love speeches to you guys.
Hold on. Yeah, this is him. Yeah, is
they already get a divorce?
Breaks down over wife getting pregnant. But wait, what?
No, that's got to be clickbait, bro.
Yeah, that's got to be clickbait.
There's no way he got divorced already.
Yeah, these dudes are telling me this shit.
There's no chance, bro.
Bruh.
We would have seen that all over X. Yeah, this is all clickbait, bro.
Oh.
Can they see the screen? Travis Hunter announced his transfer from Jaguars after teammates smashed his wife. There's no way that's...
Yeah, I don't know. This might be a troll, man.
No. There's no way.
Okay. Tad, give me a link that is real. Fred Garcia, Project Rise Line was only a failure because Iran called us before bombing our battleship. And was supposed to escalate enough to get us into war in order to use line tamer. No, dude. What? No, Fred Garcia. No. Line tamer was a failure because Israel hoped that they would be able to spark a coup, a color revolution, and it failed. Good evening. Fresh updates. Okay. Mr. Drippy, tell Myron to respond to.
Nah, just really. No.
Bro, why the fuck am I going to go ahead and respond to irrelevant people, bro? God damn, man. JC Van, all good. Yeah. Okay. Top 8 says, Sneako looked like a kid who gets to have his big brother's toys. That set up, though. W Myron, W Sneako. Okay. DC Shabazz, I don't know. W Stream, it's real nigga day. You know it. Ban Clay says, hey, man, you think Putin and Xi Jinping know about what's going to happen to the USA in the future? Zionists control our government. Do you think they're waiting for us to weaken our nation?
Absolutely. I think Putin and Xi Jinping, they see the writing on the wall, and they know that they can...
I think China's waiting to invade Taiwan based on that.
They're waiting.
Joe says, yo, I forgot to tell you, that dude that said he was a fascist used to LARP in Camarilla Vampire Organization? What? Okay. White Ninja, Myron, Nick, Andrew, Sneako, all in one day crazy. Yeah, I got y'all, man. Myron, a second, the White Ninja.
Oh, he finished it. He said, it's crazy. Best of the best. Please call Zerka to complete the mission. What's Zerka up to? You still talk to him?
I haven't seen him in a minute, bro.
What is he doing?
I don't know. Okay, they're saying Travis Hunter's wife just filed for divorce and is demanding $40 million. No way.
There's no chance. I thought it was 40K and I was saying 40 million.
Yeah, how would it go from 40K to 40 million?
Clickbait. I want to see a real source on that.
TJ, we need a real source on that, bro. I'm sorry, but I can't understand Sneako's take. I thought America was founded by white people, so that's the problem. If Nick says the country should be majority white, also, why shouldn't the regime be white?
Okay, of course, this country was always majority white, but there's a difference between having a Catholic monarchy, which is not American. That's not an American.
Okay.
Like, and replacing democracy with fascism.
You don't have it. Okay, so your argument isn't so much on the race, rather on the government structure.
The government structure, and also that there's a lot of people that genuinely believe not only that Jesus was white, that he was a white dude, that's an issue, and people who hold white supremacist ideologies, because that's the reason that America got subverted by Israel, is because of the idea that the Jews are the chosen people, that they deserve this land. This land was promised to us. If you replace one control mechanism with another that's identical, you're gonna repeat the cycle.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh God. All right, guys. I might have to up the thing because I got a lot of chats here. I might have to up even the OSS because we got a lot of chats here. Okay. Jacoby, I'm sorry, but I can't understand Sneako. Oh, no, he answered that. Okay, Sovereign Myron, I hope you forgive my ignorance. Is there something I missed? It's becoming harder to keep up with all the content since you're streaming like 20 hours a day lately.
Damn,
But
yeah, you're
I thought you and Nick were going to start a regular show together. Am I mistaken? Did things change or what? Stay tuned. TJ, Myron and Sneako, are you guys still thinking of doing Operation Control Chaos? That's a question for you. But I don't think you don't got to answer it.
I mean, it's possible, but it's just like things need to be like last year. There was, they declared there was like a war going back and forth. Like there was so much pushback. I faced so much scrutiny from these people because I just said like I'm not a white supremacist, and then people said you're crashing out, and a lot of people in this space were attacking, and then everyone just moves on. But nobody said it was wrong. So I think we could resolve that, and I'm open to it.
Okay. Nick is right. Getting politically active is to play politics, the popularity contest. The guy, they fear guys like you. Yeah, that's why they kept Nick down for so long, but he's coming out. Become president is hard, sure, but people win mayor with 500 votes. Fair. Gasman Stein, subscribe for the year. Thank you so much, bro. Yeah, guys, if you use the code JFK911, you get in for a year for only $50. Or you can use OSS Army 110 to get in for $1. And then it goes to 10 after that. I really want to like them boys, but they're making it hard. Wouldn't you think that since they were targeted by a group of people like a superiority complex, wouldn't develop a superiority? I mean, bro, it's in their religion. All right, Europe was only united by Catholic Church and Jesus, hence the Crusaders' percent factor. I don't know. I think that was towards you. Kem, the ancestry was leaving the king, the starting of a new country and fighting a war to defend it. Okay. OSS Groyper says L take by that 1% Jew. It's 12%, bro. Get it right. Let's see here. Demetrius, yo, Myron, y'all are a dream team trio. But
I mean, he says that, but hit God, according to you, is 100% Jew. And also, like, I'm not by, because understand it's an ethno-religion. So if you're going to use that against, like, okay, yes, he wasn't by faith, but he was by ethnicity, 100%. God is Jewish, according to you. And I'm 12%. My grandfather fled Europe after the Holocaust, married a black woman. All that stuff's true. It's really weird learning this like later on in my life, man.
Yeah. Yeah, Demetrius says we're a dream trio. Appreciate that. Can you give a breakdown of your current setup? It's complex, bro. And to be honest, I probably wouldn't break it down for free. Joe says, Myron, as I said before, I'm a socialist and I'm a nationalist. I believe in in America first, but that means America should get the benefit of our resources there in our land. All of us, not just some dude that has a gold-plated yacht inside another one, okay? Joe says the left and right need to unite if we're going to counter
I want to, man. Like one that you might know what I'm talking about. There's one dude that we're starting to get closer to agreeing upon on the left as time goes by.
But Hassan is so much of a bitch, bro. He's so scared of being canceled. Bro, he couldn't even, he's a fucking coward. Oh, I can't even be on stream with these guys. When with the Nelk shit.
Well, because he would get banned on Twitch.
You get banned for just collabing?
You didn't know that?
For collabing?
Yeah.
Off platform?
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah.
No, but let's say
I show up, if you or me show up, you're still banned on Twitch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll get banned. You can't show people on Twitch. I can't believe you didn't know that.
No, I know that. But let's assume he's not streaming.
Oh, no, but he wouldn't do it off stream. That's what he's saying. He probably should, morally, I can see that, but he's going to do it on stream, and he can't do it on stream.
Okay, I see what you're saying, because he only streams on Twitch.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, if we appear on his stream. But do they still ban you if you're let's say he streamed on fucking YouTube. Would he get banned on Twitch?
No, he'd be fine.
Okay. See, bro, Twitch is so garbage, bro.
I know.
It is literally it almost fucks you up as a creator too, because it's you can't collab with other people. You can just go on their shit, but you can't dual stream. Does that make sense?
It's that's how they hold the top spot.
Well, this is why Kick is fucking them up now.
That's why Mr. Beast
and I hope Kick continues to fuck them up.
Mr. Beast going over to Kick is a major chess move for them. Did you see that? He just made an account, just started. He's live right now doing the charity stream.
Yeah.
He's really applying pressure on Twitch right now, which is good. I love to see it.
Something about him comes off as strange, but
yeah, people keep saying that, but you really believe that? I keep seeing that rhetoric.
He strikes me as a guy, and I don't know you know him personally, so I'm open to you telling me, correcting me if I'm wrong.
You should go full cam for this for the clip. Okay.
Because I had to switch it over here, some shit.
Fair.
You mean? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. That's what you mean. He just strikes me as inauthentic. If I can put one word to describe the sense I get from him, it's inauthentic. I could be wrong, right? But I just get the sense that everything he does needs to be done in front of a camera for a desired effect. Does that make sense?
So he doesn't actually genuinely want to do the stuff.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's all done with a purpose in mind. So, like, I'll give you an example of what I mean. Me and you, right? We were being in Miami, whatever. How many times have me and you stopped and bought food from people, right? Like homeless people. It's happened a few times, right?
Yeah.
I
did it last night.
There you go,
Yeah.
right?
Well, I just said it, and so now it's kind of invalid. I said it on camera, but
yeah, but you get my point. Like,
yeah,
he strikes me as a guy that he's not doing nothing if a camera's not on. Does that make sense?
No,
if a camera's not on, I'm not doing it.
No, I worked with him personally.
Okay.
I saw him give money to employees off camera that he didn't need to do the right thing. And maybe it was because the way I do think he thinks about it, like, okay, I'm incentivized to do this because I want to keep them on my good side so that they don't, affect me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he just strikes me as a guy like everything he does is
strategize.
There's a strategy behind it, and he's playing chess. Now, let me be very clear about this. You don't achieve that level of success without being able to think 2 to 3 moves ahead.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that mindset bleeds over into other parts of his life. I'll give you an example. Like if you work out, right, and you're serious about the gym, by definition, you're not a lazy person. And that discipline that you exercise with the gym gets extended to other things that you do. I think with Mr. Beast, he's methodical and he's good at what he does with YouTube. And it's going to be very difficult for him to separate himself from that methodical mindset, even in his private life when he does things.
He's just like,
does that make sense?
He's just autistic, like, I wouldn't, not in a bad way, but like.
And that's precisely what I mean.
He's a high IQ guy who probably has Asperger's from that. And in any other field, he'd be like a chess grandmaster, or he would be, the CEO of a major company. He just invests everything into this. And unfortunately, when you make videos and you make content, it all is for the camera.
That's precisely what I mean.
That's why he's the best at what he does.
Yeah.
But it's not that he's an inauthentic guy. It's that he's just really good at what he does.
But two things could be true. He could be really good at what he does,
but inauthentic,
while not being authentic.
Inauthentic would be like, he turns the camera off like, fucking hate this shit. Like,
no, I think he enjoys doing it.
Yeah.
But like, let me give it, okay, let's have fun with this. If he turned a camera on and did something, right? And that person benefited immensely, but then he goes over to his camera and the capture card wasn't in there, he's flipping tables. He's breaking fucking everything.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like he'll feel good, right? Obviously, because from a human being, like, oh yeah, I helped this person. But then as soon as he walks over to that fucking Sony camera, and realizes that it wasn't recording or didn't have a memory card, and he's flipping everything, bro.
Yeah.
That's I don't know if you guys agree, but that's what I think it is.
Yeah. You just got a big $300 super chat in the Rumble chat.
Oh shit.
$300 right there.
Oh, DPG, Myron Dope Stream, what's up, Sneako? Good to see you here, bro. Thank you so much, DPG. I appreciate you, bro. There got like 20,000 of you guys in here, man. So I'm glad that you guys are here enjoying the stream. We're diversified. Thank you, DPG, for that. Appreciate that greatly. Okay.
Click this one.
This dude Spliff says, I'm getting tired of Sneako bashing Christianity. Bro, come on.
I see, but that's the victim mindset that I'm talking about. Right? Okay, look.
You can't win with these religion wars, bro. That's why I stay away from religion.
It's not a religion war because it's part of the discussion. You don't stay away from religion. We talk about Israel and Judaism all day.
No. I keep it strictly, bro. I don't talk about.
But you can't talk about Israel without talking about Judaism too.
No. But I stay away from the Talmud. I stay away from fucking their scripture.
Well, your dono pictures is the greedy rabbi with the hand.
Yeah. But that's like.
So you're not
that's
really
a joke.
I don't think you're avoiding religion. You're just avoiding because there's a victim mindset that people don't talk about. I'm explaining
with the religion.
Yeah, like there's a victim mindset here.
I'll
I
give
can
an
explain
example.
that a Catholic monarchy doesn't make sense. Like you're bashing Christianity, but at the same time they'll talk about the prophet. They'll talk. Of course. They'll say it's a brown religion. They say you're low IQ. They'll call you a mutt. They say it's for black people. They say it's ritualistic.
Let me clarify my position. When I say that I stay away from religion, like I'm not the type of guy to go into a debate with a Zionist and be like, your Talmud says you can touch 3-year-olds or some shit like that,
or to the politics
or that Jesus is burning excrement. Like I never go into a debate against a Zionist from that angle. Like because my thing is this, I don't like touching the religion angle unless it's absolutely necessary because unfortunately religion is subjective when it comes to interpretation. And since it's open to subjective interpretation, that creates a lot of loopholes for people to be on some fucking bullshit. So that's why I don't like touching that stuff.
But we don't believe that. We believe that we know the truth and that others are misguided. We have full conviction that we have the truth.
But again, that we think that, but it's still considered subjective to others. So that's why like I stay away from the religion discussion when I talk about this thing. Now, especially on like YouTube and shit like that. Like we could go into that more like on free speech platforms, but me, I don't want to give them an inch, right?
To call you an anti-Semite?
No, not to call me an anti-Semite. To try to discredit what I'm saying. Let me give you an example so like this makes sense. If I say something like, on October 7th, that Hannibal directive was activated and you guys killed hundreds of Israelis, then I follow it up with, this is because you guys, you know, I insert some stereotype. You guys practice blood libel. I don't fucking know, right? I've just taken a fact, right? A geopolitical fact that's verifiable, and I've diluted it by inserting a religious context. Now the person I'm debating can come at me from the weak point.
Okay, but we're
Does
not in a debate right now.
No, of course,
we're having
of course, of course,
That's why
of course.
I like actually what Stu Peters is doing. Stu Peters is a white Christian, and he's talking about the red heifers. He's talking about how that they want to, you know, establish a third temple.
Yes.
Because that's what this is really about.
Yes.
Like if you break it down, like yes, October 7th and Israel and this, it's really about them creating world destruction so that they can have their Messiah arrive on this earth.
Yes.
Because they believe in the Antichrist.
But see, here's the difference, right? So like,
That's the next step. I mean, it's worthwhile having this conversation.
It is.
You know?
But like, for example, I'll give you an example of when I would insert religion, right? So, because I gave you the example where I made a fact, then I added a religious context, and then now they can attack me on that and say you're not credible. If I am going to make a religious argument, I'm going to say this. That the temple one you gave is beautiful. And this is one of the few times I actually do use that temple when the red heifers.
Okay.
When people ask me, why did Hamas attack? I give them a couple of different reasons. I start with the strongest geopolitical ones first. Moving the embassy to Jerusalem in the capital, right? The Abraham Accords. The fact that Saudi Arabia was literally weeks away from meeting with the United States to recognize Israel as a state. And that would have taken away Palestine's, that without answering the Palestine question, which is what Netanyahu's been trying to do. Like, you know, get recognized by Saudi Arabia, the leader of the Muslim world, despite what people want to say, because obviously it has significant religious connotations. The Abraham Accords, Jerusalem, pulling out the fucking nuclear deal, all these things, right? Making Iran weaker, all of these things. And then I'll finish with, and also because they bought 5 fucking red cows from Texas. What? Yes. And then I could go into, in their religion, blah, 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 blah. And this is a reason, and then to make it stronger, because I realized that that's a weak point in my argument using a religious thing, I go back to a fact.
You're giving away the sauce right now, yeah.
Yeah, I know. But I think they enjoy this, like how I construct
Zionists,
arguments.
listen to this.
Yeah, I am. So Abu Ubaidah, the spokesperson for Hamas, he specifically cited the red heifers as a reason why they did the operation on October 7th. And, on top of the occupation, all the stuff that's solid. I go occupation, Abraham Accords, recognizing Israel, what they're doing in the West Bank, what they're doing in Gaza, all the shit. I mentioned geopolitical stuff first, then I finish. And because they bought cows. What the fuck do the cows have to do with anything? And then I can go into the religion lore, how they interpret it. Then I spin it back and say, and by the way, whether you like that religious example I gave you, Abu Ubaidah, the spokesperson for Hamas, cited this as one of the reasons they invaded. My argument's tight. They can't beat me now. Because I used a religious argument, but then I backed it up with something that's actually factual. So it's not about me sitting there, is this heifer thing a real thing? Nigga, the spokesperson told you why he invaded. That's how I always approach religion and why I try to stay away from it unless I can link it to a fact so they can shut the fuck up. Because Zionists always come in, well, the Talmud was read by 20,000 rabbis. Like, it's so different. Ugh. So I don't even want to give them the fucking oxygen because I know I could beat them off just geopolitical facts.
Right.
Which
So
actually
you don't want to distract the conversation.
Because as soon as I bring religion in, this is what Charlie Kirk does, by the way. When I watch Charlie Kirk debate, always uses fucking religion, bro. He always does. And that's his strength. Oh, well, in the Bible, those who bless Israel, blah, blah. And since a lot of these people aren't fucking like, they might not be as versed in the geopolitical structure, they might be a Christian or whatever. Now they're getting into a theocracy debate. And you can never win that. Right? Instead of like keeping it strictly fucking factual. And if you do use religion, you need to use it and back it up immediately with a geopolitical fact.
Right.
Chad, does that make sense? I want to make sure I've got that out there.
Yeah, you don't want to let
Give me words that make sense.
You don't want to give them an inch in debate.
Because what I've realized, bro, from watching like religious debates, like watching you, watching Sam Shamoon, all that, bro, nobody wins.
Nobody wins.
Nobody wins. The niggas that tune in, They're going to just sit there and just root for their guy.
I'm not. The point is, like, he's getting upset, but I'm not saying this to have a religious debate. I'm not trying to convince you, and you're not going to convince me, right? I understand that, but religion and politics are intrinsically tied.
Yes.
And especially the conversation that's happening now and the solutions to Zionist influence in America, the majority of people, the strongest movement, are saying replace it with the Catholic monarchy. And I'm pointing out, the flaws in that logic. And if you even discuss this at all, I don't like seeing people fall back on this victim mentality, like, oh, you hate whites, you hate Christians, because that's just, that's as stupid as the Zionists falling back on the October 7th argument all the time.
Yeah.
Let's have a real conversation with that you crying victim.
Yeah. No, that's what it is. So that's why I personally stay away from it. But I understand also how religion can be strong if you're very well versed in it. And then at that point, you're not really trying to convince the person you're debating. You're trying to convince the listeners. Mm-hmm. And you're not even trying to convince the listeners. You're convincing the listeners that are in the middle. Because 40-40 are going to be, I'm a Christian. I don't give a fuck what this Muslim nigga says. I'm going to agree with the Christian. But then there's like 10 to 20% that might be agnostic. That might be, I don't know. And then maybe you could sway them. But I know. Okay. Yusri is a issue ran by them boys with this country. Also, Muhammad is a, oh my God, bro. You niggas, man.
No, just, you can read that. Let's see.
You say Muhammad's a pedo.
You pray to? Okay, but we don't pray to Muhammad. That's the thing that they don't understand. They're applying their logic to our religion. Like, no Muslim prays to Muhammad.
That's forbidden, guys.
That's not how it works.
Yeah.
That's that. If you do that, then you're literally not a Muslim. Muslim means submission to God. It's that simple. People like say, oh, you're aren't you a Muslim? Don't you
truly
submit
monotheistic.
To God? Yeah, so that's stupid.
Joe says, let Sneako know that us Christian leftists believe our religion prevents we followers from doing certain things. My religion should never tell you you can. Okay. Sneako's W for stream. It stops it from being an echo chamber, and he brings good rebuttals. Sneako. All right, no worries. Exactly. Sneako, you cannot set the frame for our movement. The U.S. needs to maintain our national cultural identity as white. We will not be deterred to as white supremacists.
If you're not, here's the thing. If you're not a white supremacist, then you're not. But if you ask people this question, are you a white supremacist? They get triggered. Like it's either you are or you're not. If you're not, then that's fine. He said that's literally what the Jewish NGOs do by framing us negatively. That's the entire narrative infecting the West. We're not sorry for prioritizing white identity. If you want to be proud to be white, man, that's I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so guys, so this is what we're gonna do. Guys, a regular chat, because we got like 20,000 of you guys in here, just so I can make sure I keep the show going and we keep it pushing. $20 for regular, and then OSS guys, 5 and up. All right. So OSS guys, 5 and up. Regular niggas, 20 and up. Just so I can, so I don't like get too bogged down. But I'm reading the chats now. But from this point forward, guys, 20 and up for outside of OSS, and then 5 and up for OSS. Just because we got, I want to make sure that we keep the show rolling and not just read chats all day. So, Owen Go, I'll read this because it just came in now. But guys, now you guys got the announcement. Why would God send a pedo? This is not good. And then LaQuay says, the Taurus field gives me a Substack. How much for you boys to watch this and react to it? This proves there's a creator and sets people free. Bro, nobody is doubting that there's a God, bro. We're not atheists. I don't know what your argument is there. Salam alaikum from Tawolf says, I see you in the chat when the Warner does his Dawah streams. When are we going to see you there, bro?
Yeah, so you showing love to, is that you in Warner's chat? I see you pop in sometimes.
Me?
Yeah.
No, that's not me.
Oh, well, I thought it was you.
No.
I saw it in the chat too.
It was me?
Yeah.
I think he's talking to you, bro.
No, I think he's talking to you. I saw a Myron or Fresh and Fit account pop up. It could be a fake account show up in Warner streams.
It's not me, no. No, I'll be honest with you guys. I don't really consume any religious content at all. And I do that kind of on purpose. Like, unless I must understand it to make a political argument, like I study the red heifer shit just so I can make my geopolitical argument stronger. But I stay away from religion, guys, because literally we end up in this shit right now, right? Which is, I guess, good discussion.
It's inevitable, man.
It's good discussion.
We have to talk about this because it goes a step further than the politics. So, like, once you understand what's happening.
But I try to minimize it. I keep it super fucking
to not divide. And that's what I love about this movement, man. It's like we agree about so much. Like, I know so many Muslims who listen to, people speaking about this on the right. I want to have more unity. I want people to agree more on this.
Let me go ahead and look at if I miss anything. I want to make sure none of you guys get left out. Did you watch PVD with Andre Bustamante today? Basically, a former CIA agent being pro-Israel. What is your opinion on him?
I didn't see that.
I mean, bro, the CIA and Mossad work very closely together. Sharpshooter says, yo, can both of y'all check out this religious channel I found? It's the best one out there.
I think Myron's good off it.
Yeah, no, bro.
I think he explained that.
I think Sneako's already have enough with talking to you guys right now in chat.
My bad. You know, this
No,
happens every
it's
time.
fine. It's fine. It's something
every
fresh
time.
because I never do this shit, so it's fine. Sneako and Nick so they're all getting in now while they can. Sneako and Nick gonna join the 27 Club if Mossad takes them out soon. Stay packing, bros.
Inshallah, it doesn't.
Oh, he's
happen.
ready. Big W Myron for the show, but not one OSS commercial. What the fuck? Yeah, niggas need to fucking join the OSS, man. I'll look at the numbers here in a second. W Sneako, what got you red pilled on women? Okay, good question.
What got me red pilled on women? You know, I watch back some of my old videos sometimes, and it was like a slow, like from post-COVID was a big one, and listening to Patrice, I think it was just dealing with them.
Yeah, actually, I could read some of the questions that I had
I think it was just
for them.
talking to them.
So, okay, because I had some good questions for these guys. What was your first comment, tweet, or video that forever put you in the controversial category? For me, it was punish bad behavior. It went viral on TikTok with women. That's what, like, it went viral everywhere, hit Fox News, all this shit. And The View talked about it. So that was, like, the first thing that, like, put me in that box forever of being a misogynist. What was the comment that you made, you would say, that forever put you as a controversial guy?
See, I don't think it was a specific comment. I think it was more my attitude and my energy. When I first started streaming in 2022, it was the way I was like at the camera, talking directly in there every day, saying bots, just being loud and abrasive. I think people saw that energy shift. Because when I ask people all the time, like, what do I say? I get feminists all the time and Zionists all the time come up to me in the street and say they hate me or I hate this person. I'm like, okay, what do I say you disagree with? And they don't know. There's not a quote. The quotes that they put in the newspaper where I was on Monkey, on Omegle, and I saw some Arab kids, and I went, down with Yahud, as a joke. They put that in, it's like, no one believes that.
Yeah.
You know, they say, the other quotes too, it's like I said, Hitler had drip. They put that in the New York Post. It's like, is that really, you know, so
they're taking, like, jokes and
yeah, they're taking jokes. So I don't think people even buy it. I think it was just my attitude post-COVID.
But, okay,
Being
so
anti-vaccine
what
was
were
a
the
big
top two you would say that, like, got you put in that box forever?
I think it was...
Because you transitioned from an artistic YouTuber...
No, but I was always talking
like,
about, like, I watched back my George Floyd video from 2020. You know, there was always social commentary aspect to it, you know? I think COVID really switched it when I started being anti-lockdown, anti-vaccine.
Okay.
Yeah, especially in New York City
so
at the
COVID
time.
is what?
Yeah, being right about COVID too early.
Okay. Yeah, before it was safe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude. Like, people forget, bro. The COVID era, man, like, if you fucking were on some bullshit
Bro,
with...
we used to say the V word instead of vaccine on YouTube.
Yeah,
we used to say, like...
You could not talk about COVID back then at all.
People forget really quickly.
You could not talk about that shit at all, dude. You would be absolutely fucking cooked. Now it's like election fraud. That's another one too. That like became a thing. If you talk about the election being fucking rigged.
Yeah, I said that. I got a strike for that. Me and Nick were on stream. And
you
that
got hit with
strike,
COVID and you got hit with election, what they call misinformation. Yeah. Bro, now it's not a thing anymore.
And it's been reversed.
Yeah.
It's been reversed.
DPG, thank you so much for the 45 gifted, bro. Let's just get off fucking stream on YouTube and just go straight to fucking Kick and Rumble only, to be honest with y'all, bro. But yeah, fuck YouTube. But yeah, what was I gonna say? But yeah, dude, like, they should reinstate you, man. I think absolutely, like, how they did you, where they banned you for violations.
Misinformation policy that no longer.
That shit that doesn't even exist anymore, bro. Yeah. So it's fucking retarded. Okay, so here's my question I was gonna ask. What's the most misunderstood aspect of your message in the media or critics always get wrong, and how would you reframe it what you know now?
That I'm a hateful person. Like, that people come up to me, they say, like, oh, you hate people. It's like,
I've seen that on your vlogs.
Call my community love speech for 3 years now. And I say it's important that we show love and, you know, try to be uniting. And I spread a positive message, and the people insist that I'm a hateful person, or people even say, like, Mike will be like, you're controversial, you're conspiracy theorist. Jinxie, I don't know if you remember him.
He's a retard.
I go on his podcast.
I remember one on his thing.
And Los Pollos, these guys, I saw you, thank you for sliding me on that.
To cook that fat fuck, man.
People like Los Pollos will say, like, Sneako's hateful, but they don't even know what I say. I've had that debate many times, and that's why I think it's my energy and my attitude. I remember Mudahar, the Indian guy, I went in a debate with him, and he's like, I disagree with everything you say. I'm like, what? He didn't know. People just believe that I'm a hateful person, but they don't know why or how or what I even said to get them to believe that. So if they took time to listen to my stream or to what I say and my beliefs, I think that they would be more open-minded and change their mind.
They're saying in here, Myron going to Aiden's stream, he has Mr. Beast there. Bro, Aiden would not let us come on that stream with Mr. Beast in there. There's no fucking way. Look, I like Aiden, but he would not, bro, he's got to, come on, man. Did you hear about Kai? They Kai didn't want to come on because Aiden was on there.
I think that there's a big Kai hate train right now. I don't even think that's true.
I believe it.
And then now they're lying. They're saying that it wasn't Kai, that it was someone else. I think but
I believe it, bro. Yo, what I've realized, I don't know if you don't have to comment on this if you don't want to. There's a circle. It's like a club. If you're not in it, they're not fucking with you. It's
but I mean that's literally
it's like a little Twitch circle.
But that's literally happening right now to us.
What do you mean?
Like they're doing the charity stream and it's like we can't go because we're not in that circle. So how are you gonna get Kai mad at Kai for Kai's doing the same thing they're doing right now?
No,
right?
Anybody can join if they want to donate.
I mean,
I'm saying like if you're not AMP or FaZe or whatever, like it's like a little club, and not only that, bro, they fucking spam Clippers on Twitter.
I know the Clippers is a big Kai hate train, but it's
no. They just pump them up the whole time. The Clippers?
No, but there's also a really big Kai hate narrative going on with the Clippers. No,
I think there's more support for him.
No, right now, recently, there's a big Kai hate train, but it's just like, but do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a Kai hate train because they're saying, oh, he's fake and he's industry, which like I can understand the argument for that. Like maybe he is, but at the same time, doesn't every streamer do that? All the like sort of mainstream streamers like not collabing with like Nelk, for example.
Yeah.
They don't have us on until they have Netanyahu on. It's like they're doing the same thing that Kai's trying to protect his PR.
No, that's true. But the difference is that Kai came off Aiden.
That is
that's why it's more egregious.
Yeah.
It's one thing if you never fucked with them before, that's fine. But
that's true.
But if you came up with somebody and then you don't help them come up too, you look like a piece of shit.
That's fair.
This is why like one of the biggest things, like people say, oh Myron, you guys came from the Red Pill. We still bring on Red Pill guys on to this day that have small audiences because they were there with us from the beginning.
Came on, right?
Yeah, bro. Like we bring and Brandon, hell, that's fitness. Like we bring on like guys in the Red Pill that like people forgot about all the time because we came up with them. We don't forget about them. That's why niggas are roasting him because it's like, bro. And honestly, it's all these niggas, FaZe, AMP, blah blah blah. At the end of the day, Aiden made all of them. They all copied his shit. And none of them pay homage or they're selectively paying homage. Like, he should be a regular. Does that make sense? Especially since he got unbanned on Twitch. Now they don't got an excuse.
It could be some management thing behind the scene. It could be there. No, you're shrugging off, but I think that's what it is. Like, if they're so adamant on never being seen on camera, it's probably...
So then what it is it's money over principle.
Yeah.
And that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So then if you're going to be money over principle, niggas are going to cook you. That's the way it goes. You either get utmost respect and lose a lot of money, or you get up and down respect that's contingent upon your behavior, but you get a bunch of money. And a lot of times niggas are going to roast you because for you to make a bunch of money, you have to, you by definition of you making a lot of money in this industry, you must be deceitful. You must be a snake. You must be treacherous. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't, I've said this before, like you can't get, the utmost clout and the utmost baseness cannot coexist. If you're based, your money's going to come down. But if your money's up, you're more normie. The two can't coexist.
No.
And the only person I would say that came close to making them equal was Andrew Tate. And we saw what happened. They nuked him off everything because like, whoa, this dude's based and he's this popular. We got to stop this now. So I would say Andrew Tate is like the perfect example of the two can't coexist. And if they do, they're going to find something that's a thing. And like a lot of these streamer guys, they have money over principle. Money over principle. So I think that's why people shit on him more is because Aiden put him on and he didn't do the same for him. Maybe you might know more than I do, but that's,
no, you're right.
From the outside looking in, this is what people think.
I'm sure Kai doesn't think of it the same way that he was put on. I'm sure he doesn't think of it like that.
Of course not.
Yeah.
He probably thinks like, I made it on my own and shit.
Yeah.
But that's that ego shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but yeah. And then, bro, let me talk to you about this. Bro, we got a fucking botting problem, man.
Yeah, everyone's botting. Everyone's botting.
Dude.
Badly. Everyone at Kick's botting. And actually, I'm going to tell you the sauce right now on stream.
Go ahead.
You're actually incentivized to bot on Kick because you get paid more from the KCIP for the botted viewers. For a while, people thought it was the chat speed on Kick. It's the view count. So if you pay $1,000 to buy your stream up to 10K viewers, KCIP will literally pay you out more. So it's almost stupid to not view bot on Kick. I think they started to patch that a little bit. I've seen it fluctuate a lot. Even Twitch too. They're paying bots now to watch the ads. They get a bunch of computers in India to watch the stream, and they're also watching the ads. So you'll get paid for the botted viewers. So everyone's doing it. It's like now that you know this information, it feels stupid to not do it.
Yeah.
Obviously, I stream on Party, and like that makes it. I'm away from that stuff. That's why I like it too. I hated like people always talking about the view count. It's
yeah,
like,
bro.
So, especially because you're comparing me to people who bot. Like, you want me to bot too?
Like, bro, I've never botted. I never will bot.
Yeah,
I know
me
some of
too.
you guys say, "Oh, Myron, we've seen your when you're on First and Fit, we've seen it go from like 7,000 to 20,000." Guys, with Rumble, right? Let me be very explicit, clear about this. Hell, I'll even show you guys because this is super important, and I think
Rumble's definitely inflating. But not you. But Rumble's definitely inflating.
I don't think so, bro, because they're publicly traded, bro. When you're public.
So what? I know that's a Chris Pavlovsky talking point, but just because it's publicly traded doesn't mean you can't.
Nah,
buy it.
bro. When you're publicly traded, we're talking about you got a board, you got like, yeah, bro.
Why
right
would
there.
the board be upset if there's more people on the website? Publicly traded has nothing to do with it.
No, because okay, if you are publicly traded, you're gonna have investors, and when you have investors, that means there needs to be accountability and results for that because you can go ahead and get in trouble. So like Kick and Twitch and shit, they can operate the way that they do. Because they're not publicly traded. They don't have the same guidelines. But when you're publicly traded, bro, I had a whole discussion with Anton Daniels about this, actually. You get a board, way more accountability. But let me just show real quick what I mean by this. So when you're on Rumble, right, you guys see this? 22,000 right here, right, on the Simpool thing. The reason why it's 22,000 is because right now, as we're sitting here, just sitting on the Rumble homepage, we count as a viewer. So that is why the views go up so much if you're the first person in the front. So that's why Rumble... that's why you guys will see our numbers shoot up because we go at a time when no one else is on Rumble really, because we go late at night. So we'll get the first page, and then that's why our number flies up like that, chat. Okay, but when it comes to view counts, yeah, bro, they definitely there's a lot of regulation with Rumble. But either way, Twitch, Kick, the botting there is insane, bro. It's insane. So anyway, but
It's not going to change.
it's annoying though. You know what's gonna?
Andrew Wilson's live. What is he doing? I didn't know he streamed.
Yeah, he streams.
Oh, it's such a Rumble looking stream.
Hold on, I can hear.
Do anything. But let me read off the donos and add them up to the dono bar, please.
I don't know if he's debating.
$5 from XL Censor says, yeah, fuck Candace Owen and her stupid gossip channel. $25 from Desert Joe.
All right.
Appreciate that. $10 from
5 seconds in.
Rex619.
Oh,
Been a
man.
fan of the last few months.
But yeah, so that's why it is with Rumble. Rumble has the highest regulation because YouTube's not even publicly traded. You think about it.
I don't see how being publicly traded, like if you talk to the other CEO, I've spoken to Eddie, the Brian Party CEO, like there's being
Bro, it's
publicly
way more regulated, bro. You got a board
being
in
publicly
and
traded, bro,
like you
that doesn't stop
you're
it.
heavily regulated.
By who?
Investors.
Investors are regulating the botting?
Yes.
They don't give a fuck.
100%.
Investors want botting.
Because let me tell you, no. Let me tell you why. If you go ahead, right, and you have botting, right? And oh man, this looks great. And then advertisers come to your thing and say, well, we want to promote. And they don't get conversions, that will fuck you up. So that's why botting is a problem. This is what actually, matter of fact, that's what led to the adpocalypse with YouTube. Right? And then I predict if they keep doing this botting bullshit on Twitch, they're gonna get it. No, they already got an adpocalypse actually. Right? It was more because of ADL and them refusing to wanting to get rid of Hassan. That's what fucked them up a lot. He basically was their golden boy and didn't want to get rid of him. And then the ADL fucked with their shit. But if Twitch keeps going with this like whole botting thing, they're gonna get an adpocalypse too, bro. Because the advertisers will be like, yo, yeah, this is all cap. We're not getting conversions. This is bullshit. So I don't know. Okay, what else?
There's one chat here. I don't know. Did you read this one that's on screen?
Let me look here.
The one that was just on screen.
Sneako, can I send a link in the chat to DMs to the religious channel?
Best ever be better than church now.
Probably not, bro.
There was a different one that.
What was it?
I can't remember.
What was it about?
I don't think you read it. Can't remember.
Paper Chase says, Sneako, love the X videos.
What's that noise?
Oh. Shout out to you, Tyler Russell. He joined 501 viewers.
Oh, cool.
Shout out to you, bro. Kaboom Alikin from Sneako?
It's a terrorist joke.
Okay. Joe says, I think we're so close to being
this
unified and reclaiming our country from them boys. We need to stop this war and go get the fuck out of here. Yeah, man, I hope so. J40 / okay.
Wait. Can you finish that one?
Okay. Also, I'm back. I'm black, and we need to deport these street monkeys back to Africa.
Okay, so he says Middle East for the Semite, Africa for Africans, America for the Americans of all races. That's true. Have you realized that, like, when people say something is anti-American, we're the only country that applies to? You can't say this is anti-Spanish or anti-German, because America is not an
It's not. Said, why are you scared of Andrew Wilson, bro? He just was showing.
I'm not scared of Andrew Wilson.
Why would you be? I don't know why he said that. We literally got him up on screen now. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that the reason that phrase exists is because of immigration. Is because America has an idea of democracy, of freedom of religion, freedom of speech. There's ideas here that transcend ethnicity, right? Because if you say something is anti-Spanish, that has a racial connotation. Anti-English, anti-German, anti-Chinese. This is the one place where immigration is important, where multiculturalism has always been a part of this country. So it's just ridiculous to me. I say this to say it's ridiculous to me when people are so against it, because it's always been that way here, and it always will be.
Shit.
Yeah, let me ask you that. Do you believe in multiculturalism?
That's a good question. This it depends what the outcome is. What's the goal? Is it do you believe in multiculturalism when it comes to making a better society? Do you believe in multiculturalism when it comes to preventing crime? Because I think depending on what your goal is
in the American idea, in the American way.
Okay.
Like how I just explained, like the fact that this country was built upon immigrants. It's always been multicultural.
Okay.
Are you for that, or do you believe in one majority ethnicity, an ethno state, or do you think that multiculturalism needs to stop and immigration needs to be stopped completely?
I think multiculturalism needs to be controlled.
To what degree?
I think it definitely needs to be controlled.
You need legal immigration.
Okay, like right now, 2025, where we're at?
Yeah.
We need an immigration moratorium for 1 to 5 years.
No immigration.
No immigration for 1 to 5 years.
Okay.
Because right now, what's going on is we've been very lax with immigration law, and people have been able to kind of abuse the system for decades. And we need to basically, right now, I look at it like the United States, we need to stop the bleeding. And the way to stop the bleeding is you need to put a tourniquet on, right? And tighten it up real tight to stop the blood loss. Then from there, we can go ahead and do real changes and try to save the person's life. But I think in order to fix any injury, you must put the tourniquet on and stop the bleeding first. And I think the immigration is the example of that, is the bleeding. Now, and the reason for that is because, just like if you get a cut, right? And it doesn't kill you, it doesn't make you stronger. But if you bleed too much, you die, right? I think when it comes to multiculturalism, it needs to definitely be regulated, because if you bring too much of it in, you lose your national identity. And I'll give you an example what I mean by this. Like if you look at like Toronto, Canada, right? Toronto, Canada is basically India now. It's not even recognizable anymore.
Yeah, I'm totally against the H-1B visas.
Yeah.
But
that's multiculturalism, right? So
but that's forced immigration that they're using. What did you say? Like the Jews use Indians as a bioweapon? Like that, you can understand the argument for that. But the idea of multiculturalism, like living in Miami.
But that's precisely what I mean. Is like multiculturalism, and that's because there's so many different things of it. That's why I was trying to get like a more specific question from you of like multiculturalism affect being good or bad in what way? Like I think in general, like it needs to be. The bottom line is it needs to be limited. It needs to be limited. I think it can definitely be a force for good in some instances, but I definitely think it needs to be limited significantly more than the way that we have it.
Okay, but do you like multiculturalism?
In limited quantities, yes.
What is limited? Because you're in Miami. It's one of the most diverse cities in the world.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. Like Little Haiti, for example, trash. Like,
but you're saying, you do live in Miami.
That's an example of like multiculturalism being bad, right? Like that area. Even Little Havana, trash, sucks. High crime.
I mean, I don't know if that's not really
that's multiculturalism.
Yeah, I know, but those neighborhoods alone don't even have much diversity. It's like all Haitians and then all Cubans.
But that is a byproduct of multiculturalism.
No, I mean that's I mean like a place like Brickell, for example, is a better example of multiculturalism, or downtown Manhattan.
But the reality. Okay, I see your perspective. Like, so Brickell, right? There's multiculturalism here, but that gets erased via class. Right? Like we know that crime and bullshit typically is tied directly to income. So like the multiculturalism doesn't have the same harmful negative effects here as much because they have money and it's a class issue.
So it seems like you're okay with multiculturalism, you just don't want to be around poor people.
Hence why it needs to be limited. That's why I said it needs to be
Okay.
limited.
Okay.
We need the best and the brightest for real. I mean that. Like, we need only the best and brightest if we're going to go ahead and do multiculturalism. Here's the problem with multiculturalism. You bring it in, let's say you bring in 100 people, right, from a foreign country like wherever.
Haiti. Let's use Haiti.
Okay, let's use Haiti.
I could feel you were
Let's
thinking
use Haiti. Niggas about to get mad in the fucking thing, but oh well. Right? Oh, you didn't hear the sound effect.
No, I heard it. I heard it.
So you bring in 100 Haitians, right? Maybe 5 or 10 of them are going to become scientists, successful, contributing members of society. The other 90 are going to eat the cats and dogs. No, I'm just kidding. But the other, and this is just Haiti. I'm using them as an example, but this is with a lot of immigrant groups.
Yeah.
A lot of them are going to be degens. A lot of them are going to abuse the system. A lot of them are going to rely upon social aid. A lot of them aren't going to make themselves. So we basically brought in 100 people to get 10 good ones when we could have just supported the people that are here.
No, that's. I guess my question is more philosophical now because I agree completely. But like, do you want to live in a neighborhood that's one race?
If it's whites, yeah, I'll be honest.
But they don't
Keep
want
it all the way at
But they don't want you.
Here's the thing. Let me tell you something about white
But
people.
like if that neighborhood would not allow you in, so
No, they would. Let me tell you something about white people. Being around them, I've studied these niggas. Here's the thing with white people.
Okay.
Pattern recognition is real.
Okay.
Okay? Everyone is racist. Everybody, including myself. If you come in and you don't talk like a fucking moron, you're not a gangbanger, you dress properly, speak proper English,
yeah,
you will immediately get put in the from monkey zone, okay, to real nigga zone. Okay? So the thing is with them is like, because let's be honest here, bro, the stereotypes are rooted in reality. So most black people that come around are crass, rude, obese, criminals. Like,
so why don't you live in
push a culture that's fucked up. But if you come in and you're not like that,
yeah,
they don't see skin color anymore.
I understand. So why do you live here and not in a majority white neighborhood now? You have the money and the resources.
No, there's a lot of white people here.
This is not even close to a majority white place
compared
at all.
to other places in
this area of Miami's got to be like 20% white. That's a minority.
But again, class fixes everything.
Okay, but you're saying that
we got the elite of
But you just said you want to live in a majority white neighborhood. Why don't you live in that?
Well, Miami's an exception. Anywhere else in the United States, bro, there's no city like Miami. In the United States. And remember, this is a small part of Miami.
No city like Miami, like what? What about it?
There's no city in Miami where we have this much Latinos from South America.
Okay.
And remember, Brickell is a small part of Miami. The rest of Miami is like a fucking dump.
So why do you choose to live here and not the majority white neighborhood? Like you just said you wanted to.
Why do I choose to live here?
You just said you want to live in a majority white neighborhood.
Yeah. So if I had to, okay. We got to parse this out, I guess. Right now, where I'm in life, right? I don't have a family, whatever. Being in a...
Okay, you want to raise kids in that neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. Right. There you go. That's why, like me being here as a single guy, right? In the city, whatever.
You're single?
In the best... Bro, another conversation. So, not married is what I mean.
Okay.
So, being in an area like this, right, is where you wanna be, right? If you don't have a family, because the high cost of living drowns out the fucking scumbags regardless of their race. But if I want to raise a family, let's be honest, the best school districts, the best neighborhoods, etc., are white dominated.
So you're okay with your kids growing up as the only minorities in a white dominated?
100%. Yeah.
You want an entire school of all whites, and then your son and your daughter, the two black kids or Arab whatever kids in the school.
Yeah.
The only people that look like them. That's what you want. That's what you're gonna do.
Yeah, I don't because that's the reality. So look,
what do you mean that's the reality?
Okay, so if you go to a good school or you get into a job, right, that's high paying a lot of times.
Yeah.
You're gonna be, if you're a minority, you are gonna be the minority. Hence why the term minority. So
they're growing up in an environment where they're the only people that look like them.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Do you think that
I would? Okay, I see what you're saying here. I would trade off them being in a superior school system with safety while feeling ostracized than putting them in a school system where there's more people that look like them, but getting inferior benefit of the schooling system.
Where do you plan to raise a family? Do you know?
I didn't think about that far ahead.
All right, that's fair.
But if I did, it would be a majority white area. Like that's just how it is, or Asians or whatever. But 9 out of 10 times it's going to be majority white, followed by Asians, and then drops off from there. You know, like even Ivy League schools right now are, you know, the Ivy League schools are, you know, Asian now, where it's like they're trying to bring less of them.
Yeah, because they're just killing us.
They're just killing it.
We're killing you guys in the SAT scores. We're just dominating, and so you got to reduce the, what's the word? Not the DEI, the DEI for schools. I forgot the word, but that's what happens.
And also, bro, like Miami's kind of an anomaly. This area in particular, like where it's like it's diverse, but it doesn't have to deal with the problems that multiculturalism normally brings because the income is high. Remember, a lot of people that are here that aren't white, they're rich in their home country.
I was asking to dissect the problem. It seems like the issue is not with multiculturalism, but just being around poor people. So there's lots of great neighborhoods and great cities still here. People like to demonize New York City so much, but if you live in downtown Manhattan, where this has been incredible. Like it finally recovered post-COVID, and there's multiculturalism everywhere. You get better food, you get better conversations, you get more interesting people, you get, you know, better perspective on life. Like right in New York, you can get a bit of everything all in one place. And so it seems like a lot of people on the right are really against multiculturalism.
But, okay, so here's the thing.
That's what makes America great.
To live in that area
takes a lot of money.
With a family, you need a fuck ton of money.
You could do it.
No, of course you can. Of course you can. But like, okay, so let me ask you this. You live in that area. You making $1 million a year, right? And you got your kids in the best schools in the area, blah, 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 right? Cool. But if you took that $1 million and you went to Texas, you'd be able to get way more for less. And like being honest here, like even the top end of income earners in the United States are making $400 to $500K a year. That's still not enough to raise a family in Manhattan and give and be able to live in a place that's culturally diverse without dealing with the culturally diverse problems.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like cultural diversity, in my eyes, is only acceptable when class is accounted for. Because class fixes most problems.
I agree.
But if you're gonna have multiculturalism, untapped, the majority of it is gonna be poverty, immigrants, etc., and that brings inherent problems.
Yeah, which I agree. But I hear a lot from these people. You can see them in the chat. They'll say things like, "I want to live around people that only look like me. I don't want to see other people. I don't want to."
That's your perspective.
And it's like I don't even understand why. Like, what is so great about, you know, a single why do you phrase it like that? Because you're just missing out on so much. And I'm just surprised that people don't see the benefits of multiculturalism at all. Yeah.
No, I think, like I said, and you're asking some really good questions. I really appreciate that you got my, every time I have a discussion with you, you actually force me to think.
Nice.
But yeah, multiculturalism, I think, is and I see your perspective. Hey, these people don't want you around. What I've come to realize being around so many white people, right? Once you get past the stereotypes, they don't give a fuck what your skin color is. But you have to prove you're not a fucking scumbag first. Which people might say, "Oh, Myron, that's so fucked up."
It's an application process.
But it's like, it's the truth, bro. Like, we all have our stereotypes, right? Like, you meet an Asian dude, you're gonna assume that they're good at math. You're gonna meet a white dude, you're gonna assume that their chicken isn't fucking seasoned. You meet a black chick, you're gonna assume that she's gonna be loud. Like, but when Sneako opens her mouth, you thought she was a Sneako, but she's really a Jennifer. And she speaks proper English. She's in shape. She wears her real hair. You're like, oh, wow, okay. She's not what I thought. And then that has a profound effect on changing their mind. And then they will instantly get away from looking at skin color. At first, of course, human beings are creatures of judging a book by its cover because we don't have time to get to know everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But that first 5 to 10 seconds is crucial. You come in, shake your hand, speak proper English. Oh, this guy's not one of those normal black guys. He's not really black. He's not really black. Right? And when they say he's not really black, they're not saying you're not really.
We know what they mean.
They mean as in, you're not really a nigga.
Yeah.
So I'm totally okay with having to prove myself. Now, the problem here, and this, I know, it sounds fucked up, but here's the problem. Let's have the real uncomfortable race conversation here.
Okay.
I have no problem with proving myself because I understand that stereotypes are real. I understand the skin color of people that typically commit crime. I understand that I have a look that if you're walking at midnight and you see me with a fucking hoodie on, you might think I'm going to rob you. I understand that because pattern recognition is what it is. It's a human trait, right? But what these pro-black retards, like Tariq Nasheed and all these other pro-black niggas, They want you to just give them the benefit of the doubt. We're never criminals.
That's a stupid way to think.
Thank you. And it's not real. This is why I have such a problem with these pro-black niggas, because they want everyone to stop exercising their human nature of inherently being racist to a degree, right? And they want you to stop looking at pattern recognition. They want you to stop judging a book by its cover. And I'm here to tell you, dumbass niggas, it's never gonna happen. And here's the part that makes it even more pernicious.
Okay.
Why these guys piss me off. They want you to give them the benefit of the doubt and not make stereotypes when you meet them. But when they meet you, they're going to exercise this very fucking racism. They're mad at you for putting on them. Does that make sense? So in other words, they want you to give them benefit of the doubt every single time. But they reserve the right to be racist to you with no fucking consequence. I'll give you an example real quick. You walk up to the white dude walks up to a black guy. Hey, what's up, my brother? They might get offended. Why'd you approach me like that? Well, what the fuck? Like, you know, how dare you? That's racist. A lot of them will make us think about that, bro. They'll immediately like, why'd you come at me like that? These pro-black guys are fucking losers. Insufferable, right? But they'll go ahead and go up to the white guy and make an off-cuff joke immediately. Hey, nice to meet you. Tom, you can't dance, can you? Or, are you gonna season the chicken? And they expect them to just laugh. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
it's just saying that you have to prove yourself to white people. It sounds like every American politician having to prove themselves to Jews right now by, you know, kissing the wall and putting on the yarmulke.
People are gonna interpret that, but like the reality is, like, when people meet me, they're gonna assume the worst off rip. I'm just being a
you
race
understand
realist.
why they have that stereotype.
And I understand why they have
fair.
that. I am a very rare. I am a race realist. I'm a race realist that's colored, which is rare, because everyone else, like in the black community, wants niggas to just like accept them how they come, and not have to. And the reality is, when you meet anybody, guys, they're gonna assume something. It's not just proving yourself to white people. Everyone you meet, you have to prove yourself. Everybody. Asians are the same thing.
I know, too
You
much.
walk into a liquor store, bro. In their mind,
You steal from my store.
Yeah.
Get out my store.
This is just a white thing. Let's apply it, bro. I go into a fucking liquor store. You know, she's thinking of menace to society. Hurry up and buy. Right? You go in a fucking smoke shop, fucking Pajit. You know? Thank you, don't come again. Like, bro, like every race is gonna have their preconceived notions. It's not about proving yourself to white people, it's about proving yourself to everybody. I just use the white people as an example. Yeah. But niggas are the only ones that get mad about this concept and want everybody to give them the benefit of the doubt. It's only black people that do this.
No, black people have a unique entitlement in this country.
Yes, because of slavery.
Because of the victim mindset that's been instilled, that they can act any certain way, and it's time to get past that.
Yes,
that
this is why they hate me, bro.
It was the source of the George
Floyd
looting.
They hate you too for that, actually.
Not as much as you, but they come up to me and sometimes like, I don't like how you said nigga. I'm like, I'm black. They're like, damn, where you from though? I'm like, well, my dad's from Haiti. Damn. You know, it's just they fall back on this. Like, you're going to call me a racist because I said a word. I said a no-no word. Grown man telling another grown man what words to use. That's why George Floyd looting happened, because people think that they can act any certain way because of slavery, because of that police are the KKK, so they're going to rob the Gucci stores in the name of George Floyd.
Yeah, and they perpetuate the stereotypes that they've been fighting so long to fucking stop.
It's like, okay, they're saying that black people are monkeys and they steal and they're acting and they commit crimes.
Yeah.
And then George Floyd happens and then you do that.
Yeah. Like, bro, I literally make fun of them. I'm like, they're like, I'm like, black people are violent criminals and need to chill out. Like, this is not good culture. Say that to my face, nigga.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, this is why I'm ashamed to share the same skin color as you niggas sometimes, bro.
Oh.
Because I'm one of the few people that calls you guys fucking stupid. Because they are. It takes high IQ, bro, to be able to look at a problem, remove yourself from said problem, and analyze the problem as such, and then give a diagnosis that may or may not benefit you.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm Muslim, right? But we both are.
Alhamdulillah.
I understand. But I'm able to sit here and say, look, Sharia law isn't compatible with democracy. I'm sorry. Though it doesn't benefit me to say that. Right? I should be saying, no, Sharia law is totally compatible with a democracy. I'm Muslim. We can make it work.
Is it the lack of freedom of speech?
Yeah, like a lot of democratic values are simply not. Free speech, women's rights, you know.
Yeah, I know, but
equality, egalitarianism.
So is
like these are all things that the Sharia law rejects.
Saying that they want a Christian nationalist country, so they have to create Christian law. If you create, because there is no Sharia law, there literally is no Christian law.
Yeah.
What, the 10 Commandments? Thou shalt not kill and steal.
Yeah.
What about everything else? How do you govern a people? Sharia law outlines how to govern, how to organize, how much you get taxes.
This isn't me. This isn't me saying compare. I'm just saying that like. But I'm giving an example where like I'm able to remove myself from a situation. So like, though I am Muslim and I literally should be sitting here saying, yeah, Sharia law is great, blah, blah, blah. I acknowledge the fact that it's simply not compatible with a Western democracy, even though it hurts me to say that. A lot of people aren't able.
That's true.
A lot of people, here's the thing, that this is actually a sign of somebody that's low IQ. If you can't give the proper diagnosis because it affects you negatively, in my eyes, you're a retard.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So you know, if someone is like, okay, I'll give you an example. I'm a black dude. I'm a higher earner, right? I make $500K a year or some shit. I'm gonna stay in the hood. I'm going to Crenshaw. I'm gonna stay here and put my kids here.
And you get shot. Yeah.
That is you being too proud and you're stupid and you are doing something to kind of appease your own ego.
When Jay-Z said that, it's like you're to show allegiance to a block that you don't even own a house on.
There you go.
You rent it from the Jews.
Exactly.
So why are you like 63rd? You don't have property here.
That's what.
You have no roots.
That's precisely my point. But and it's because their ego invested in their argument or their worldview that they will put themselves in precarious situations instead of just accepting the truth.
10 toes down and be a real nigga.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then you get shot and go,
Stupid.
There's 50 from Clyde. He said, hey, Myron and Sneako, it seems like Christians are not worth defending. They always speak bad about Muslims, and they did the most crimes throughout history. No, this is an online thing. I don't think this is true for most Christians.
I defend Christians because they actually align a lot with us. So, you know.
So I defend, now you could see the attitude in the chat. I've done so much for that movement.
I actually defend Judaism too, even though them niggas all hate us, but I defend all the monotheistic religions.
How do you defend Judaism?
That they shouldn't be like, you know, persecuted just for being Jewish, like from a religious standpoint.
That's what, you
know what I mean? Yeah. Like attacking them solely on the fact that they're Jewish is retarded.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So that's I do believe in like giving a mutual respect to all the people of the book. Now pagans, I don't know, man. I don't know about y'all niggas, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You idol worshipers, I don't know. But people of the book, like you know.
It says that in the Quran.
Yeah. I just have a deep rooted respect for anybody from the book. What else here?
You gonna eat something soon?
Why, are you hungry?
I'm starving.
Order some food, bro.
I thought you were. Oh, it's okay.
No, we'll order some food.
No, I thought you were gonna get off when Nick goes live. I don't know when it is.
Shit, let me look here. When is he going live? He could have given me a time. He was like, "Oh, I'll go live." I don't know.
Probably 3 or 4. Whenever I roll out of bed.
So let me see here when he's going. Because the thing is that he'll start his stream, and he'll start his. Okay, yeah. So he started his stream. Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't go.
Yeah,
live.
but he doesn't go live until like. Yeah, so he's had it for like 20 minutes now. Well, like he doesn't go until like 2 hours later.
Yeah, I'll head out then. I'm gonna
right
go.
Now?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab some food. I'm starving, bro. I missed the tacos. I want to get some halal tacos. It's been a long time since I've been in Miami.
Bro, I could order them.
It's right there. You know, I'll head out. This was good.
This nigga tired of me already. Okay.
No, I'm not tired of you. Come on. I want to go walk around and like see Miami. It's been a while.
Yeah, fair. When do you want to do a stream then? Because I owe you one, I think.
Can we do it tomorrow?
Tomorrow is.
You're doing after hours?
Friday. Yeah. Oh, you want to pull up for after hours?
No.
Why not, man?
I can co-host it.
Oh shit. Okay.
I can co-host it.
I forgot that.
Absolutely not.
Oh god, I completely forgot.
Yeah.
Dude, it's been so goddamn long. Bro, just he's cool as Zerka now, man. Can we do a 3-wheel call? Pause. off stream.
Okay, we could talk about this off stream.
Okay,
possibly. Yeah.
Okay.
But do you want to?
My bad. I didn't even mean to bring that up.
No, I can understand.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. But I'm gonna go get something to eat.
Yep.
Great seeing you as always.
Of course, bro.
Shout out to the OSS. I'm gonna join right now.
Okay.
Love speech. Thanks for coming on in. Everybody who was watching on my party stream should be back soon. It's good to be back in Miami, man. Thanks for having me.
No, bro, it was great, and I appreciate you coming in impromptu and stuff like that. You derailed my whole show, but it's fine. I love you, so I'll get back into it right where I was.
Perfect. See you tomorrow.
All right, man. I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll don't forget your.
Can you not say this on YouTube?
No, but I mean,
it's a Glock, chat.
Yeah, he's.
It's a Glock. It's a gun.
God bless the Second Amendment. So, this nigga just leaves. He doesn't put none of his shit back. He don't take the chair back.
Okay, I'll put the chair.
Come on, man.
You got employees. You have all these people walking around.
Nobody's here.
Yeah, there's a girl here.
Wait, what?
Am I snitching?
Oh, man.
Girl.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. This guy fucking Sneako bro's the worst,
I
man.
thought it was an employee. How am I supposed to know?
Bro, this nigga's the worst,
I
man.
just saw a pair of legs.
Nah, man.
Bro, it's your female employee, so it's what's her name?
Oh, my God. Just whatever. This guy, bro. This nigga Sneako's the worst, man. Bro, Sneako's the type of nigga, bro. You gotta warn him before everything. Hey, man. I'm about to take you here.
Myron,
Don't talk about this.
How many employees do you have? How the fuck am I supposed to?
Yeah, look, he's gonna come in and like, come on, bro. Yeah, this nigga the worst, man. This nigga leaks everything, bro. Yo, I'm gonna call this nigga the fucking Sneako the plumber, bro. The worst plumber, because he just lets shit leak. Nigga leaks everything, man. Damn. Oh, Lee. It's fine, bro. It's fine. This nigga, bro. All right. Let me shout out to Sneako. Let me see here. Let me fix this camera, guys. Give me 1 sec. Fix my setup real quick. Okay. How long have we been going? Yeah, we've been going 5 hours, man. Niggas is cooking out here. All right. Read the chats, please respond. What are you talking about, bro? I told you guys I'm reading 5 and up only. Joe says, my niggas, you hit it right in the head. I was always hated by blacks because I realized that they can't act like idiot and have white folks want to be around you. Never in the history of time did anyone ever utter, man, it would be nice to have a loud, fat black woman, bruh. Yeah, facts. 100% facts, bro. Immigration without requiring assimilation is a problem. Take Japan, for example. If you don't speak Japanese and pass their JLPT test, you have 0 chance of becoming a citizen. However, in Canada, there are people who have been there for 30 years and don't speak English. Well, bro, like, here's the thing. So that's an example of immigration being too extreme. Japan does not want immigrants at all. They actually make it really difficult and damn near impossible to get their citizenship. So you obviously, you don't need an immigration system as restrictive as them, because then you lose a lot of talent, and then like you end up where they are, where they have a fucking civilian crisis because no one's having kids and they're literally about to go extinct. But you need a healthy middle. Dubai's model is pretty good. Well, United Arab Emirates, their model that they utilize in Dubai is pretty good. J.R. Rockham says, W Sneako, man. Yep. Let's see here. Let me make sure I didn't miss any, you guys. Myron, I was listening to last night's motivational speak at work today. Just want to show my appreciation for setting an example for today's men. Appreciate that, man. Shout out to Liko. Yeah, man. Nigga's name is Liko now, bro. God damn, man. This nigga always leaking shit. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to react to this video because you guys asked for it. And honestly, it's always fun to cook Zionists. This motherfucker has made a couple of videos on me before, and the dude's a fucking retard. So, hold on 1 second, guys. All right. So a couple of you guys mentioned this dude to me for weeks now at this point. And to be honest, I didn't even really want to fucking mention him. But he's been making videos trying to like attack my arguments. So I'm about to absolutely air fry this nigga right now. So give me 1 sec, guys. All right. Let me just pull up some stuff real quick for you guys. Give me 1 sec, guys. We're going to prepare. Also, let me run this ad for you guys. Guys, join the OSS, man. Join the OSS, guys. As you guys know, I'm fucking demonetized on YouTube because YouTube sucks. Right? And honestly, I think I'm going to get off YouTube here in a second. We're going to move over to Kick and Rumble only. Okay? Because I am demonetized on YouTube, guys, for the conversation that I'm having here. Like I said before, you can't be based and also be on fucking YouTube. All right? So let's go ahead and switch here in a second. But before we do, oh, hold on. Had the tab muted. My bad, ninjas. And guys, just let me know in chat when Nick is live, and I'll send all y'all niggas over there. It's the Groyper OSS movement. All right, guys, we're going to be stepping it up with the OSS, but only for the guys that are the real active supporters. So this is how it's going to go. We're going to start giving away merch bundles once a month. All kinds of merch can be given away to you guys for supporting. Also, we're going to be doing call-in parts of the show where members of the OSS Army can go in and call into the show and give their takes on certain different types of topics, whatever we're talking about on that particular day. Also, we're going to start doing shows, guys, where we're going to do parts that are only OSS members so that we can actually say what we want to say, put the memes up on screen that we want to put up, and not have to worry about censorship. Unfortunately, even on regular platforms, we can still get clicked and put out of context and still be labeled for cancellation. All the uncensored stuff that we want to do, it's going to be on the OSS members portion only. Now, I know what you guys are wondering. Oh my God, Myron, no, I can't afford it. No problem. It's going to be only $1 to get in, guys, for the first month, and it goes to regular dues price. So get in there, join us, allow us to be able to continue the fight against censorship, because even on free speech platforms, they clip our shit and try to cancel us anyway. Bam, guys, use code OSS Army 110. Get in there. I'm running it for this week. Also, we got merch. New merch drop for you guys. As you guys can see, I got one of the hoodies on right now with the Punisher skull. Okay, let me show y'all niggas this shit real quick. We got an entire merch store of some fire clothing here. Oh, what the fuck? Wrong one. Hold on. Boom. Okay. So here, right, is the one of the shirts that we got here. It says punish bad behavior, etc. And then you go here, home. Here's the website. It's down in the thing. If you get into the OSS for only $1, guys, what ends up happening is you can use the code that we give to our guys, right? Get an OSS for $1. Once you're in, get in a Telegram group, use your email address. Once you're in a Telegram group, there's a discount code. Get 20% off. So all kinds of fucking fire designs here. OSS Liberty, Ninja Watcher, all that shit. Trucker hats or Carhartt hats, etc. Right? Like this one that I got on right now, which I'm going to show you guys here in a second. Right? Nice quality, Carhartt. And all the merch is fucking Nike, baby, as y'all can see. So high quality shit, man. We got a Cookie Monster shirt, and I think all you guys know what I mean by that Cookie Monster. Shout out to Nick. So yeah, man, get the merch, guys. It's fire shit, high quality, Nike. So, and all you got to do, join OSS. Only $1 to join. Pinned in the chat. And then just for tonight, like obviously I'm reading 5 and up, but normally when I do my streams, guys, I read every single chat that comes through on OSS, even at $1. So you guys want to support me? I'm doing the stream basically on YouTube for free, bro. So, and I do that for a lot of you guys' convenience. So anyway, thank you guys for supporting. For those of you that try to join, my goal is to hit, obviously, 10,000 total. That way we will be 100% independent, and these fucking losers over at YouTube can't stop us. Okay? That is the goal. All right. Let me, adjust this shit. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead now and get into this video. Okay? With this fucking dumbass. All right. So before we get into this video, guys, let's switch on over to Rumble or Kick. All right, I'm gonna drop the link for you guys. Come on either to Rumble or Kick. All right, I gave y'all 5 hours on YouTube. So I'm going to drop the Rumble link for you guys here. And I'll also give you the Kick link, and then you choose what you want to do. All right. If you guys want to go to Kick, you can. If you guys want to go to Rumble, you can. Here's the Rumble link. I'm going to give you the Kick link here in a second. And just so you guys know, I'm going to break down this guy's video right here. It says, Myron Gaines gets exposed in hypocrisy after blaming Israel for genocide in Gaza. I'm about to absolutely air fry this guy with facts. So if you guys want to see me demolish this fucking Zionist that is fucking stupid, come on over, niggas. I gave you guys both links. You guys got either, so Kick or Rumble. We're going to do the switch over right now, ninjas. It's pinned in the chat. It's pinned in the chat. I'm going to end the YouTube stream now, guys. Ending the YouTube stream now. So, come on over, ninjas. If you guys enjoy the content, you guys want me to start debunking this guy, come on over, ninjas. Come on over, come on over. I'm going to end the YouTube stream now. All right, YouTube stream is done. You niggas know what time it is now. Now we're